I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 02-14.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill!
feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlott is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 02-14.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Osim. What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to a brand new week right here at MPL SG Season 5. Right here today would be Week 3, Day 1. And it is crunch time, ladies and gentlemen, right now with 3 days left right here at MPL SG Season 5. Will the teams be pulling out all of the stops, all of the cheese pick, all of the strats that they have under their sleeves? We can only find out. So ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have been missing out on all of the action, these are the current standings. The standings are here on your respective screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, with a perfect score record of 12 points, RSG Slate SG is sitting comfortably right now in the first position. Now, right behind them, we do have SMG SG with 9 points to their name, and tailing right just behind them, we have Bleed eSports with 8 points. Whereas on the other hand, even though they are currently in the upper bracket of Revival with 6 points, things can happen at any point right here at Week 3, Day 1. Whereas over on the other side, now in the lower brackets, we have Stellark SG with 6 points as well, right behind the tails of Revival. Team Flash SG right now has 5 points, and at Alchemy SG with 1 point to the name, as well as Evil with 1 point to the name as well, in 7th and 8th positions respectively. Now, ladies and gentlemen, will Alchemy as well as Evil pull out all of the stops to secure and threaten those people and teams that are currently in the upper brackets? Now, we shall see right here in Week 3, Day 1. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, today's matchups is very exciting as well. So let's take a look at today's match schedule. So these are the matchups that are coming up today for Week 3, Day 1. For the first match, which is about to happen at 10 a.m., ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Alchemy SG going head-to-head against Revival. Whereas on the other hand, for match 2 happening at 1 p.m., we have Evil crossing swords with Bleed. Now for match 3 happening at 4 p.m., we have Stellark SG, which will be crossing swords with Team SMG. And ending today's show, we have match 4 happening at 7 p.m. and that is our defending champions RSG Slate SG going head-to-head with Team Flash. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, right here at MPL SG Season 5, you get a lot of treats. So for all of our viewers right here watching us live, you guys are able to get lovely treats as well, so long as you take selfies right here at our venue and post it onto social media at mpl.sg.official, as well as tag at hashtag Our Pride, Our Passion to show your support for our boys, and show it to any of our lovely crew members right here, and we will soup you up really, really nicely. Now, we haven't forgotten about you, our lovely online viewers as well. You guys get lots of codes right here in the stream as well that you can enjoy. So listen out to the casters later on. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we must thank all of our wonderful, wonderful sponsors for making MPL SG Season 5 possible. MPL SG Season 5 is powered by Moontan and Zenway Productions. Our official partners, Frank Bio CBC and Ghani Mem, as well as our partners in eSports, My Republic, OSIM, and Suntec City Mall. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can also catch us on all of your favorite platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch this weekend all the way until 1st April. So let's not miss out on any of the action. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet our teams, shall we? First up, let's meet the team of Alchemy SG. Now, Alchemy SG really has to pull out all of these stops, but this is going to be an interesting match that we're going to slice and dissect later. So let's meet the opposing team, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Revival. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is also a match that you don't want to miss for so many different reasons. All right, first up is because Revival right now in the overall standings, they are just sitting right at the edge of the upper bracket. If they want to really secure their position, they really have to do all it takes. But this match going to stop them? Because what's interesting about the demographic is that the ex-coach of Revival, Zookeeper, is not just coaching Alchemy right now. He is currently playing on the roster right here for this match. So what can happen? Does Zookeeper really know all about our lovely team right here, Revival? That, ladies and gentlemen, we can only find out. So without further ado, let's hand my time over to our three amazing casters. Take it away, Abstract, Kin, as well as Verdia. Take it away, boys.
Alright! Damn it, I'm not expecting that. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome into MPL SG Season 5. We are of course gonna be looking at close to, not close to, but the start of the middle.
Oh, the start of the middle.
The start of the middle
Yeah.
of the MPL SG. We have gone through quite far now and we are excited to be unraveling this middle portion of MPL SG. My name is Abstract, with me here is Kindofu as well as Vertigo, and both of them is gonna be joining me on this desk, and we of course are super excited. First things first, right? Kin, what do you expect from today's matches?
I expect a very tough battle, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because Revival, like Cheryl mentioned just now, sitting on the edge of the middle of the table, right? Still on the higher ups of the table and probably pretty comfortable for upper brackets. But Alchemy could really change that, right?
Absolutely. So I honestly would want to ask a lot more from Vertigo, but you know what? I'm gonna hold that thought a little bit. I'll ask you a little bit more when it comes down to Revival's lineup right now.
Exactly, and Revival's lineup, they have Sammy, Swirl, Ryan, Nan, and Kirby. Nothing much of a change, right? That's not much of a roster change. I feel like they're very grounded and very rooted, and you know, it's what Revival do best, right? Although we see them falter a little bit, in the early stages of the regular season, but they come back with the upset on Bleed. I was like, oh my, what's happening?
That was really surprising. Let's be honest here. You're the one that usually votes for the underdog.
I would like to switch it out every now and then, it's a different season.
This is the kind of thing that happens. This is really like the absolute case of Cass's jinx. But you were talking about, not much changes when it comes down to the lineup. But Alchemy though, we do have some changes here, Kin.
Yes, that's right. Zookeeper gonna come in for the roam this time. So he's gonna sub out Shiro, and I think hopefully today is gonna be a new day for them, right? Exalt last week, he was pretty brilliant with his plays against RSG as well. I think they did a pretty good job against RSG. RSG, one of the strongest teams in our league, and Alchemy held their own. Yes, they lost, but it's not all doom and gloom for them.
Honestly, it really comes to the point in time where RSG seems to be, kind of sweating a little bit. Honestly, I believe that I'm surprised too.
Yep, that's right. So with that being said, I'm pretty sure today is going to be an exciting one because Alchemy, they are new to the league, but they're not new to MLBB.
No,
right?
definitely not new.
They have been playing quite a lot, and I believe that they have been, kind of practicing or rather playing for the qualifiers quite a bit since Season 1, right? I believe. Have they been in Season 1?
I mean, they have been here for every single season, but just barely making it through, not making into the qualifiers at all. They're just there.
Just a shy bit.
And this is their season to shine.
This is the redemption. This is going to be the entire thing about Alchemy, is that they are battling for redemption. But before we even dive down a lot more about Alchemy, we'll just talk a little bit more about Revival.
Alright, so Revival. Now they have to find the cracks in Alchemy's macro. Now Alchemy is a very strong early game, right? So they need to be able to make sure that they can kind of suffocate them. Don't let them get that good start. And end game, late game is really Revival's playground. So let's see what else they can do with that. And now Sword and Ryan's hero is going to be very important against Alchemy. We've seen how the draft works for them.
And of course, well, we already identified for Revival. They have worked out against Bleed. This time, they just have to work out against Alchemy, which, speaking of power rankings, it shouldn't be too much of a problem for them. So, how about Alchemy, though? We'll take a look at what Alchemy gonna have to do after that grueling match against RSG. Do they learn anything from that?
I mean, looking at how Alchemy SG has been playing, it seems like they love that early game aggression.
Yes,
they
they
are
do.
so aggressive,
And
but
they're good at it too.
and they're good at it. But RSG, they broke the code. They know how to counter this super aggro early game. And what's the best way to counter that is to fight fire with fire. So hopefully L14 have noticed this and want to use that early game damage hero and a very good snowbally type of hero to, you know, hopefully snowball and then close out the game as quickly as possible. And of course, to secure Icon, his comfort picks.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Revival generally prefers to play over to the later stages of the game,
Yes.
right? So technically speaking, if we are talking about this matchup between Alchemy and Revival, Alchemy would have a lot more early game chances to actually shine and being able to beat down Revival before anything could happen over to Revival, right?
Yeah. I think we have to take a look at Zookeeper because last week it was Ashiru who was the one who was making all the plays, right? They set up the very early ganks and stuff like that. So I want to see what difference does Zookeeper make this time. Zookeeper, previously the coach. Now, I feel coaches have this extra stuff in them and that will allow them to really play a little bit better. Now, let's take a look at the statistics, starting with Revival first. Now, I think one of the main things we need to talk about is the signature heroes for Ryan and Sword, right? Which is going to be the Faramis and Glue. There are some changes to the Faramis. I understand there are a couple of things that we need to address for this. So I do not think we will see a lot of Faramis today as well.
Exactly. So a quick little reminder and a PSA to everyone is that for today and possibly tomorrow as well, Faramis is one of the heroes that will not be played and cannot be played in the tournament. Aside from that, since we are taking a look at Sammy's heroes as well, when it comes down to Melissa can be played. However, when it comes down to the Jujutsu Kaisen skin for Melissa, no one is allowed to use the skin at all. When it comes down to Kushin, I can't remember the full name.
Nobara?
Nobara, yes.
There we go.
Nobara. So yes, we won't be able to see that super flashy skin and such.
So right now for the player stats for Alchemy SG, take a look at the goal difference right here. Goal per minute is usually 660 on the side of Sammy. But take a look at the Exalt, 601. What does that tell you? That small little stat kind of tell you that Exalt, instead of going for farm, going for the kills, he's more of a macro-heavy kind of marksman. Very macro.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
He's more involved as well.
Yes, he's very involved. That's the whole point of Alchemy. But Zookeeper, that's a very good wildcard. It's a very nice story of a coach-turned-player. You know, if you guys get what I mean.
Yes.
A coach-turned-player. And like what Kane said, that little bit of zest, a little bit of zing. What could Zookeeper bring? Could he bring the whole zoo here, or, you know?
Bring the whole zoo. Honestly, who lets the dogs out, right?
Yes.
So honestly, Zookeeper, we haven't seen him play yet, and that is why we do not have much or any stats on him.
That's right.
With the introduction of Zookeeper, we can theorize a bit. What kind of changes would that make? Would that make him like the in-game leader right now? What do you think?
I would presume he is going to take charge of the shot calling and stuff like that. I mean, Zookeeper being the coach probably explain the entire macro to his team, right? So actually today I'm expecting, besides that, I'm also expecting Exalt to be a bit more ballsy today. He is going to be going up against Sammy, and as you already see, the average GPM between the two of them are pretty similar. So at this stage of the game, now it's really how fast can Alchemy shut Revival down, right? And whether Revival can survive.
Well, taking a look at our talent prediction is 2 against 1 on this desk, okay? Just on this desk. All the other talents, they all have their bets onto Revival.
Yes.
Just so happened that the two of us and Jace, well, unfortunately Jace is not here today, or else it will be like 3 Alchemy. It kind of seems like, yeah, everyone is rooting for Alchemy. But understandably so, right? Because Alchemy has been evolving, they have been improving, and now with Zookeeper into the mix, what kind of changes we should be expecting here, Vertigo?
I mean, looking at what Zookeeper could bring, I feel that, you know, Alchemy, they're just not doing what Zookeeper wants. Right? Maybe Zookeeper explained the draft to them.
Yes.
And then, like you said, he could be the new IGL, the in-game leader doing the shot calling, and that could, you know, actually bring the team into a very solid momentum because he sees the game from a third perspective, right? Third-person view and a very nice eagle eye view, and I think he can narrow down and, you know, kind of refine where Alchemy SG went wrong and hopefully gain a nice clean sweep over Revival.
Here's the thing though, Alchemy has been playing, at least when it comes down to their standard trio, right? when it comes down to Icon, Danny, as well as Jet, the three of them has been playing together for the longest time ever, and it's always been playing together. And if Zookeeper were to come in and become their shot caller, what kind of changes would that mean? And I think that there may be some, tension eventually. There could be that kind of things happening because maybe they're just not too used to it.
Okay, Ben, let's get the draft started. Now, I want to talk a bit more about how, Alchemy was playing last week. So Alchemy, they really threw a lot of bombs during their fights. And one of the mistakes that they were punished over was the fact that they overused all of their ultimates, right?
Yeah.
And that's where kind of they were brought back into the fight. RSG didn't allow them to come back into the fight. It was like, okay, you've exhausted everything, time for us to punish you. So I'm hoping to see, Alchemy has learned from this lesson, and perhaps Zookeeper can keep them in check.
One thing that I also remember and realize that Alchemy, right, in the early stages of the game, yes, they love the aggression. They do everything that they can in order to stop Revival. They are focusing a lot more about sacrificing their early game economy just by bringing the opponents down. And this is why we were talking about the macro game from Exalt. He joins into the fights a lot earlier, and I believe that that could be detrimental to them if they greed out for these kills for too long and do not focus about their long game turn.
You are
But
first in
Revival
the
are a
question.
long game piece, right? They love the long game, and knowing LY4 always drafts
This
for
land
the
is our
late game,
homeland,
always,
and it will
right? And it
soon
does
be
seem
our
like the
burial
first pick
ground.
is going to be picked up right here, and it's going to be a priority pick onto the Lapu Lapu. Wow, with a 31% pick rate and a 55% win rate.
Yeah, for good reason as well. I think he is a very tanky character, and
See
as
value
long
in
as he
me?
gets the correct build,
You
he
should.
should be a beast to deal with in the late game. And as we already know, Revival is the late game team, right? They don't really do exactly
Come
well
on,
in the early game
Dexter.
stages.
It's our
The late
showtime.
phase, they do sustain a bit better against other teams, but at end of the day, their gameplay is let's fight it all the way to the late game, and that's where we'll crush the opponents because they like to pick off on the impatience of other teams like Bleed. We saw Bleed was a bit impatient, right? And they were heavily punished by Revival. So I think based on the playstyle of Revival, Alchemy might be in for a bit of trouble, but you can see the way now they're drafting. They do have that late game potential as well. They have Icon and Exalt on this squad. Both very useful in their mobility as well as the tankiness.
I mean, I would like to pick up on that as well. Looking at the draft, it's very macro heavy on the side of Alchemy SG, but Revival, I was about to say, because we're not able to use Faramis, and that forces team to go, in other means for meta picks, right? And of course, we are always going to default down either to a Eve or a Farsa.
There could be a possibility that we could see Estes as well,
Yeah.
kind of like a bring back over to the Ube, because Ube can't go wrong to a certain
you can't go
extent,
wrong.
right? And for the side of Revival, we haven't seen that two crucial pick that we would want to see. Number one, the Estes, and number two, the core synergy, Barats.
Ooh, the Barats.
I
mean, the Barats is a good alternative, I would say. And Barats is a very strong sustainer as compared to a Fredrin.
And not to forget, right, because the opponent's jungler is Fredrin, there's a lot of knockups, there's a lot of taunt, but the bigger that Barats become, the lesser amount of crowd control that he will receive, more of that reduction going on.
Yeah, I mean, if you see a giant dinosaur walking towards you, stomping his feet, I would be scared. I mean, as a Fredrin myself, that would cause the biggest problem, right? I'm not able to rush in, I'm not able to do much, and take a look at this, Alchemy picking up that Valentina. So you're going to have real-world manipulation on real-world manipulation. Double real-world manipulation.
Your team
is banned.
Yep, it's going to be tough for them. I mean, at this pace, we already seen, Valentina has a 21%
When the body
win
suffers,
rate, and there was a 31%
spirit blooms.
rate. So, I mean, the choices of teams so far to get this Valentina out onto the battlefield have been quite usual, but the thing is, it looks like most teams haven't been able to get her to work. And I think it might be the same case here for Alchemy if they don't survive this early game lead. They need to make sure that Revival gets bogged down, and I think the game plan needs to change because Alchemy, like we said, they focus very much on the early game. They want to establish this huge lead, but Revival is known to really just hunker down and say, let's play the long game. I don't mind you having the lead, but end of the day, we're just going to turn the tables around and get you at the end.
I mean, I love that theory.
Your team
The strongest ninja has arrived.
I'm not really sure. I mean, the Hanzo could be really, really good for Alchemy because of their hyper-aggressiveness as well. Taking away the buff, denying the buff coming out from Revival.
Exorcist
They want
of
to
the
secure that
dragon
as much as
spirit
possible.
here.
With the Yuzong locked in, they are here to fight.
I think the one thing that we need to remember is that Zookeeper originally was the coach for Revival.
Yeah.
So there is a
Exactly.
possibility that Zookeeper has came up with the option over to Revival before for a Hanzo roam. And they see that as a possibility because the one that suggested a Hanzo roam is playing the roam this time.
Yeah. I mean, that's a really, really good possibility, man. My brains are moving into all sorts of theory right now. Like, oh, is Zookeeper gonna, a Revival, they know Zookeeper strike, or is Zookeeper, or did Zookeeper's growth as a person? Right now, they're gonna be locking into the Martis, and then it's gonna be a Martis jungle, along with that Franco. So, Mr. Franco right here, Kindofu, what do you think of this Franco pick?
As always, I love a Franco pick, right? And it's very important that, for Revival, they need to make sure that this Franco is able to challenge them. I think based on the early game, it looks like the moment they hit level 4, they are going to be quite the force to be reckoned with on the side of Revival. So it's slightly different draft than what they've usually played. But they still have that late game insurance with the Beatrix as well.
So early. It's too early for this. The epitome of early is Alchemy SG.
Yeah.
They want to play early game early in the morning.
Early in the morning.
Exactly.
I understand where you're coming from.
Yep, Natalia, one of the... Okay, I personally hate playing against Natalia players, especially the good ones. And MPL, there's no need to question. These players are extremely good. We have already seen a Natalia last week by Team Flash, and that was a monster to deal with. So the strength about Natalia is the fact that they actually make you reconsider about jumping in because you do not know when this silence is going to come in, and it might cost you the game.
Exactly, and you're just going to need information on information, but that's why the Eve is there, right? I mean, using that second skill, you're going to be able to scout out and, going for the random hooks as well, and then Martis, you can just negate every single thing that's going to be flying into your face. Along with that Lapu Lapu, a very good game starter.
Thank you so much, Vertigo, as we are gonna be jumping into game number 1 of today, watching Alchemy versus Revival. What do we have here? It does definitely seem like a pretty, early game strategy coming from Alchemy, but in the meantime, they also have a late game insurance coming from Exalt's Claude.
Yep. For all our viewers here, welcome to MPL SG Season 5. If you're just joining us, this is going to be our first series, right, of the day. Alchemy against Revival. I mean, Abstract, I'm really excited, but the laning phase might be a bit tough. If you take a look at what's happening to the bot lane, the gold lane, Sammy is having to deal with a bit of trouble, and I think that's the perfect plan by Alchemy. This early game aggression, they need to make sure that Sammy is shut down early on.
Exactly. For Revival, the main thing that they want to do is to occupy the brushes as much as possible, just so that they will be able to open up the space more for Sammy, as the main threat that we are looking out for is a Zookeeper. But in the middle lane, we should also be working onto that. As such, you should be expecting that Nan will be focusing onto Swirl as well. They will kind of be like this duo situation. In the meantime, Nan eventually makes his way over to the opponent's jungle and tries to steal the purple buff away. Eventually, he did manage to, however, at the cost of his own life.
Yep, that was actually a sick hook by Kirby there. But unfortunately, they did get the steal, but Nan has to pay with his life. So essentially, it is all for Nan.
Thank you. Can we take this moment to really just appreciate that Franco skin? Because I haven't seen that one in-game before, and I absolutely love that battle axe that this skin has. Just give me a moment and just really... Whew.
Yeah, we have to soak it in because it's so beautiful. But what's more beautiful is the fact that the turtle is going to be spawning. So this is the first major objective. And you can see Nan is already preparing himself to get things started. And the way that Alchemy have rotated, I really like this because the pressure is on Revival instead.
The objective taking for the side of Revival is extremely fast. Icon will want to open things up as much as possible, with Husky immediately popping off the Black Dragon form.
Situation here. They understood that Alchemy made that same mistake last week. They burned almost every single ultimate at one go, with leaving them with no defensive options. and that's where Revival just pounced on them.
It kind of seems as though Alchemy, whatever that they're trying to do, is just really just jump in onto the first person that they see and just throw everything out. And I think for Revival, they are very accepting for that to happen. It's kind of like, yeah, we are gonna be willingly give Kirby away. You can take these kills, but we are going to find more value out of the entire fight.
Yep, but there's one thing I want to highlight, which is actually because this whole game, end of the day, we are looking at a late game centric playstyle by both teams here. They want to make sure that they can survive the late game. But if you take a look at Exalt's talents itself, he is going to be using the Average, so he wants to out-farm and get this advantage over Sammy. I'm not sure whether that would be the best game plan now, but I think it's kind of like an insurance, right? If the lane doesn't go too well, Exalt still is able to get a decent bunch of gold.
That is actually a really good point that you made there. But we will talk about that in a while later, as Icon now has been taken down by the hands of Revival after a neat hook by Kirby. And immediately after that, that is one jungler down from Alchemy.
Yep, like I think we were mentioning about this, right? So this gold growth by Exalt, I like the idea behind it, right? The Averys will help you get, I mean, it's up to 1,200 gold based on that particular stat itself. But it doesn't look like he's doing too well in the lanes here, because the way that Revival have, you know, they have rotated around the map, they've essentially kept Zookeeper quite mute.
This also means a lot when it comes down to what state of the game Revival and Alchemy wants to grow out from and how they would want to win the game. Revival's Sammy, the main thing is that he's looking at more insurance into the later stages of the game where he's got all max item and they increase exponentially. In the meantime, Exalt just wants to get his items quicker, and by the time that it reaches the middle game, he's got his 4 items.
Yep, exactly. Kirby here, just manages to almost catch Exalt here, but more importantly, they are getting that gold turret playing down by quite a bit. Sammy here gonna run away with just a bit of health left, more than half at this point, but Alchemy, I think it's gonna be a tough situation, because if you take a look at, you know, the emblem builds and stuff like that, Jet has the mystery shop, but that's also countered by Sword. Exactly same situation. And if you take a look at the KDA, both are 1-0 and 2. And, you know, across the board, the farm seems quite even, but if you take a look at the emblems and how they're affecting the entire team play, I think actually Revival has the upper hand.
In the meantime, there goes a bite coming in from Kirby. Immediately brings Zookeeper down and eliminating the threat of an unknown terror. As such, Alchemy no longer has that that mystery invisible wanderer. Revival can eventually take down the turtle with not much of an issue. In the meantime, Jet pops up his own RWM and immediately tries to push the rest of the members from Revival away. As such, they have already lost quite a lot of their ultimates.
Yep, now I want to focus on the farm of Sammy as well. Exalt, DOD already completed for Sammy, and you can see the fight. It is going to be a messy one for Alchemy.
Icon almost going down, immediately going with his taunt and just a dance away. He will be able to survive with just a sliver, but it kind of seems as though he's not done with the fight just yet. He wants to go in a little bit more. But all in all, none of these members have lost their life.
Yep, exactly. And, you know, Kirby made it out with just a sliver of health there. This is looking good totally for the side of Revival. This is according to their game plan. So, like I was talking about this BOD is not exactly the fastest in the game. The fastest we've seen so far in MPL was around 4 minutes for this season itself. Also by another Beatrix player. But Beatrix having this BOD at the start is a pretty good one for them. Now, the itemization for Exalt is going to be slightly different. He's going to go for the Demon Hunter's Sword here, and probably going to be building into Malefic Draw, hopefully, as one of the items that they're looking for at the endgame. Exalt, he needs a bit more mobility. He will only have that very short moment to really get damage in, so that's why he has picked up this Demon Hunter Sword for that percentage.
Yeah, he haven't really got that golden staff just yet, and I think that just because of the BOD that Sammy has, he definitely have a lot more kill pressure.
Yep, he is going to force the waves in, and you can see that's exactly what Revival wants to do now.
Water lane though, it kind of seems as though we are getting quite a lot of presence going on there. As such, Icon managed to take the kill down on the Kirby while Scroll pops his RWM, most likely he'll be able to lock Icon within, but that's not going to work out for too long, as he eventually managed to waltz right out.
Yep, roam for roam, this is, I mean, perfect at this time. So you can see the lead is not exactly super huge at this point, right? It's about 1,500 goals separating the two teams, but Revival, of course, having the upper hand. Icon, he might be looking for something.
Just waiting from behind, immediately with a knock-up and taunt, but unfortunately Swirl, he did manage to flicker away before the taunt eventually even touched him. As such, the quick little flicker away allows him to disengage and allows the rest of the members from the side of Revival to re-engage. But Icon, being a little bit too tanky than what Revival would have expected, they are now going to be going out in a full-out war. And Swirl tries to get himself away, but unfortunately he does have the Shard Rescue stacked up on top of him. As such, he's going to go straight down. Icon eventually is going to be the next person to go straight down, as now we only have one person down for the side of Revival, while 3 is down for the side of Alchemy. Puski, last person left, can't see the brighter side of the tunnel.
Yeah, that was a huge mistake by Alchemy though. I mean, they almost got the kill on Sammy as well. I mean, the intention was very clear. They wanted to clear the back line of Revival, but unfortunately, they put themselves in a position where they had to overcommit. You know, they couldn't deal with the losses. They lost, I think, 4 members for 1 kill, which is Swirl. And Swirl died under his own tower, which meant that the entirety of Alchemy actually had to commit to be under tower pressure as well during that fight, which is how Revival turned that around. And that one small mistake where they felt that, you know, the pressure to really commit to this fight has led to Revival getting the Lord. And this is a very different game style from Revival. Normally we see Revival playing from the back, but at 8 minutes and 50 seconds, first Lord already done, and 10-5 kills, Revival having this decent lead.
I think it is really unfortunate that it seems as though the Revival knows the game plan of Alchemy. They know how Zookeeper might have played with the Natalia. As such, the quick fire comes from Natalia is almost non-existent. The only thing that Zookeeper is capable of bringing out when it comes down to value really is just about opening up the maps. If we look a lot more closer into the mini-map, the main thing that we'll be looking up from Natalia is really just getting some brushes and opening up the brushes to ensure that there's not much of that bushwhack position. However, Revival's composition, none of their players really thrives in that kind of bushwhack situation, except for Kirby.
Yep, and you can see, you know, just that point about, you know, using your ultimate at the correct timing. I think Alchemy has recognized that, yes, it's best not to just throw all our arts on one particular person, you know, during the fight. That could be a win condition for Revival as well. But with that being said, it feels like they are too thrifty, you know, with their ultimates at this point as well, but also because they aren't able to catch anyone out from Revival. The way that Revival are controlling the map is pretty clean right now.
It kind of feels like we are looking at Alchemy kind of like, I mean, for lack of better words, devolved. Because when it comes down to the previous games that we have seen from them, they're slowly increasing in momentum, increasing in tempo, and it kind of seems as though they are really getting a little bit more grasp of the maps. But right now, from the side of Alchemy, they just don't really have a lot of that. Even when they're trying to pick up a fight, they're not getting a lot more value than what they are originally supposed to get, especially with a composition like this, which will definitely work in the early stages of the game.
Yep, I mean, it's a bit unfortunate because, example, you know, see Zookeeper, his emblem is actually the high and dry. He wants to get that singular target. But the way that Revival has done this, the way that they're, you know, positioning themselves is really to keep Zookeeper in check as well. And if you take a look at the updates, now, Exalt already has his Golden Staff, but it's not going to work out too much at this point because they are so, I won't say super far behind, but at this point, you know, with Zookeeper being really non-existent as a threat, it really is a 4v5 situation because Zookeeper, by right, if he gets his farm up and, you know, they are in a advantageous situation, Revival will have to reconsider about taking certain fights, and they have to make sure that they protect Sammy as well as Sword pretty hard. But right now, I think they're very comfortable on the entire backlines of Revival as well.
I think the one thing that we should also be looking out for is that Alchemy, because of the high burn that they can expect coming from Natalia, just jumping over to the back and really be a threat to Sammy, could potentially be a big game changer. It all depends a lot more onto Zookeeper. The moment that he springs into action and being able to assassinate the right person at the right time, I think that is going to work in favor for Alchemy.
Yep, exactly. And, you know, we already see the win, Enchanted Win. No, sorry.
Win of Nature?
Yeah, Win of Nature.
Yes, okay.
Sorry, I had a brain fart there.
Me too.
Yeah. So, Win of Nature here just built up by Exalt, and that might change a bit of the fights as well. That will give, you know, Exalt that little bit of survivability. But at this point, what they should be looking for on the side of Alchemy is to make sure that they can pull the game even longer. I mean, that's the whole purpose behind that Win of Nature, right? I don't want to die, and if I'm placed in a situation where potentially I could turn the fight, now it's not about winning the entire team fight. Now it's really taking small wins across the map. If there is a fight, we want to make sure that we get Sammy, we want to make sure that we get, Swole. Either of these two backlines will be very advantageous in terms of farm, right? Or they could be looking at Nan as well, right? If they can get any of these counter kills on the side of Alchemy, they could balance up the board and bring it right back. Because right now, with this level deficit as well as this goal deficit, it's a bit difficult for Alchemy to really take fights at any point of time, and they cannot start the fights as well.
At this point in time, I also want to focus a little bit more about Exalt's choice of battle spells, because I believe that in this composition from the side of Revival, my personal opinion is thinking that Vengeance could actually be a better spell. Considering the fact that you already have 2%
Red team's
the
base
front
turret
line
has been destroyed.
and when we have Zookeeper, he's there to really burst one person down. As such, the only thing that Exalt should be looking out for and be scared of is going to be Sammy. And speaking of Sammy, it does seem as though he's just still going to be holding on behind. He immediately will be able to get a little meltdown on top of Pooski. Zookeeper's next, followed by Jet. And Icon is going to be the next one down. Well, Sammy is not going to be forgetting about anything. He focuses on the heroes, focuses onto the turret, focuses onto the core.
Yep, a very shaky start here for Alchemy. Obviously, that was the result that I predicted, but let's take a look at the itemizations by the rest of the members, right, once the tables are up. I wouldn't say this is unexpected for me personally. I think they struggled quite a bit on the side of Alchemy against Revival, but Revival is a different game state for them. I think just the entry of Alchemy into MPL as a new team, perhaps they are not really used to the playstyles of the more experienced players across.
I definitely can expect that Alchemy, try to change things around. I like the fact that they did play the Natalia, but the kill pressure isn't there.
Yep.
The very unfortunate thing is, well, Nan and Swirled, they are almost constantly together. In the meantime, when it comes down to Sammy and Kirby, they're constantly together. So there really isn't much that you can play around with except for assassinating the EXP laners. But let's be honest here, who would care about assassinating EXP laners in the early stages of the game? Maybe some people would, but I don't know about me. What would you say, our Roma?
I mean, looking at it, right, I love the Natalia pick, but there just wasn't enough guts coming out from Zookeeper, right? Like we get the idea, but he just wasn't putting it to action.
Yeah,
right.
So eventually it really just boils down to proper kill pressure and understanding how much value is he getting from the kill, and then I die kind of situation, value weighing.
Yes, and in this situation right here, right, Revival actually out micro Alchemy.
In what sense?
In many aspects.
In many aspects.
Especially during the team fights. Just take a look at the item right here. Sammy with the full-on damage. You have the BOD first and then followed by the Malefic Roar. And he went for a Wind of Nature just in case. Going with the Heart's Claw as well for that sustainability. And then, getting the robe. Hopefully, I think it should be either a Radiant Armor or a Athena Shield, right? Coming out from the Valentina, it should be a Radiant Armor, right? And then looking at Kirby as well on the roamer itself. But take a look at the Zookeeper right here. You have the Blade of Heptasy along with the Malefic Roar and the Rapid Boots, of course.
Yep.
But he just didn't play to his optimal or what a Natalia is supposed to do.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we have talked about is the itemization by Revival. Most of the players are actually having at least one defensive item as well, which makes it even more difficult for the Alchemy boys to really get anything started. Like Sword, Sammy, both of them, they weren't greedy at all, which is very different from what we see from the usual Revival, right?
Exactly.
They actually built some defensive measures into their items as well. So Alchemy, while they were, really quite far behind, it's even more difficult because they have quite a bit of defense going on for Revival as well.
Yep, take a look at the damage dealt right here. Higher damage dealt, but very close damage taken, right? Look at the damage taken here. Almost 200,000 each, right? Alchemy, yes, they take more damage, but Revival are just slightly behind. That's where the defensive item comes in. They want to punish Alchemy for, staying too long in the fight because they know Alchemy will build into the greedier builds, right? For the higher damage, but almost close to no sustain. And that's where Revival will punish them because of this one little move to buy that one defensive item minimally, they can definitely out-sustain Alchemy.
I would believe that what Alchemy is hopefully looking for is that each person play their role, right? Not much of an insurance for each of them, as long as, you know, the frontliners go for the tank, as long as they open up some space, while the backliners just do whatever that they can to deal the damage. That should be like the perfect dream scenario.
Yep. Speaking of perfect, guess who is going to be the MVP on our hands right here? Guess. Go, Abstract.
None?
None?
I don't know.
What do you mean? You got to choose one. You can't choose none.
Oh.
Yep. I mean,
Fine,
I would go
then.
Nan as well. I would
You
go
go
Nan
Nan?
as well.
You
I
go
think
for Nan.
he
Alright.
played very well on that.
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
we go
hey,
Swirl.
hey, hey, hey. I mean, to be fair, it's only because you kind of like gaslight me, that's why I moved away.
But okay, I mean, you guys both got Swirl 2, 1, and 10. He
called for none.
Oh, he called for none?
Yeah.
No, you
calling
called
him-
for none.
I called for Soul after
Oh, really?
none.
But yes, we digress, we
No,
digress.
it's all about gaslighting right now.
Yes, and I think there might be a bug right there. I don't think that's a Battle Axe. Okay, I don't think that's a Battle Axe because it's a Eve. It's okay, guys, no worries.
Quick little bug, yeah, no
yeah,
problem.
just small little bug, no problem.
You can try having a battle axe on Eve, no problem.
Yeah,
absolutely
only if
wanna
you're
watch.
against us, you can go for the Battle Axe on the Eve. We would be glad if you pick up that Battle Axe on the Eve.
Yeah, exactly. Tag us at mpl.sg.official and you'll be able to see a lot more of this kind of stuff, right? We want to see that as well. In the meantime, we're just going to move on to the highlights. And boys, tell us a little bit more about this game.
Yep, like I said, earlier in this game, I think we have already established that, Alchemy likes to really throw a lot of ultimates and use a lot of their options available in utilities, right? And that's exactly where Revival has caught on watching the game from last week. I'm pretty sure Revival knows this is one of the win conditions for them. So you can see, even though the fight started out great for the side of Alchemy, the moment they get caught out and they realize that they don't really have any more ultimates left, it's really a bad situation for Alchemy at the end of the day, and Revival likes to turn that around. Here, I think, Alchemy, they had the good intention in mind, but the execution of it was really, really lacking because they had to fight under the turret, and that's where, Revival, even Kirby just hooking him back to allow that double kill and the killing spree as well for Sammy. And Sammy is one of the people that you do not want to give farm into, especially a Beatrix that's supposed to be a late game carry, right? Turned into a mid game monster altogether.
I mean, I really like how Revival are moving. Take a look at their body action, right? Or rather say hero movements. The way they back off and make Alchemy come to them instead, right? They want Alchemy to come in, just come some more. And then that's where they start biting you down like a crocodile and revive themselves again from the dead.
Yep.
From the highlights, especially for the final fight, it kind of seems as though to me that Alchemy doesn't really have like proper communications, right? Because from what we see, Pusky has been doing a very good job in the front lines. He's constantly trying to create as much space as possible to the point that he even have a lot of kill pressure onto Swirled.
Yes.
So he's done his job. However, when it comes down to the proper, communication between his team, what exactly are they trying to get out of from that final fight? Are they just trying to push everyone else away, create space, try to stay alive while the clock deals with the Lord? Or do we just want to just throw every single one of us onto the crowd? That kind of seems like that is not talked by the team, and they haven't really quite seemed to know what they want. But speaking,
Yep. It is going to be quite tough for them to dethrone, Revival from the top half of the table. But, what's easier? You can get yourself the U-Throne instead.
throne, right?
Throne.
The throne. That is what we're looking for, right? Because Frank, basically the throne, the U-Throne is what we have on our backs. And not to forget, we have a lot of stuff coming in. When it comes down to OSIM, they have the OSIM chair. And of course, with their V-hand technology, we do have, very good massage session. And
Here!
that's the way.
Guys,
That is the way.
Don't get too comfortable.
Okay, let's go.
We
I'm
still
a
have
little bit too comfortable at this point in time. There is no way that I'm going back at all, right? As you know, gaming is extremely intense, and you need that V-hand technology to make that intensity go away, all right? So the throne is literally built for you to be more energetic. It helps you, to energize you, that is pretty much a given, right?
Yeah, and that's why it's a U-Throne, not a U-Chair. Because it's a throne fit for kings and queens.
Yep.
I don't know if I'm supposed to be disappointed by that, but
Yeah, that's why they call it a throne, because it feels like you're sitting on a throne.
it does feel like you're sitting on a throne, to be very honest, because this is how you can game in comfort and style,
Ooh.
especially with the Transformer Edition designs, because well, you're gonna have to remember OSIM is here to support, to provide support for you and I. Even though I don't need like in-game support, but I definitely need some back support.
In-game support is definitely needed, especially knowing how abstracts play and Kin as well. So hopefully these things, the OSIM New Throne actually supports your back, and someone actually supports you in game as well.
Oh, definitely. But talking about support, I think Alchemy now needs a bit of support as well. It was a tough game 1 for them, but I don't think they're too far behind.
No. I think it's just a little bit of a misstep.
Yeah. I would say so. It's
they got the
like
idea.
A quick little misstep that eventually snowballed.
Yeah.
It's not exactly out of control, don't get me wrong, because of their lineup, their picks. When it comes down to looking at the key player and who can actually make the difference, it really lies a lot onto Zookeeper.
Yeah.
As long as he's able to get one person down, which is Sammy, I'm pretty sure that Puski will be able to stay alive for a long, long time because he's the only threat.
Yep, I think talking about Zookeeper, he is a new addition to the team as well, right? From coach to player. We were expecting kind of the dream situation. Coach to player, they were going to start off strong and hit them with a really bad right hook to the face. But Revival, they are a very experienced player in the league as well. And I think the one thing that they might try to fix is the fact that I think they were too reliant on Zookeepers.
Sir, what's your command?
Your team
It was
is banning.
supposed to be the pivot for the team to really get the whole advantage, but because Zookeeper could not get that advantageous edge in terms
Time
of
to
gold and
drop
farm,
the
they
beat of
really
the
fell
floor.
flat
Team
from there.
is banning.
I think that is very much a valid point. They probably threw all their eggs in one basket, right? Well, we have been seeing a lot of teams, they have a lot of secondary game plan. This game plan is more of Zookeeper needs to get us the early game tempo. Because naturally and normally what we see from Alchemy is that they constantly will have Icon, Ashiru, as well as Jet. The three of them work together to get the tempo. But this game is a lot more on the Zookeeper, and Icon just kind of focuses a little bit more onto his own jungling to catch up, as well as focusing on some of the objectives.
Exactly, and I would like to speak on that. Alchemy, I think Zookeeper just needs to play a very strong hero, right? Because if you're gonna be playing the Natalia, it means you're gonna be in a world of your own. You gotta start start ganking from the back, start flanking, and going for that bushwhack strategy as well. But if he were to flip it on his head, if that's what. Maybe it could be a long game played by Alchemy as well. Like maybe Zookeeper's thinking, let's juke them into thinking I like to play on my own, and then Zookeeper comes in with a super strong initiator like a Grok, a Kufra. Who knows, maybe he might pull out a Tigger.
But I just want to mention that I think Alchemy at this point of time, they are really respecting Sword in this particular game already. They've banned out the Fasa, they've banned out the Eve as well. Now these are the signature heroes for Sword, and I think Sword has really of course, not discounting the fact that he was MVP in game 1, I think the fact that they have playing around Sword, with the usage of the real world manipulation, I think Alchemy are unable to find a solution to that, right? The situation they wanted to have was that Zookeeper was able to jump in and get rid of Sword right at the start of the fight. But you can take a look at how they started
I am the
fight
priestess
across
of
the map in
primal
game 1.
lightning,
They
the hunter of all the evil
Sword,
gods.
and they didn't even have access to Sammy as well. So I think the game plan is going to be changing, and now they're going to go back into that Edith and Valentina. A very wonderful draft that they used against RSG. Though they lost, the execution was great. Abstract, what do you think about it?
Time
Honestly,
to go to the R&D show.
I love
Your
it.
team is
But
banning.
now I have a lot more emphasis onto the Alet pick from the opposite side, right? Because technically speaking, when it comes down to Edith versus Alet, I would say that Alet definitely wins in the lane, and as tanky as Edith is, there will still be a couple of problems here and there. Even when they reach level 4 whatsoever. But I would believe that Ryan will play a very big role in Revival's game and how they disorientate the opponents. As such, I would have thought that the Lapu Lapu should be able to force the Alet away and will be able to keep him in check. But unfortunately, that's not going to be picked by Alchemy SG. So I kind of have my eyes on
Need some stitches? I can
Your
help.
team
and
is
that
banning.
is the Diggy.
I mean, the Diggy's alright, but look at this. You have a intense slow coming out from the Lilia. You have a high burst, one-shot killer coming out from this Brody. This Alet will literally just rush your backline, sweep you off your feet, and give you the best time of your life.
I think it really depends on whether Puski can land that Earth Shatter or not. Because the Earth Shatter will be a very good setup.
When the body
to actually get
suffers,
that throw
your
back
team
onto
is
Ryan.
spirit
But
blooms.
with that being said, Ryan, you know, this Arlet pick, we know that he's a very mobile hero as well. But he needs to have his targets marked. If he is unable to mark the targets, he will not have that dash available as well.
I really like the fact that Revival is actually putting quite a bit of emphasis onto this Benedetta.
Your team is
3,000 worlds.
Benedetta roam as well.
And not a single
Look out
worthy
for that.
foe.
But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like Revival is gonna give Zookeeper that opportunity at all.
Yeah, just want to highlight as well that Melissa ban is quite detrimental to Exalt because, like we know, both Sammy and Exalt, their signature heroes actually are Melissa. But I think, based on what we have seen from Sammy as well, I think Sammy is a bit more robust with his hero pool for his marksman role as well. So I want to see how this plays into Alchemy Boy's
Thorns
mindset
remain.
because Exalt, we have seen
Your
a couple of
team
very
is
nice
picking.
marksman plays. You know, the one that he got like 4 kills on the backline of RSG. Unfortunately, that game ended. And the week before, he had a pretty good showing with his other marksmen.
Right now, right, I'm looking at Revival. A lot of these heroes are playing based on skills, based on their abilities, waiting for cooldown. So when it comes down to Lancelot, when it comes down to Lilia, and to a certain extent also based off of this Arlet, they all rely a lot on finishing
before
fights
the
fast,
might of
and they are
Taurus.
at the mercy of cooldown. I would have hoped that looking at a Rafaela or perhaps an Estes would be perfect here, because as long as you are able to out-survive from that kind of burst potential from Revival and make them use all of their abilities to the point that it reaches cooldown, there's not much of
that's
fight
gonna
back
light
chance
up
Your
the
team
entire
is picking.
star.
However, they're looking at Minotaur instead. Any
Wow,
thoughts?
the Minotaur is gonna change the tide so much. He's gonna be able to absorb and just literally disrupt that Revival position. Just constantly knocking them up, constantly slowing them and peeling for the team as well. And you know, coming out from that, you have, you know, straight on one-shot builds coming out. You have the Brody, you know, you have the Lancelot as well. And I
will
think
protect
that
you.
that's going to be a tanky Lancelot, right? That's going to be a full tank Lancelot along with that. What? The Lolita. Okay, the Lolita is going to change everything as well. So this is a big... this is the battle of the Roamer, guys. You have the Lolita with the Numenor Blast. Yes, this is the battle of the Roamers. You got Kirby, and then along with that, you got Zookeeper. Both equally strong heroes being picked right here. Honestly, this could go either way for me.
I think it's, not to be biased, but I think Revival has a little bit more edge at this point,
Yeah.
simply because of this Lolita against Minotaur lineup, right? I think what Lolita offers is that he has a stun every 6 to 8 seconds based on his first skill. And it's very difficult to match up against that. Yes, Minoan Fury is good, right? And the Despair Storm is good as well, but it takes a long time to set up. And I'm not talking about the setup time to get the skill down, but essentially the availability of their skill is not as fast as what they have for Lolita. So it is going to be a bit difficult for them to play with. I think that offers Revival a bit more options because
to
the
Mobile
cooldown is much faster
Legends.
for Lolita compared to what they have on this Minotaur. So it's going to be a bit difficult from my perspective on whether Revival can, whether Alchemy can bring this fight to Revival.
As such, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be moving on to game number 2 as we are about to witness Alchemy's battle for redemption, as this is one of their probably final time to still keep themselves in the game. If they do not win in this series, they wouldn't have a chance to make it to the top half of the leaderboards. In the meantime, Revival, they're just grasping at straws. They're pretty much going to be going neck and neck with the 5th place and the 6th place team. And getting themselves a 2-0 win here will be so good at them, and they would no longer be, well, grasping for straws anymore.
Yep, that's right. This upper bracket finisher is going to be very important for Revival as well. I mean, it's important for both teams. Right now, I think based on what we know, Alchemy, they need to win 2 games of clean 2-0s, and they can afford to win a game of 2-1. So right now, it's going to be a tough one, but oh, what a nice stop there.
Loving that Earth Shatter coming from the side of Puski. Did manage to connect onto 2, but unfortunately he himself, his HP has dropped all the way down. While Icon doesn't really have a lot of great HP to work with before he actually slammed down on his ultimate, so not much of a value if you ask me. But regardless, Puski, he got a little bit too ahead of himself with such a low amount of health, and as such, he died a miserable death, which was completely not necessary.
Yep, Icon losing, not Icon, sorry. This Edith losing this lane for Puski is not exactly, you know, very rare.
It's not surprising.
Yeah, it's not surprising, right? Because this is an Arlet we're talking about.
Oh, and he's also going for the unbending will. It's something that I absolutely love onto Arlet. It makes you even more stronger in the early stages of the game, despite how strong you already are. But it really turns the tide and, of course, wins a lot more matchup as compared to if you were to use the Festival of Blood.
Yep, that's right. And this fight is going to be very tough here. But it looks like they might be looking at the turtle. What a nice maneuver through there. And a stop to follow up as well. Luminor Blast to join the fight and end it probably for the side of Alchemy.
That is a 3-man down from the side of Alchemy, and Revival, they are just whooping up against Alchemy. So this is definitely a sad story for our boys over on the left side, right? They didn't get a single kill from out of that fight, and I believe that the only thing that they have gotten is the turtle.
Yep, that's right. And if you take a look at the emblems they have, I like the fact that this Brody actually takes the killing spree as well, because they are ready to fight. This shows that Revival wants to get a fight all the way. They want to bring the fight over to Alchemy and make sure that they suffocate them right from the get-go. And like you said, this unbending will, it's going to be a monster for this Mr. Arlet. Alchemy will not be able to do much against this Arlet if he gets his way.
I do like what Vertigo said about the fight for the fight against the Romans, right? It's really tank against tank. Both of the tanks and or rather the Romans have situated themselves down in the southern side, really going about their babysitting service. But this time, it's pretty much a wet-noodle fight. You know, nothing much is really going on. None of the Romans is really opening up the map or really just giving vision whatsoever. I think that it really takes a lot of guts for one of them to break that routine and see where else they can put their values on. Because right now, the only thing is making sure that the gold laner stays alive.
Yeah, once again, I mean, if we take a look at the emblems itself, right? Revival, once again, I'm not being biased, right? It's just that to me, it makes more sense for the emblems of the Revival side. While both tanks, you know, Boosty, they have the tenacity as well. Kirby also has tenacity, so they do get increased defensive capabilities when they're below 40% of the HP. But if you take a look at...
Oh! Numinal Blast lands on the 3! But unfortunately, the Minoan Fury is not going to do much from that point in time. But one thing that's good for them is that it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, as a good taunt followed by the Nibiru's Passion came in right in the nick of time.
Yep, so adding on and continuing the point about that, while both sides do have some tank ability with that tenacity as well, you can see that the finishing moves, that damage coming in...
Beatrix! Unfortunately, Beatrix did manage to lose in the 1v1 fight, but at least Alchemy came in right in the nick of time to finish things off.
Yep, greed is good for sure at this point. Revival still having that decent lead, but right now, I know Alchemy, they're still holding their own.
Oh, Icon jumps in pretty nicely. The frontliners are doing a pretty good job, but look at that! It kind of seems as though Jet have eventually stole the final swing away from Ryan, but unfortunately doesn't seem to do a lot. They did manage to tally things out with a 2-for-2 trade, but Buski, he did completely get himself out of his form. And oh! That's a sniper that we're looking out from Exalt, and that is what we are waiting for. Both of the snipers are back in the game, and the MM are trying to do their absolute job in driving their forces away.
I'm not sure whether our viewers actually caught a glimpse of that, but Buski landed that 3-man Earth Shatter, which kind of changed the whole fight for Revival as well. They were actually having a good start to that fight, but if we take a look at the items itself, so far, okay, a bit more greedy this time. BOD at 5 minutes and 50 seconds for our Beatrix. Exalt here making sure that he has good work of his skills. And at the same time, you can see this Fredrin, I like the fact that they actually get this glorious helm as well. This huge tank ability is going to change the team fight for them, like you've seen at the start of that fight.
Luminor Blast lands onto 2, and Sammy continues to whack-a-mole down onto Zookeeper, while Nani immediately jumps over the backline. Unfortunately, Fortress is not going to live long enough to see another day. As the fight continues down onto Icon, it's not going to stay alive long enough, as we do have a lot of mobility coming in from Revival. Nan continues to the Thorn Rose, was hoping that he'll be able to bring Exalt down, but unfortunately, not going to work out.
I mean, if you have to die, I would presume that Exalt is the last player that you want to be dead on your side. While that was a good fight for Revival, I think it is a showcase of the thought process behind Alchemy's item builds as well. I like the fact that Icon is going into this full tank mode, and you can see that does help them in the fights a bit. They are still trailing by a bit. It's about close to 2,000 gold that separates the two teams right now. But Alchemy, I just want to highlight that they're doing much better in Game 2. You can see that it's much closer, and they do understand how to bring this fight over to Revival as well.
One thing that I want to focus on is the fact that the Lord is not going to be popping out anytime soon. But Alchemy is not putting any of the resources down in the southern side for the past 30 seconds or so. Putting Beatrix in a losing position and not having much space to farm with. So I think that the only thing that they can do is just leave some of the jungle minions over to the side of Exalt. He's completely strangled down. You don't have anything to work with unless Zookeeper has got an opportunity and a way to open up any of the brushes, because he's not really in the front position at all.
Yep, it's a bit difficult at this point, but you can see Revival, right? They kind of understand that, hey, maybe now is the time to fight. They need this level advantage back in their favor. Icon now, unexpectedly has that level lead against the members of Revival.
As for now, it kind of seems as though Alchemy are preparing themselves for an upcoming war against Revival two-man stack. But the main thing is, kind of seems like, just defend the middle lane first tier defense turret while waiting for the Lord as well. Imagine a dream composition here, Kian. What should we expect from Alchemy, and how do they extend their horizons in order to win in this Lord?
I think it's very simple. We just need to make sure that Zookeeper as well as Icon stay as tanky as possible, because right now how the fights are going is that Revival are unable to win the fights because there's so much CC from the side of Alchemy, and added with the fact that they do not have access to Exalt at any point of the fight, right? So Exalt is free firing at the backlines. He's making sure there's so much pain and doom on the side of Revival. Oh, what a nice stop there, and a Fury as well.
Fury just lands on the 2, but Kirby is ready to mount a comeback, but he doesn't have the flicker, or rather his flicker is...
Oh! Jet with his own middle and Fury! He lands like a lot of people, and that is Sammy and Kirby taken down!
Alchemy didn't lose a single member from that fight, and this is going to bring them with a good amount of head count against Revival. Zookeeper may not have much help to work with, but don't worry, we still have Icon, we still have Boonsky. The rest of the members from the side of Alchemy just going to be pushing their advantage down on the Revival, and boom goes the head of Swirled. All of the members from the side of Revival is down except for none, and this allows Alchemy to take the very first Lord.
I mean, that was beautiful there, and of course, I just want to highlight that Jet. My goodness, what a silent killer there.
I did not expect that.
Yeah, exactly. To be honest, I kind of, he was out of my vision for the entire game in this game itself. But the fact that he was forgotten allowed this beautiful setup for a stolen IMU Nominal Blast. Here we go. He actually dodges it, right? So he's already waiting, and in the bush as well. So you can't expect that. My goodness, that was so beautiful. And so with that perfect setup by Jet, and one more thing I want to highlight is the fact that now they have turned this playing style against Revival. Revival now are the ones that are blowing ultimates left and right, and leaving themselves open with no defensive capabilities as well.
A small little error from Kirby, and it transforms the game into a completely different state. Kirby flickered, and then he used his ultimate instead of holding his ground to use his Luminum Blast. That made him lose all form of mobility and unable to change his direction or change his location of where the Luminum Blast is. But speaking of which, that is going to be the entirety of Revival. 4-man down, and it's going to be left with Sammy, while the Lord is just going to be pounding on to the second tier turret in the top lane. Sammy is all alone, while his friends will only be back in 15 seconds. This could be the only time in the game where Alchemy can end the game fast enough. But do they have the amount of damage to bring Sammy down? As Sammy moves right in, gets a single punch in onto the side of Jet. As Jet goes down, Icon goes down as well. Sammy single-handedly managed to defend against Alchemy based on the power of greed.
Yep, Revival here, they were hoping, Sammy was hoping that Exalt was gonna stay a little bit longer. That was the exact same mistake that Bleed eSports did against them that allowed Revival to turn the whole game around. Now, Revival, they're down at this point, but they're not out. Finally, that momentum shift is now in Alchemy's hands, right? And this is very refreshing to see. I'm very happy about this as well. And we were talking about the win conditions for Alchemy as an entire lineup, right? So it's very simple, like I said, straightforward. We just need to make sure that Icon as well as Zookeeper just keep their tankiness up to par. And as long as they have the attention of the Revival members, it's very difficult for the Revival lineup to go up against them.
I think one thing that we also have to look out for, like in a more general and broad view of Alchemy's win condition, is more about opening up space. And as much space as possible, because Zookeeper can create space through his ultimate, and when it comes down to Puski, he can peel so much and return all of the damage just by ejecting himself out of his robo suit, right? Or rather her robo suit. So there's a lot of things that Alchemy can do. Not to forget Icon as well. They have the same idea whereby they peel and they reflect back. And Alchemy's main game plan would be that, and they are able to put even more of that mix through Jet by taking the Dimensional Blast.
Yep, exactly. And they're really just outbursting Revival at this point. While we were talking about the authentic wheel on Riot, oh Jet, what's happening? He actually does not put that Numenor Blast to good use, and this could be looking bad for the side of the world.
And now Puki as well. Oh, look at that full bad whopper combo bunka bunka! That's Tommy! He's gonna be the last man remaining, and the entirety of Alchemy manages to bring down the entirety of Revival.
Yep, that looks like the game is going to end right now because Alchemy is swinging back and they're swinging hard as well. Revival, there's no time for you to come back. 7 seconds, the fastest timer, but Alchemy boys, they have that in the bag, and it is gonna be tied up 1 apiece here as Alchemy slaps the crap out of Revival in game 2.
Victory!
That is quite the game. It was a sudden attack and a sudden death onto the side of Revival. Definitely gotta have to say, it is a very surprising thing, alright? I am genuinely happy at the fact that Alchemy did manage to get a 1-1 in this game. That means that their game for redemption is still there. Because we've pretty much calculated, right? For Alchemy to stay in the game, they gotta have to win in for the next 3 series. 2 of them have to be a 2-0, and 1 of the game can be a 2-1. So the game and the ball is still on Alchemy's court.
I mean, speaking of ball, guess who's on the ball this time? It is Zookeeper landing that Minotaur's ultimate, just constantly catching them out. Look at how heavy the CC is. You have the IMU taking away that Numenor Blast.
Yes.
You have the knock-up coming out from that Edith. You have the Minotaur's ultimate. You have Icon's dash and knock-up.
Knock-ups, yes, and taunt as well.
That's almost 5 full CCs on 5 members. And the AoE is so big. You cannot go wrong with it. And like I said, just now before we start into the match, all they need is just a very strong initiator from Zookeeper, and he came.
We asked and he delivered.
Yes, he did.
It took quite some time for him to come online on that, but without a doubt, it still have a heck lot of value coming into this game, allowing Alchemy to get themselves this win. All in all, their goal and their tempo has been looking pretty darn well. They've been getting a lot of them turtles. They even got their 1 Lord, and when it comes down to tower, they're working it through.
Yeah.
So they've got a tempo, and remember how I say, Alchemy is a tempo-based team.
Yep, I like the fact that Puski actually built the brute force breastplate here. You know, that during the fights itself, it allows Puski to get stronger and stronger, and at the same time you have Icon with the NP-Curas as well. So it lowers the damage on the side of Revival. And pair that up with whatever we just said, the unlimited CC available from the lineup of Alchemy, it's really hard to fight for Revival, because if you can see, they just created the whole situation for Exalt to just go crazy.
Yep, looking at the stats right here, Revival definitely dealt more damage, like way more damage. 20,000 more damage as compared to Alchemy. And take a look at the damage taken, almost equal. Icon full on 100%, you know, being the biggest sandbag as well, 94k damage taken. And of course, Zookeeper with his signature Minotaur right now. I think we're going to recognize him as the big playmaker for the team, the big IGL shot caller, and you know, the biggest playmaker of the team right there. But Revival as well, they did very well. Take a look at the damage dealt by Soul, 74,000. So that's really, really high coming out from that Lilia as well. But Sammy, 724 on the GPM. So what does this game tell you? It's a battle of the roamers, it's the battle of the CCs.
And ironically speaking, it is the battle of the roamers, but it just so happened that both the Roamer's ultimate were crucial to Alchemy's victory.
Yep, exactly. But MVP-wise, let's take a look at who is going to be the MVP of this game. It is going to be Zookeeper. I mean, I just want to give a quick shout out to Jet as well.
Yeah.
I think he did really well on that Valentina. But
It
now,
turned the tides.
more importantly, this Radiant Armor on this Minotaur allowed him to step up. And the Dom Ice as well, so both physical and magic resistance and defense, right? So that allowed him to set up that beautiful... I mean, we didn't even have time to really exclaim at that 4-man, 5-man Minoan Fury. It was so quick.
And
My
not
goodness.
to forget, with that Valentina first pick, right, you grant yourself so much versatility. Not only you can take the Numenon Blast, you can take the final slash from that Arlet.
He did take it once.
Twice.
Twice?
Twice.
Twice.
He
Perhaps
turned
we'll
the
be
whole
able
tide. Take a look at the highlights here.
Yes. Perhaps we'll be able to tell more.
Yep.
Yep,
It was
the
that was the
Fury.
3-man Fury knocked up, and take a look at that. A Numenon Blast from Kirby managed to catch them out, and this is where Alchemy falter a little bit, coming up with the double kill as well. And this is where, you know, they start waking up already. Look, Numenon Blast comes in, the final slash from Jet, and then it's just going to get reversed over and then over again. Right? It's a reverse final slash. That's the whole point of that Valentina. So this is a bit of a good old skirmish, you know, 1-for-1. But, you know, Alchemy with that power, that power is just too strong to come out. And the amazing snipe from Exalt. Take a look at this. Oh, this was the best part ever, right?
You see, Kirby with the flicker and then the Numenon Blast.
Jet hiding.
Jet hiding. Pop, boom. Flicker in, Numenon Blast gets the 3-man stun along with the Praiser's Rave coming in from Icon as well. It's a nice little ball, like you said.
Yep, and I really like the fact that they drafted in such a way. Now, they may be a new team, but I think the way that Alchemy has been playing, the drafting, you know, the concept behind the draft of Alchemy makes so much sense here. It was a 5-man Minoan Fury, and you can see perfectly how that works. The moment they have no more access to any crowd control skills on the side of Revival, it's game over. That's where Alchemy just shines, because they have people like Jet, they have people like Zookeeper and Icon as well.
I'm gonna start thinking about the Minoan Fury.
Yeah,
the whole night for tonight.
I
A
mean,
5-man Minotaur ultimate is just too juicy to let go, right? Zookeeper saw that opportunity. He came, he saw, he conquered.
I'm really happy that he stepped up onto the plate and managed to give us a home run for this game. Get it? Step onto the plate. Home run.
okay, I got it. I got it as well.
Sports terms, yes, we are sportsmen. That's why we're in eSports.
I'm getting inflicted, we're getting affected by the dad jokes coming in from both Holler as well as Vertigo. I don't know what is coming up to me. But I hope that you guys thoroughly enjoyed that game. The game ended up in a 1-1. It definitely seemed as though game number 1 was really tough for Alchemy. But regardless, game number 2, it was absolutely phenomenal. You know, the battle of the tanks, and it just so happened that both of the tanks' ultimate were super crucial to their win. We were thinking of, like, you know, Lolita versus Minotaur, but it just kind of seems as though Lolita just so
that
carefully
Valentina,
phased.
Yeah,
over
that
to their
Valentina
side.
just added over. And speaking of adding, let's add some time to the break timer, because the players do need to have a little bit of a rest. So we're gonna go into a quick little 5-minute break. We'll see you guys soon. Take care.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL SG Season 5. We are at the end, close to the end of the very first series because we are now on match point between Alchemy versus Revival. A quick little recap. Revival won against Alchemy in game number 1 after a very decisive victory as they were able to shut down the early game aggressiveness and the kill pressure coming in from Zookeeper's Natalia. But on the other game, game number 2, similarly, when it comes down to Zookeeper, he became the key player as he came in with big Minoan's Fury. But before that, it was Jet with his own Numinon Blast. Not his own, his stolen Numinon Blast. And from that point onwards, it doesn't seem as though Revival was able to hold on any longer.
Yep.
My name is Abstract. With me here is Kin as well as Vertigo. The both of us, the three of us, is gonna be your caster for this series.
Yep, I just want to say Jet didn't only just steal, that Numinon Blast. He stole my heart as well because that was impressive. And now, of course, we're all smiles and, happy here. But I think the tension down below on the stage is going to be very different because right now, I think both teams have actually shown that they have what it takes to take this series away. And I know we were talking about it backstage, about, how Alchemy has been as a team and the fact that they are showing up against one of the more experienced members of the league, which is Revival.
Looking at this, right, honestly, it all boils down to the roam and along with the movement. So how Revival played in the first game is very responsive, right, very reactive. So they're waiting for Alchemy to come in and then initiate and then play to their terms. Whereas Alchemy in game 2, they're doing the reverse of how the table have turned.
Time to
And
drop
take a
the
look at that. They're going to be
beautiful
banning away the 1-1, the Edith, and the Joy. So many bans still okay here, but Revival, they're going to have the first pick in this game. In the third game, they're going to have the first pick, and Alchemy, with the pleasure of the last pick, I feel they're going to prioritize their roam for the last pick. Or even the first pick, a counter pick.
Yep, I like the fact that they ban out the Edith. It's like straight away, you know what? Screw your Earth Shadow. Let's not have that. Let's not have that as an option for Alchemy to explore.
Yeah.
I think they know that Alchemy is very comfortable with a very CC heavy lineup.
What's your command?
And
Your
you,
team
as you can
is
see,
picking.
I'm not sure whether this will be banned out or not, but I would like for Revival to consider the option of banning out this Valentina.
I think they'll first pick for themselves.
It could be that because if you put that into the hands of Jet, I just want to highlight that
home,
his
and
Valentina
it will soon be your burial ground.
The fact that he conditioned the players' Revival to just absolutely forget about the existence of this Valentina. He did not steal the Numinon Blast all the way until that single fight.
See value in me.
Yep, and they're still going to go for the same picks again. The Fredrin and Valentina along with the Lapu Lapu is exactly like the first game, and that's how Revival won, right? Because in the second game, it was an Arlet, right? It was an Arlet, and right there and there, you have something to steal. You have that final slash, a very good CC disruptor skill. But with Lapu Lapu being picked up, what are you going to take? Mightiest Warrior?
I mean, technically, yes.
Yeah, but it's not going to do much for the team.
That means that, yes, the ball is definitely on the court of Revival to make them think about what kind of ultimate, what kind of
Alchemy,
will
the art of miracle.
In this case, Revival, they're just like, yeah, you know what?
I will choose my own path.
Yeah,
is
take
banning.
it. Think fine about it. Or maybe they can think about giving, spoil Alchemy SG with the options of, here, we have a lot of ultimates, pick one.
I love the smell of gunpowder in the morning.
Fasa would be great to be taken away right here, and we have the Franco being taken out of the equation right there. But honestly, something's amiss here. I feel a Kaja would leak right through into the last pick for Alchemy. Oh, right? You can catch out Brody, you can catch out Fasa. Unless they pick the Purify, then, that's your problem. that's on you. But that Kaja would be really, really good. Looking at how Alchemy fights, if they get that one good pick off, they are going elbows deep in.
Yep, I would like that. The consideration, yes, you're talking about the Purify, but a better Purify, a defensive skill rather than an offensive one, right? So better than, example, a Flicker. I think Flicker might be a lot more, especially now, Jet. If you can force him to take a Purify instead, that would be perfect because if he can steal that Feather Airstrike, it's going to be difficult to fight into the team.
Well, I don't particularly like the pick of the Arlet by picking into the Lapu Lapu. Just based off the previous game, right? I'll quickly talk about the fact that because the opponents have an Arlet, it would be nice to have a Lapu Lapu on your side. Just so that
Minotaur,
will
will finish off what was left undone.
Arlet is able to bring onto the board. But this time,
Wow.
Arlet, even though he's such a lame bully, he can't bully the Lapu Lapu much at all. There will be some point in time that he can win, but
Not all the time.
Not all the time.
So 80% towards Lapu Lapu,
Yes.
right? So the point for that Arlet pick is for team fight. Alchemy is a team fight composition.
I mean, yeah, that is one thing that we should be looking out for as
Yeah.
well. Team fight team, but then if they're able to get a tempo off of the lanes by winning lanes, that will
that's
be
true.
a bigger tempo.
That's
ahead.
true. That's
They're
how
ki-
Revival won in the
Right.
first game, right?
Because technically speaking, if they're looking out for an EXP laners that can deal damage, they can do crowd control as well. I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of heroes that can do that, such as
Come on,
one of the
Dexter.
biggest
It's
ones,
our
for example.
showtime.
And
team is
it's also
picking.
a team fight hero. He's also got the fast mobility that is able to join in the team, and he can very possibly bully Lapu Lapu as well.
I mean, it is a good counter. Yutong is a really, really amazing counter to that Lapu Lapu. You can out-sustain, you have good damage, you have high CCs. You can even join the fight late and still clean up for your team.
Yeah, but what's done is done. Arlet is already that pick for the side of Alchemy. So at this point, I mean, this Arlet, I would consider actually using the Festival of Blood as one of the options for the emblems. Yeah. So with that being said, we're going to be left with Sammy and Kirby, who are going to be the final two picks for the team.
Your
It looks
team
like the
is
setup for the
3,000 worlds.
and
I'm not a
Maris will be the
single
jungler for
worthy
the side of
foe.
Revival. Now, if we take a look at the laning phase, I think the laning phase works out a bit better for Revival. Sword against Jet, I think Sword is going to have a better time against Jet because of the way that they have the ability to wave clear. So which will allow Sword to really make that early rotation, which, I mean, given a choice, Sword might head over to Nan's lane as well.
Kadita is actually a very good pick here.
Kadita's
Kadita
a
Roam
great
is going to
pick.
be a very good pick here. The main understanding of a Kadita pick here really is just to identify the fact that Sammy would not be able, not Sammy, sorry, that Kirby playing as a Cho would not be able to overextend too much into opening up the maps, because we know that when it comes to Cho, role players want to
I
be
knew it.
very, very bold. They want to open up the map so much. As such, they are very sustainable, or rather very volatile to these bushwhack positions. And there's also a faster on the opposite end.
In my brain, I was like, oh, Kufra would be so good here. The only problem is that Matis. And then in my head, I was like, okay lah. Maybe it might be just a biased opinion on the Kufra.
I mean, you are a Rome player.
Yes, and I love Kufra.
Expand a little bit more about this Kufra.
Okay, so this Kufra, right, with that bouncing ball, you can negate Cho's dashes, except for his knockup. And not only that, you can rush into the backline and deny that Feather Airstrike. So wait for that Feather Airstrike, you can instantly cancel it with your Tyrant's Rage.
But I think that you're gonna have to, if we are talking about Tyrant's Revenge, on the other hand, you need to have a flicker.
Yes, you definitely need a flicker. And not only that, if you can use the Tyrant's Rage with that flicker,
Till the
you're gonna
enemy
be
reaches
flying
the
all the way
battlefield.
up to the front.
Smash them.
Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, that is the draft between these
Welcome
two teams.
to Mobile
Definitely a
Legends.
lot of discussion can go through, but this is what we have. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 3. Is this game gonna be won for the Battle of Redemption, or is it the team that is grasping at straws and want to maintain their slot in the top half of the leaderboards?
Yeah, this is a very important game for both. Alchemy, of course, now because they are on 7th place at the table, this win will provide them with a much needed boost to potentially get to the top half of the table and qualify for that upper bracket position. On the other hand, Revival are already there, but they are just hanging on by a thread. They need this to secure that position as well.
As such, we're just going to be looking at a quick little momentum boost from the side of Revival. They are trying to get as much of the territorial advantage as possible, and you can pretty much see that Swirl as well as Kirby, they're doing their absolute best to take their position in the middle lane and try to open things up as much as possible, really identify where everyone else is.
Yeah, very aggressive emblem choice by the side of Alchemy. They are just ready for the fight. Similar to previous game, Puski gonna go with that Unbending Will on this Arlet as well. But Zookeeper with that Concussive Blast. I mean, normally I would want to consider, you know, Brave Smite because that will allow you to get some HP regen every time you land a CC move. But the way that Zookeeper's looking, it's a very clear burst composition. They want to get in, they want to get the kill, and they want to get out.
Of course, the game is still 2 minutes into the game, and this is just about Alchemy's game now. Knowing how they normally move and how they normally go around, they would want to exert dominance and really show themselves in the gold lane. But this time they're actually putting a little bit more effort in the XP lane, as the fact that the turtle is coming up, none of these teams have got a single kill just yet.
Yep, they need to be careful how they take this fight on the side of Alchemy, because Sammy wants to get back onto that killing spree, and if they allow him to get the kills, he's going to have extra mobility. Oh, right there with Fed Airstrike.
Oh, doesn't seem like the Fed Airstrike will be holding out for long, but in the meantime, Swirls instead is the one that will be able to hold the Fed Airstrike for a little while longer. Bought a lot of space, allowing Nan to get himself a triple kill onto the heads of Icon, and Zookeeper.
Yep, you do not get to win with just a copy here in this final game of the series. Revival, our dear Swirl, showing them who's the boss, who's the real master of the Feather Airstrike.
Who's the master of the artillery barrage. Unfortunately, Jet a little bit much of a trigger finger, if you ask me. He wasn't exactly in a very prime position before he actually unleashed the terror.
Yep, that's right. And if you take a look at how they're funneling the kills into the team of Revival, it is going to be at 3 kills for the side of Nan. So, which means this is going to allow him to stand so much stronger. And to add on to that, they have the Festival of Blood on Ryan, this Lapu Lapu, which means that he is going to have quite the tank ability as well.
With only 3 minutes into the game and none of the turret plating has worn off just yet. It's just going to take just a little time to really just look down onto the emblems and just, well, to be fair, not much too out of the ordinary. We pretty much have talked about the two, but hold on a second, and Zookeeper seems like he's going to be in a mess. As we do have Nan that's just going to be just whacking him about and really just brandishing blades, but it doesn't seem like it did much over to the members of Alchemy.
Yeah, once again, Revival always goes through like several molting sessions across the season, right? And it looks like they have gotten out of a new shell already. This is a very different Revival compared to last week, right? This time they're playing a bit more aggressive. They're bringing the game over to Alchemy here, and it looks like this is not looking good for the backline. Zookeeper and Exalt, yeah, suffering quite a bit here.
And it does seem as though Zookeeper wasn't able to do quite much as Nan goes in, as he brandishes blade, goes in for the trade, but he immediately just gets himself right out of the game right after making a play.
Yep, it's really difficult to hang on to this lead for Alchemy here. And of course, with that being said, they've already lost 1 turtle to the side of Revival, and it's just going to go downhill from here if they allow this to follow up and happen some more. Ryan already with a 1-level lead. This Festival of Blood doing its work for Ryan at this point. And this whole team fight, it hasn't been a full 5-on-5 yet against. And between Alchemy and Revival, but the way it's going, it's really difficult for Alchemy to fight into this lineup, because he's just going to make sure it's a 4v5 fight at all times.
As much as he can do it,
Blue team has slain
Revival
the turtle.
now has managed to secure themselves the 2nd turtle and effectively put themselves 3,000 gold above of Alchemy. And how big of that change is this? Well, we're going to be taking a look at that later, as Exalt immediately popped himself into the place to do it. Was hoping that he will be able to get a kill down to Sammy, but overstayed his welcome underneath the turret's nose, and that is going to bring him a death as well. So a quick little trade between the mage as well as the marksman.
Yep, we can actually bring up the item choices by our players right now. You can see the MM's very big difference. Malefic Raw already on this Brody for Sammy, so he is going to be, making use of this killing spree right off the bat. There's so much damage he can offer. He probably can get a couple of kills as well. No kills on him at this point. But on the flip side, if you take a look at what's happening with Exalt, he only has access to this Demon Hunter Sword, which is not enough because we are already at 6 minutes of game time. And if you take a look at the farm, Guardian's helmet already on Nan here with this Martis, and he's a tanky boy altogether. He's going to be standing on the front lines. So while he soaks up the damage, you have everyone else, Ryan, Nan, Kirby, and Sword, who is able to really just deal the damage across to the side of Alchemy.
Quick little swap coming from the Revival have allowed them to get the bottom lane first tier defense turret as well as the top lane first tier defense turret. And while Alchemy understand and of course they expected this to happen, they immediately tried to go for the push onto the bottom lane as such, gotten themselves quite a bit. Revival reacts on top of that, and just 6 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, they have gotten 2 turrets in one fell.
Red team turret has
It's a
been
tough
destroyed.
situation for Alchemy right here because they can't exactly take a team fight. They have 2 angles in which they have to cover. You can see they're going to try and get Kirby as well.
Big little Way of the Dragon plus the flicker allows our friend here of Kirby immediately to push Zookeeper in unfavorable and uncharted territory. The rest of the members of the Revival just going to be towering themselves down onto Alchemy and so little left.
Yep, so like I was saying, it's very difficult. There is no proper entry point for the side of Alchemy into the Revival lineup because they have defenses both front and back. They have none who's going to be defending at the front, and if any situation arises where they need to protect the backlines, Kirby can always displace whoever is diving towards the backlines of Revival. So it's you want to come in? Sure, we'll invite you in with open arms, and that's where they're going to start destroying the Alchemy lineup.
Yikes, okay, so 7 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, Alchemy have already lost 3 turrets, and they also lost 3 of their turtle takes. So it's pretty unfortunate. Alchemy is actually about to lose 4 turrets now. As such, we have a very good idea who is making full use of all of that economy. And that answer goes over to Swirl with a total of 21,000 damage on record, while Nan is on 16,000. So Alchemy is not anywhere at the top of the list. Instead, all 5 members is all the way down. While Icon is not doing much either. Not much damage, and the only thing that he can do is really just receive damage. He's the pillar. He's the one that is just soaking everything for his team.
Yep, it's really difficult here. I mean, I hate to say this, but Alchemy, they're in for a very tough time, and it's only 8.5 minutes here. You know, they're forcing Zookeeper to use that bouncing ball prematurely, so he does not offer that much defensive capability for the team when the fight actually starts. Here we go.
Oh, what was that going on here? As we have Alchemy that tries to fight back against Revival, the most important thing is to bring down the position 1 player, Sammy, and they managed to successfully do that.
Yep, that was a beautiful Tyrant's Rage there. He actually turned around and got hands on Sammy, the most important person you want on the side of Revival.
I'm not too sure, but I thought I saw kind of like a dual hit, because I thought that I saw Jet with the final swing on top of that as well.
Oh, but Swirl gets caught out as well, and that's a perfect fight to start.
Oh, Kirby immediately with the Way of the Dragon pushes Zookeeper away again. Zookeeper constantly finds himself in unfavorable situation and constantly being kicked away by Kirby. I'm not too sure what to feel about that.
I mean, if I'm Alchemy at this point, I'm happy to take that trade any day, right? Most importantly, I'm going to get Sword, I'm going to get Sammy as well, the 2 main damage dealers on the side of Revival. Yes, Nan is on the top of the table as well in terms of damage dealt, but you know, it's more important to get rid of the backlines because Nan is always accessible. He has to be on the front lines.
Yeah. I mean, yes, if the trade is available for them, it is definitely always a value.
Icon?
Well, now another one with the Way of the Dragon from the side of Kirby, but Icon is a little bit too tanky. Will they be able to finish him off? Yes, they can. Understandably, Alchemy now have lost their front liner plus their retribution, so this allows Revival to take the Lord very easily.
Yep, so with that, it's open game here for Revival. They have this Lord pretty much in the bag as well. And this is going to be a start of a very tough defense for the side of Alchemy. Now, their hopes and dreams to make sure that they can get this upper bracket slot hangs the balance.
It's definitely right now. Revival. Oh, they are so aggressive. Zookeeper is always in the eyes of Revival. At this point in time, we know that Revival definitely have a personal vendetta against Zookeeper.
Well, probably they are happy that Zookeeper came in because they are the animals that the Zookeeper could not keep control of. Free food for the animals on the side of Revival here. They are really treating him as a buffet. Every single time they get the chance, Zookeeper gets caught out. And it's all thanks to Kirby. Here we go.
Another one perhaps, but Exalt immediately gets himself dragged away with the mirror image. But another one when it comes down to Revival, they're making full use of all of the crowd control that they have. But now we do have Zookeeper, was hoping that he'll be able to go with the Tyrant's Rage, but unfortunately wasn't able to do quite much. Most of the members from the side of Revival, when it comes down to None, as well as the Sammy, they were all pretty darn low, but they immediately retreated. And the disengage was just so fast and efficient, they still managed to come back and take the fight onto the second tier defense turret.
Yep, I'm really impressed with Kirby here. You know, he is a massive threat as Sword lays down that better airstrike for the team or for a defensive measure, making sure that it's a good deterrence for the team. So Alchemy, they will not be able to respond in kind. And this opens up the map for Revival. Once again, we go into a reset situation.
I am absolutely convinced that Revival, they are out for Zookeeper's head. Whatever that they are trying to do, it doesn't make sense to target the roamer so much, especially when it comes down to Kirby, right? Even when it comes down to the method airstrike, they shouldn't be attacking Zookeeper, but they still do it anyway. Whenever they find the opportunity, they will do so.
Yep, it's not looking too good because Alchemy, you know, constantly trading ultimates for none, and that's not exactly the best target. If you take a look at the growth of items, I want to focus once again on Exalt here. He does have that Wind of Nature along with that Golden Staff as well, so he is able to deal quite a bit of damage. But if you take a look at the tankiness of the rest of the side of Revival, I think it's perfectly countered against this Exalt Claude. You can take a look at, the Guardian's Helm is one thing, and None is the only person they've been managing to catch out at this point of time. But he also has the Athena Shield along with that Antique Cuirass. So he does manage to get himself even more tanky as more damage comes through from the side of Alchemy.
So honestly, Alchemy, they are at a 7-kill deficit and of course a 5,000 gold deficit as well. They do have some ways that they can fight back as well, so they're just waiting for the perfect ultimate play, perfect setup from Zookeeper probably, and they can also be putting quite a bit of weight over to the side of Jet. As long as it's able to find a good ultimate when it comes down to the Feathered Airstrike, something amazing could happen.
Yep, I mean right at the top of the table for the gold lead. Sammy already on the top. He's 0-1 and 4. No kills yet, so it's not really putting full use of his emblem at this point, but Sammy is still a threat nonetheless. Kirby once again with the Way of the Dragon.
And the Way of the Dragon is just going to be connecting on the Icon instead. He's right in the middle of the fight. He's at the heart of it all. But his HP with just a sliver, he got himself away. How about Puski? He's still going to go straight down to the hands of None. While Ryan is just going to be pushing everyone else away. And the first one in his eyes is going to be Jet. Jet flickers himself away and completely disengages from the rest of Revival.
Yep, that fight secures the top of the table, at least for the time being right now, because it looks like this is game set for Revival. Alchemy, they had the correct idea, but they just didn't have enough damage. Revival's lineup is extremely tanky. I mean, the fact that you have None, who's leading, take a look at his KDA, 8-0-2. He was one of the top few members in terms of goal lead as well, which means his items are really on top of the table. And Ryan, along with the Festival of Blood, it's making it work for him. His sustain is so strong. And not to forget Kirby. I mean, the Way of the Dragon he has been setting up has been insane.
The wrath of the Lord is dawning upon the rest of the members from the side of Alchemy. Exalt focuses himself onto the Lord, but unfortunately doesn't have a lot of health in order to stick around. As such, it's now going to be onto the hands of the rest of the members from the side of Alchemy to really do something about this. As that is going to be a 3-man knockout coming from the side of Revival. They will be able to eventually move their way down onto Alchemy. Ryan is just working his way in. The final thing will be able to connect, but in the end of the day, it is going to be Revival that manages to find himself 2-man down. While now Icon gets himself right back. Zookeeper and the Tyrant's Revenge connect onto 4, but there is just not much of a follower as Jet doesn't have anyone's ultimate to still swirl the moves in, and that is going to be the attack of the Phoenix as it brings down yet another member from the side of Alchemy, and they just don't have a way to fight things back. Zookeeper jumps in only to die. Icon moves in as well. Half HP left with a quick stun and with a quick little slice and dice. That is the entirety of Alchemy taken down with the core.
That was a beautiful one. Revival very happy with this result for sure. This secures them to be the upper half of the bracket, which means that they will be taking and securing this upper bracket position for the playoffs as well. At the time being,
yeah. So the Battle of Redemption didn't go so well for our boys over from the side of Alchemy after all. So I believe that it's tough for them to get themselves up to the leaderboards. But with that all said and done, Vertigo, what do you have got to say about this game?
Honestly, what do I have to say? Alchemy, they had the right idea. Revival, they had the best idea. Right? But it all came down to the micro. Alchemy was just slightly impatient. Puski's aggression, yes. But like during the game you said, Abstract, Revival keep on locking onto Zookeeper because he's their main shot caller. And looking at how Game 2 played, they managed to crack the code because Zookeeper was the one who dictates the gameplay. So if he's out of the equation, totally out of the equation, there's nothing that Alchemy could do. They are a whole bunch of zoo animals.
Yep, that's
no
true.
offense, no offense.
Let's take a look at the items though. Like I said, I mentioned the fact that Revival, they had a lot of defensive measures on the side and they were outgrowing the entire lineup of Alchemy, right? So you can take a look at Sword. I mean, this time he didn't go with the defensive capabilities. He went full greed with the damage as well.
He was safe.
Yep, Divine Glaive. I mean, the way that he positioned his Feather Airstrike was really critical to how the fights went on for Revival. And if you take a look at Sammy, he is already so far ahead. BOD, Wind of Nature as well, Malefic Roar, and the Wind Talker as well. I mean, if you want to say, you know what's pain? Sammy is pain.
Sammy is pain, but I mean, Swir is as pain as Sammy as well.
And not to forget, unmovable forces, Kirby and Nun. None of them died. That's the most important thing.
None of them died at all.
None of them died. No pun intended, but it is what it is.
Yeah. Honestly, the damage coming out from Revival was too much because, not only that, because of their draft. They won slightly in draft. Revival here have won slightly in draft because, take a look at this. You have Martis, Lapu Lapu, you have that Fasa and a Cho. What does that tell you? Mobility. Full on rotation, full on mobility. Let's take a look at the stats right now. Look at the damage dealt. Wow. Of course, it's Swirl. 95,000. Zookeeper with 123,000. Yes, of course, you're a Kufra. That's what you're meant to do. But take a look at assists. 12 assists. This is how much damage he has been dealing non-stop. The damage almost... Oh, wait. It is 2 times as much as Alchemy. 2 times more than Alchemy. And the total heal and the damage to tower as well. Definitely more than expected. Revival are so strong right now. They snowballed hard and Alchemy could not do anything about that snowball.
It's really unfortunate to see Alchemy at literally with their back against the wall. But MVP-wise, I'm calling out for Kirby.
It's gonna be None. Okay, well done. So None.
In my heart is Kirby. In my heart is Kirby.
Kirby kept on catching, right? Non-stop. I mean, we get to see that in the highlight later on. But Kirby kept on going on and on and on. But None, he was there to secure, constantly on and on and on. He was there, he was tanky, he was strong. 9-0 and 6, even with a full tank build as well. Going with the Demon Slayer and of course that Retribution. With that second skill, he's able to negate all sorts of damage. And after getting a kill, your movement speed is insane. You're like a rat.
Unstoppable. That's
unstoppable force, like you say.
Exactly. So these Titans, they are just going right into the game and they are never stopping. Speaking of never stopping, we're just going to be moving on onto the highlight because we are not stopping with all of the actions because it's just so fast. So come on, Vertigo, tell us a little bit more.
Okay, take a look at this, right? Jet, like you said, very trigger happy. Good final sweep though, but take a look at that. That iframe, you can't see it, right? But it was that iframe where they deny Zookeeper's Tyrant's Rage, okay? So, right here, very good catch, coming in with a swing again, but take a look at the sustain coming out. Kirby isolating, that's why he's in your heart. This part was really, really good. Isolate out Icon, Feather Airstrike, untouched. Untouched constantly. Kirby very safe right here. Take a look at that. Nan and Ryan all the way into the front line. Zookeeper going in, but the rest of Alchemy are all the way in the back. So that's a tempo or communication problem right there.
It really seems as though at a certain point in time, it really just boils down to the economy difference, right? When it comes down to the entire team of Alchemy, they just couldn't fight back against a 2-man front line coming from Nan as well as Kirby.
Yeah.
And they are literally at their mercy.
Not to forget Ryan as well. Ryan with the Mightiest Warrior going in. And they are playing to the T. They played it to the T, right? Revival constantly locking out. Not only they lock out onto Zookeeper, they deny that Tyrant's Rage more than 5 times. As a Kufra roam, let me tell you, as a Kufra main as well, that's the most irritating thing you can experience. You land that perfect setup, you go for the Tyrant's Rage. That's the con of the Tyrant's Rage. It needs to charge up, but not as long as Numenon Blast. But that's where Revival used that to their advantage. Because of that charge up, they use the stun to negate and cancel away that Tyrant's Rage.
Yeah, the entirety of Revival is just beating down on the Zookeeper. I believe that Kin, you agree that as well. From your side, you probably believe that is excessive force onto Zookeeper. Brutality.
I mean, I like the fact that they got rid of Zookeeper as a prediction of that result. But you know what? I think it's more important to hear about the thought process from the players instead. So, Cheryl, we're going to throw it back to you, and we have our interview on the way.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was just the first matches out, but we have already seen a best of 3, and ladies and gentlemen, what a match it was where the pupil surpassed the master. So that was absolutely wonderful. And right here, I have Kirby right beside me. So Kirby, we have seen some great plays from you today, and we do have some questions. So first up is, you have played 5 out of 8 matches, out of 7 matches right here in the round robin cycle. And with that, you know, which is a roam player that you will want to meet again on the battlefield?
I would say JPL.
Oh, wow. Okay, so yes, JPL, you can probably, you know, meet him back at playoffs again. So good luck to that. Now, the next question is, during interviews before, we have heard that your lineups are technically kind of more picked in for late game plays. All right. So with that, you know, who's the one who keeps you guys really, really centered, especially when it gets really drawn out?
I think everyone in the team plays a huge part in this. So we just try to keep each other calm and collected before we do anything. So we actually inform everyone in the team of, like, you know, positions and stuff.
Right, and earlier in game 2, that draft doesn't seem like something that you guys would pick because it seems something like more of an early game lineup. So do you have any comments to that? Or you guys were just trying something out?
I would say that we are actually trying stuff out. Yeah, we are just keeping our picks.
Right, and as you guys were trying that out, we have seen a lot of resistance coming from Alchemy. So, you know, were you guys caught by surprise? That CC though, we gotta say. Any comments to that?
I would say the Minotaur pick was actually quite unexpected, and it was actually quite a problem that we had to deal with. So after that, we decided to take him out in game 3.
Yeah, definitely so. I would definitely ban that Minotaur. And with that lineup itself, Valentina even took that Lolita's ulti, making a 4-man CC, which was just absolutely ridiculous. So, final question. With 2 more games coming up for Revival, with Evil and Stella coming up, you know, how are you guys going to approach those 2 games?
I think just like how we approach any other team, and we just have to trust LY Force draft.
All right, and with that, we're really, really excited for you guys. Do you guys, or rather LY4, have anything sneaky coming up your sleeve? Any cheese picks that we can anticipate coming up real soon?
You have to wait to find out.
You have to wait to find out. So thank you so much for that teaser, Kirby, and thank you so much for the time. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was match 1. And earlier on, I had Kirby right here with me for the interview segment. So yes, they have 2 more games lined up, and they are notably Evil as well as Stella coming up for them. So we wish them the best of luck. Now for the second match that's going to come up real soon, it's going to be Evil going head-to-head against Bleed, and that's coming up in just under an hour's time, happening at 1 p.m. ladies and gentlemen. Definitely a match that you definitely don't want to miss. Will we see Evil climbing up the overall standings? We can only find out later at 1 p.m. So stick around and we'll see you at 1 p.m. for match 2.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
Osim.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
I'm stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the land of dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to match 2 right here for week 3, day 1. Now, guys, this is a match that you don't want to miss as well. Now, in case you haven't been keeping up with all of our other seasons right here at MPL SG, over in season 4, we have Evil in the top 3 position, and we have Bleed eSports over in the 2nd position previously. So these are a matchup that we would definitely want to see clash, and it's happening right here at match 2 for the day. So this is an exciting one that you don't want to miss. Will Evil prevail or blood be shed right here at the Land of Dawn? Ladies and gentlemen, we can only find out right here today at week 3, day 1. Now, for all of our amazing live audiences who've taken their time off right here on a Saturday to join us, thank you so much for being here today. Now, of course, any photos or videos that you take right here at the venue, please hashtag us at hashtag our pride, our passion to show support for our boys, as well as tag us at mpl.sg.official, and we will soup you up real nicely. Now, for all of our wonderful audiences tuning in online on all of our platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch, thank you so much for spending your Saturday as well. You guys will also be getting some lovely goodies right here, which the casters will be sharing with you later. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's kickstart match 2 for the day, and let's meet the teams, shall we? First up, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Evil! Now, ladies and gentlemen, right here at Evil, we have seen a little bit of a change as well to their main roster, as earlier on last week, we have seen JS back on the roster, and they have taken a game off of Team SMG. Now, with the main roster, can they still keep that role on? We can only find out. So let's meet the opposing team, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Bleed eSports. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a game which is very important for both teams, much like every other game for the teams right here, because Bleed eSports have found themselves in unfamiliar territory in the current standings here in the 3rd position. Will they have what it takes to fight up the upper brackets right now? Once again, we can only find out. And for Evil, on the other hand, they only have 1 point tied to the team. They need to do all it takes, pull out all of the stops to secure the upper bracket right now, and they have to have a perfect run. So right now, we're gonna give our time over to the casters to take it away to slice and dissect the situation. Take it away, guys.
Welcome back here. It is going to be MPL SG Season 5. Now we are at our 3rd week, and this is going to be an exciting day. We're going to see Bleed going up against Evil. Share with me your thoughts, guys. I am Kindofu. With me is Vertigo and Suki as well. So Vertigo, I know you're an Evil fan. Talk more about Evil, man.
I have evil intentions for Evil, and I bet they have a lot of evil plan and evil schemes coming up against Bleed. And no lineup changes from both sides. But this is the best part, right? It's a 3rd place against 2nd place. So Evil, you know, they have a chance to go for the champion by going up the then Bleed eSports, which is Slate. But then now, you know, they're like, could they have a revenge or grudge match? Like, hey, you took this chance away from me from being 2nd or even potentially the champions. But Bleed, they can just hold their head, and you know, it's like the big boy trying to fight and hold their head like this and come on.
Anyway, let's jump straight into the lineup here. So this is what we have for Evil. We have Coconut, Melon, Twist, Powerful, and Carrot. So there is a slight change in that JS won't be playing for Evil today. And I think JS has proven himself to be a very powerful in-game leader. Well, at least someone who can bounce off of. So without that, you know, Twist coming back here, I don't know if that's going to be a good thing or a bad thing for Evil today.
Yeah, but on the flip side, we'll be taking a look at Bleed itself. Bleed, you know, they were not here last week because they were down with COVID, but now they are fully recovered. The boys are back in town. They are going to be fielded by FMM, Sailor, Gear, Deck, and JPL. A very strong stack we have seen already, and they've put up quite an interesting performance. It was a bit of a shake-up last week where they lost unexpectedly, in my opinion. But today, I think because they're so-called back on form, you know, they recovered from their illness already, I think EVO is going to be in for a rough time today.
I mean, they are comfortable with the offline scene, and honestly, I think they have the COVID boost.
The
right?
COVID boost?
Yeah, so whenever you're down with COVID, you're kind of feeling weak.
Right,
but then, you know, after you recover from it, you come back 2 times as strong. And we could possibly see that from Bleed today.
Okay, so like the antibodies make you better in game as well as in person,
yes.
right? Well, whether that is the case, let us jump into the keys to victory. Maybe Vertigo, since you're an EVO fan, you can take us through this far.
Of course, and it shows that it says give Twist a winning matchup. So if Twist dominates in the lane, but imagine this, you're going up against Gear, one of the best EXP laners that SG MPL has to offer, and even the world has to offer, right? But take a look at this. Trust in Coconut and Melon to anchor the backline. So this is where I feel, you know, that's because of the lineup. You have your mid and your marksman. Of course, they are your main core damage dealer because we are now into the tank jungle meta and prioritize powerful power pick. So honestly, a good pun there though, but powerful power pick. Honestly, powerful, yes, he can dictate the game, but it all boils down to that damage, that communication and rotation, because Melon is always lagging a step behind. He's just missing that aggressiveness that he used to have.
Yeah, and on the other side, we are going to look at the keys to victory for Bleed here. And, you know, I think when we've seen how Bleed has won, it is always in the late game, being very slow and calculated, which we know Bleed can do. So abusing Evil's rotations, being able to suffocate them in slowly taking away resources, as well as, you know, make them feel uncomfortable where they are. And FMM, you know, his power spikes in game, he has shown to be, I would say, very strong. I was going to say powerful again. I think the word powerful is in my head, but very strong, I would say, anchor for the side of Bleed. So this is, I think it's actually going to be very, I don't know, like, thinking about it, it seems like it's going to be a real uphill battle for EVO today.
Yep, but nonetheless, it's still a challenging one because the play style of both teams is pretty much similar for this season at least, right? So both teams, they have this very strong early game meta. They like to be really suffocating at the start of the game. We have already seen that on EVO's gameplay and Bleed as well. But now the thing is, how well can they close the game? You see that Bleed was a bit impatient in last week's games against SMG, I think, if I'm not wrong.
EVO could definitely punish them for it, right?
Yeah.
And taking a look at the EVO stats right here, look at Coconut with 635 gold per minute. That's pretty good. And a little bit of on the higher side of the KDA. Take a look at Melon. The way he moves around the map, yes, there's definitely a very good amount of assists right there, but the kill participation is around 29. And Twist, of course, knowing him, we call him the Diablo 2.0 or the Mini Diablo.
Mini Diablo.
Yeah, Mini Diablo sounds more, a little more towards Twist, right? He goes for the flank, he goes for the backline. Carrot, honestly, Carrot hasn't been showing up for the past few games, right? There wasn't any game-changing plays, you know, like how we saw Zookeeper play, but not to compare with that. But comparing with that, let's take a look at Bleed eSports.
So for Bleed, you know, we always talk about how Gear as a very, I think he's always effective in the EXP. So Gear is someone that we always look forward to watching. Whereas Deck, as the jungler, you know, his assists, he does a lot of team fights. So we notice that Deck is always in the front line. He's always the main person pushing the, I would say, the motivation or like the train wreck, right?
Yeah.
So that's Deck. So it's gonna be very interesting to see because I mean I'm a little bit hesitant to back EVO right now because I did say that JS was such a big playmaker for them, and having Twist, the rookie, even though he is very good, mechanically maybe not so much in the experience.
Well, we're gonna start the fight off with our internal battle first, right? So obviously, Vertigo, you're going to go back onto your EVO roots here. You're going to be supporting EVO as well. So Suki and I were both going to go Bleed. Now, of course, this is the start of our internal battle. But the start for the battle between these two teams, I think, will fall down to the draft between deck as well as powerful. Both of their signature heroes this season is the Fredrin.
Yeah.
So we'll see whether these teams are going to prioritize Fredrin as the first pick of the game as well. Another thing is we know that this patch is very focused on the EXP laners and roamers. So what do you think this battle is going to be like for them?
I mean, honestly, it all boils down to the draft. It all boils down to the draft because not only that, you have a coach, right, for Bleed. You have Youngin, a very powerful, great mind. And we have the key player right here, which is Sela on his signature pick on the Fasa. Sela has been showing up to team fights non-stop. He was in the back line. He was constantly pushing a good amount of damage. He's constantly bursting everybody. But that's the point. We saw how Bleed actually falter, last week. But could Evo possibly have broken the code, have found the cracks in the armor, or because of this COVID, they have touched up that armor a little more stronger?
I mean, I think what last week has showed us is that Bleed can lose.
Bleed can bleed.
They can lose, right? I mean,
Yeah.
it is on a regular season. They might be trying out new things. They might be down with COVID or whatnot, but there's still an opportunity here for Evo to take.
Yes.
And they need it. I mean, Evo right now, they are at the bottom of the table. It's not a result that we definitely expect out of Evo, knowing that they are able to put out very good performances as well. But you know what? Let's get this started. The first few bans have already been put in place. We will not have Glue or Joy in this game. And both of this for very good reasons as well. We have seen a bunch of the other teams in the league abuse Joy as well as Glue. I mean, these two people can either kite the entire opponent team or they can just cause confusion, allowing their team to set up that perfect setup for either a nice group stun or get, just make way for the other team to really just lose their formation and get lost in the battle.
Exactly, and Bleed is all about that formation, right, Silky? The formation of Bleed. The
I
moment
will
you break
choose
their
my
formation,
own
the
path.
moment
is
you
banning.
can rock them off their feet is what you can do. And remember, if I can remember very well, I think it's in Season 3 where Evo actually managed to 2-0 the Den Bleed, history could even repeat itself.
I mean, what we saw last week was actually, I believe, well, this is a personal opinion of mine, but I think Bleed actually tunneled
See
vision
value
a
in
little
me?
too much
Your
on certain
team
targets.
is banned.
You should.
And so because they were, we always say Bleed is like the most patient team, the most calm, sort of, the calculated team. But they showed a bit of impatience last week, and I think that was where they struggled to, maintain that lead that they had, and then they lost it.
Yep, so right now, actually, if you take a look at that, I think Bleed is better prepared. They are going to ban out the Fredrin. Number one, I think this is a very good choice. Take away one of Powerful's most favorite heroes this season, right? The Fredrin has been a menace in the hands of Powerful. Now, of course, that kind of, limits the options available for deck as well, which I would presume Martis would be the next second best pick outside the Fredrin as well. So let's see who gets their hands.
So honestly, if Evo,
I am the power of light
Evo,
incarnate.
they have to leave that Martis for themselves and just leave it open. But Bleed, they could easily ban that Martis away. But Evo has a backup plan on this. So Evo is going to go ahead and ban away that Kaja. I nearly said Faramis again. I'm so sorry. But Faramis is not available during this regular season so far. We're going to give a quick fix on that. Don't worry. So that's going to be out of the equation. So banning away that Kaja, Bleed might even pick up that Estes. We saw how JPL used that Estes during the playoffs as well against Evo.
Yep, that's right. It's a very, very powerful pick as well. But I'm not sure how Bleed wants to play this, because at this point, you take a look at how they were playing before. Both teams are very early game
me, your fun is all that matters.
And what they normally do is they suffocate the opponent once they get that very small lead. Right, so they're going to take away 1-1. One of the things that you will notice about the drafting phase is that they want to get rid of the late game insurance that both teams have.
I do think that, the going back to, once again, the jungle, because I think they are going to prioritize the jungle within the first phase of this pick and ban phase.
Yeah.
There is the Martis for both sides, but we have also seen Dak on the Alice, and I think in general, Dak as a jungler has shown a bit more versatility in his choices. So, banning out the Fredrin, I think it's a very smart move.
I didn't
because you're
cure the
forcing
pain.
Evil
Your
to
team
play.
is
So
ticking.
you give the mid lane or do you take the Martis for yourself? And now Bleed have a chance to respond with that Martis pick because they have chosen a Valentina on the side of Evil.
Yep. With that previous game, Valentina's win rate has now been increased to 25% compared to the 21%.
Yeah, so that 4% increase was great, right?
Yeah, well done to the winners of the previous series. But of course, with that being said, now Melon with this Valentina pick, the question is, what does Sayla fight into it with this Valentina? We have already seen Valentina, if put in the correct situation,
Need some stitches? I can help.
Your team is 3,000 worlds,
anti-CC capability,
and not a single
it looks like
worthy
they want to
foe.
secure this for Deck first, so Deck will have this Martis on hand.
They might... Bleed might be picking up that Lilia, Julian, or Xavier.
I'm gonna say something though.
Yes.
And I remember this because it was the very first game. I believe Sayla picked a Kagura.
Yeah.
And from then on, Kagura was permanently banned against Bleed in the first phase, I believe, for almost every single game. So now that it's open, is he gonna go back for the Kagura? Because that, I think, was something that we know Bleed can play very well. Yes, he
It's
does.
Sayla's signature hero as well.
And he plays Faza a lot, but that's because of the Kagura ban, I think.
Yes, but looking at this, right, the Kugura is a really, really great pick because you
I've
need
been waiting
all
for
three
too
of the
long.
skills to combo.
This land is our homeland, and it will soon be your burial ground.
You with going up against the Valentina, she's got nothing to take away. What's she
Right.
going to take away? She's just going to take away your knockback, and going with the very nice 69 win rate here on the carry and that Lapu Lapu. Very, very meta picks coming out from Evil.
Yep, so you can see the way they're going to play is quite different. The way that FMM, or rather Bleed's lineup is going to work is that they're playing with range and they want the fight to be split, right? FMM with Melissa offers a very huge range. And that's very different from what they have on Evil, right? Evil, they have carry. Carry needs to be in close quarters to be able to really dish out the flying like this as well. And that will be the job of Deck, to really separate the entire team of Evil. On the meantime, now Evil is just banking on the fact that Bleed probably has
Your team is
nice
banning.
ultimate to steal, which in this case,
there we
Sayla
go.
will be offering this Feather Airstrike.
Yep, Feather Airstrike into the hands of Melon, definitely, right? So, Bleed, they have a very, very good choice right here because their last pick, who knows what JPL might be playing. They might be playing out the Cho. Honestly, I think a Cho is really great here. It's JPL, one of JPL's signature heroes, has been using it for years on end. He saw how it gets developed, and to catch out that carry, we know JPL can do the trick.
And we also saw that previously when the Valentina stole a far-reaching ult like Fasa's, having a Cho being able to close that gap and immediately interrupt that would also give Bleed much more, I think, confidence to fight your lineup, whatever lineup comes up.
Yep. I just want to highlight another thing is that now there are two new rookies. We have already seen their growth from week 1 of this season. And
I am the priestess of primal lightning, the hunter of all the evil gods.
3 weeks. So I'm really excited to see how they're going to play it out. Because the positions and their roles are different, but the impact that they have on the team so far
is very great.
Yeah.
It's a lot. They are the main impact players as well. We saw how Twist managed to get away with a 1v3. We've seen Deck putting out and gaining and securing all of that objectives, right? And Deck has just been a menace. And Suki, what are your thoughts right now with the Edith ban and the Grok?
All shall succumb to my power.
Your team is banning.
They're obviously worried more on the side of Bleed for a more tanky lineup, right? Because I think in the early to mid stages, Melissa struggles a little bit against very, very tanky heroes. And so, removing that is smart from the side of Bleed. On the other hand, on the side of Evil, we do say that, Twist is a mechanically strong player, and we have seen him do very well, but mostly on the island. So I'm interested to see how he's going to play this Lapu Lapu.
Your team
Lapu
is
Lapu
picking.
as a hero is more of a kill pressure thing as opposed to I'm going to go in and mess up your entire line.
Your team
and
is
as we say
picking.
that, yes, Cho, a good catch there from Vertigo.
Very, very. I mean, it's kind of a, I won't say it's a no-brainer, but it makes sense, right? You guys where I'm seeing with this, going with this. The Cho is there to catch off, and with a 67% win rate and a 20% pick rate as well, and 13% ban rate, very low on the bans on the Cho.
Yep, I mean, for a good reason. If you take a look at the bans, both by Bleed and Evil, it's very obvious who they want to protect, right?
Yeah.
This Grok and Kufa is one of the main people that can actually access the backlines of Bleed pretty easily with the Tyrant's revenge as well.
Yes.
And of course, on the side of Evil, the Ruby is too close for comfort if Coconut needs to be in the fight as well. A Ruby flicker.
Fight!
With the
Fight for the ultimate
be
answer.
detrimental
Your
to the
team
entire
is
lineup.
picking.
But I'm loving this from the side of Evil with the Hilda and Archive. This
Sir,
is gonna provide
what's your
them
command?
with a good keep away.
Ooh!
And gear.
Okay.
What?
Fanny, okay.
Yeah, Dex Fanny was left in the open.
Wow.
So Hilda with 100% win rate as well. But Deck on that Fanny, that's going to be a menace because that Kufra, yes, it may block out any of the backline, but a Kufra is a direct counter to the Fanny, rendering that Fanny useless. So they thought of it. They know. Evil knows that, you know, that Kufra is going to be, they see the Kufra being banned out, so they're like, sure, you can have the Fanny, no problem. I don't need a direct counter. I give you a soft counter, which is the Archive.
Yeah, Bleed going for a kiting composition. They want to fight at range. And if you take a look at what Evo has in line, they are looking to just fight up straight face to face.
Hand-to-hand combat, right?
Yep, hand-to-hand combat versus fighting from distance. So who is going to take this game
5
one in
seconds
our best
till
of
the
two
enemy
series?
reaches the
Ladies and
battlefield.
gentlemen, welcome to our
Smash them.
second game of the day. Evo against Bleed.
Wow, Evil up against
Welcome
Bleed right
to
there. And
Mobile
Dex,
Legends.
finally, he get to use his signature Fanny. Finally, we get to see Dex Fanny. Hopefully, we don't see some funky cables or, you know, anything weird that might be coming out. And Carrot doing Carrot's job as that Hilda, trying to steal away the purple buff. Can he get away with it, though? He might be able to get away with it.
That's a very important rotation by very Evil, right? Because if you can slow down the farm on Fanny, Deck will not actually have a good time at all. I'm not sure if Hilda has done his or her job, Carrot, so far. Let's take a look at where Carrot is. He does not have the buff, so which means actually Deck has it already, but there is good consistent pressure from the side of Evo. Like we already mentioned, they love the early game.
Yes, Evo loves early game, but as well powerful. They love to draft, I would say, in a very balanced way. That's the only thing missing, right? They are missing CCs. Yes, they have very good damage. Yes, they have very good hand-to-hand combat fights, but they are missing that CC. You only have Hilda for the slow, good tank ability, very good healing ability as well. And Melon, what can you take from here? Feather Ash, right? Yes, that's your damage. Coconut with the very good shred, but you are missing something to close the gap. There's no one there to close the gap. Powerful on that Archive. You're going to break their formation. You're not going to close any gaps.
Yep, and also another thing to add on is that this mid lane looks to be in the advantage of Evo if Carrot continues to support them. This early clearance of the lanes will allow Evo to make that first rotation, which will then impact the laning phase for Bleed quite drastically. And you can see here, Powerful's job here is not to get the early kills. What he needs to do is to just play keep away. He wants to keep Deck away from the fight. As long as Deck is off the backline, they can focus on breaking the actual formation of Bleed.
Exactly, and Bleed, right now, they're not contesting anything, but we can see Sela and Gear coming into... They're going to be coming into the turtle pit right now, but Powerful definitely able to secure that right now. And Bleed, why, you may have a question in your mind, why isn't Deck trying to contest for this, right? Because he's trying to prioritize on that purple buff. Fanny is nothing without her purple buff, right? So without that purple buff, he has to secure it. So it's a dilemma right here for Deck. Do I secure my purple buff or do I try to secure the turtle? It's an Archive. I can't do anything about it.
Yep, and with the Secundo on the way of the dragon, they will secure first blood. Bleed, they lost that turtle, but they turn it around and they managed to get themselves the first blood. Here we go. Melon might be caught up again with another Secundo, and he does not make it out. JPL, the core member of Bleed, I mean, he's doing work.
He is. JPL just doing JPL things on the show. He's the legend. There's nothing else to say about that. He is an absolute legend on the show. He has been on this show. His show is like, how do I explain this? It's his second nature, right? It's his alter ego. It's his second skin. He lives and breathes Cho.
Yep, and with that corrosive side actually going to the hands of FMM as well. Now, I like the fact that they are a bit more aggressive on the side of Bleed, right? That concussive blast on Cho has worked wonders in this first few minutes of the fight, you know, getting that extra damage in as well. Now, killing Fredo on this Fanny, I think that's very important. So, right now, they have this ability to allow the Fanny to jump in. But, you know, I'm going to have to cut myself there as it looks like a twist want to try and set up something for his team here on Evil. Not going to amount to anything at this point. And Evil need to make something happen in the next few minutes.
Exactly, Melon finally securing down onto his enchanted talisman right here. So he's going to be able to have that spam ability coming into his hands. But let's take a look at Twist right now. Twist, how is he doing up against Gear? It's a very wet noodle fight right now. Deck finally able to secure onto his purple buff carrier, putting a good amount of damage onto JPL. That's the whole point. Look at the knockout way of the dragon.
Oh, beautiful. So it's going to be, you know, the feather airstrike for feather airstrike, but it still comes out in Bleed's favor. And right now, the tables have turned. This time, it is Bleed that start off this turtle as we are taking a look at that turtle dance. They will allow that reset. As you can see, JPL, he is just hunkering around the corner as well.
Yep, JPL just doing JPL things. We know how he loves to play that show. He's always there to give that information to the team. FMM at a very good distance. Deck securing onto objective right there. But take a look at Evo, they're marching in.
Yep, they have to take care. JPL is extremely low, but Sayla actually gets caught out. He is still living. And then, so Twist will get the kill, and this is a perfect situation for them. Evo, they have their eyes on the turtle. Even more, they have made sure that Deck is not around, so there's no way they can contest for this. It's a second turtle in quick succession for Evo, and this is a perfect return to the game.
You were just talking about how Evo's Twist micro is on another level. We saw how he used that Mighty Warrior to jump in and flicker at the same time. And a carrot, oh, good knockback.
Yep, he is going to be forced to use his ultimate there. JPL with the dragon just to keep them off this pressure. That was very important on their end. Now, if you take a look at the item growth, the carry already has that golden staff. But in comparison, what about this Melissa?
This Melissa, honestly, take a look at that. Corrosion Scythe, he's not even securing onto his boots, right? He's just going for full out damage. He's there to shred. He's just there to burn you down, right? He's just there to constantly chunk you down. Basically, he's doing a reverse carry.
Yep, and he has a steel leg plates as well. Just that extra bit of survivability against a quite heavily physical damage lineup from Bleed.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the whole point of playing a marksman, right?
Yo gets caught out though, and he might be not out of the game for a bit. No, JPL will make it out, but on the flip side, Melon, staying a bit too far forward here. But nonetheless, nobody dies yet, but the advantage going to Evo, you can see the pressure they're applying on this bot lane. This gold lane is very important. They need to
Red team turret has been destroyed.
We saw how fast that was, right? Taking a look at just moments before this, before the tier 1 turret goes down. The wall spam coming out from that way of the dragon though.
Yep, they will get twisted. That's a good start to the fight. And Melon caught out of position. And that's a free one for them. As Bleed, they're looking to add on insult to injury. Carrot has to back off. He is only level 7. Look at the level disparity. I'm not sure how this is going to work out for them. Evo, they have 2 turtles, but they're lacking in farm and experience.
That was pure messiness coming out from Evo. The positioning was just everywhere. They were scattered like rats, just going everywhere. And as we speak, the third turtle is going to be coming up right now. Take a look at the top lane right now. Deck, he's just in and out, in and out. That's the whole point of the Fanny.
Yeah, but they already initiated that lane swap. Powerful is going to do his best to stop this turret going down. Not going to amount to much. But more importantly for Evo is Coconut. He is already making things work for himself. Yes, he is level 9, 1 level ahead on some of the players on Bleed. But more importantly, he is ahead of FMM by just that shy little bit.
Exactly, and even without any kills, as a marksman, all you need to do is just keep on farming, get that item, go online, and during team fight...
JPL, what a nice one. Jikundo with the Way of the Dragon as well. They will get the kill and give it to Sayla, but Sayla immediately might get punished. Carrot, he is so low on health, he is forced back away. Coconut going to join the party, but can they actually catch Deck? One of the most mobile heroes on the side of Bleed.
Oh, really, really hard to catch Deck right there. But Evo, they got their priorities right. They know Melon got caught and they're like, you know what? Melon, you can go and die on your own. Not in a bad way. They are going to be able to secure their third turtle of the game. And, 6-1 Bleed. Yes, they got 6 kills. Evo only has 1, but they're trying to make up for it with the turtle.
FMM though might get caught. Oh, okay, go away. That's for sure. They will commit that spin by Powerful, but can they actually catch FMM? That's the main priority target for them. They will get the kill, but the fight is still going to continue. Twist in the middle of 3 members of Bleed, but here comes the backup as well. Carrot focusing on JPL, but he knows that's not the priority target. Deck is the one they want to kill. And if they can get another good setup here, gets him under the tower. Powerful is under the tower. He's very low, but JPL, he's jumping in. He's so low. He's probably going to die here. And Powerful secures another kill. A good recovery by Evo so far.
Wow, Coconut got caught out by JPL. JPL managed to catch out Coconut using Way of the Dragon, but Evo was there to support Coconut. They were protecting the precedent yet again.
I really like this style of play from Evo, right?
Yeah.
You can see they didn't exactly complete a lot of offense against the side of Lee, and yet they still won that fight. And you can see the map control is slowly layering into Evo's advantage. Late game wise, I am going to give the game more towards Evo. I think they're more patient. And, you know, following last week's play by Bleed, you can see if things don't really go their way, they might get a little impatient.
Yeah, they usually get impatient. We saw, I mean, not usually, maybe during a Revivals game, we saw how Bleed got a little impatient and, you know, they just went ahead with what they like and it did not follow team orders. But Evo right now, like you said, they're focused so much on the macro. JPL getting caught out right here with the knockup.
Red team hero has
so
been
JPL
slain.
gives another life. Right now it's 4-6, but here comes in. Again, he sets something up against Powerful, who is so tanky on this Archive. And with that being said, the Lord is going to be started here. He's going to be spawned. Dag jumps on the backline. Oh! Gets the burst in on Coconut, and Coconut will fall. So no marksman for the side of Evo. This could be a good setup for Bleed here.
Yep, a very good catch by Dag. He was so
swift. Okay, he's gonna try and force him away. They need to push them away from this Lord because Powerful is in the midst of getting it done. But right now, you can see the entire lineup of Bleed is around the corner. Coconut is still out for the next 7 seconds. Time is of the essence here. Here comes the Feather Airstrike laid down. Where is Deck? He is waiting in wait here. And here we go. Oh no, he doesn't get the steal, but the fight is still gonna happen. And it looks like Evo, they made this very good positioning. They will get out.
Exactly, and Evo right now, they're hitting every single objective. They're clearing down the turrets, they're gaining all the turtle, and taking down the Lord as well. 3 turtles, 1 Lord, along with 2 turrets into their pockets. But take a look at how Bleed is trying to come back from this. 2 turrets into the name. Just exactly same as Evo, but it's just that Evo has that 3 turtle and that 1 Lord.
Yep, and I'm really liking the setup by Team Evo. You can see they're very patient in their gameplay. Like we expected.
They don't go all in.
Yep, they don't go all in. They want Bleed to make a mistake. I think they will be watching really closely against the game against Revival by Bleed. So now they really want to test the patience of Bleed, right? Do you want to overcommit? Do you want to come in and get him? Because Powerful, he's waiting. He has
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Yep, he is ready for the heavy speed setup, but take a look at how Evo is playing. Take a look at their positioning. They want information. They need that information. They're going for the turret. They're going down for the macro.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Objectives are the name of the game nonetheless. So Evo, they are playing this perfectly. They do not need to overcommit for any fights. And now FMM has just got his hands on the golden staff. It's much later than Coconut. Coconut definitely easier.
Yep, and take a look at what they're doing right now. Oh, Deck. Oh, Deck finally. But he's just juking them. But is Evo gonna bite down onto the bait, and is Bleed gonna strike them where it hurts? And as you can see right now, the tier 2 bottom turret as well goes down. Evo with a 4,000 gold lead. And what is Bleed gonna do from here? Bleed can only play passive. And let's take a look on the items right now. Corrosion Scythe, Golden Staff, along with the Wind of Nature. So Coconut, he's playing on a very safe side, along with the Steel leggings. I keep saying plaguings. Oh, my brain. But Powerful, get good knockup, low twist, jumps in.
JPL caught in no man's land. Once
Red
again,
team
out
hero
of
has
position.
been slain.
And this is really important for Team Evo. You know, we were taking a look at the items. Lapu actually has a bunch of defensive items. He had the Dreadnought armor along with the steel leg plates as well. And that's very hard. If you have Quiz, who also has, you know, that lifesteal item, the Bloodlust Axe as well, it's very difficult to fight into this. And Carrot as well with the tenacity. It's really hard because they have so much tank ability. They can survive in the fights for so long. And that only provides them with so
Blue
much
team
cover
turret has been destroyed.
which, unfortunately, Bleed, while they can play from distance because they have FMM who can offer a lot of damage in range, you know, Coconut can just go in.
Yep, Coconut is the elbows deep kind of person, going in, shredding every single person down, especially Deck. But can they catch them out? They do not have enough. But take a look at Deck. Deck easily gets away. And lands the ultimate onto Coconut. And look at how Deck is playing. He's in, he's out, he's in, he's out. But look at Coconut's life regeneration.
Yep, and an Oracle to add mana to that. Powerful gets the heavy spin on Gear. He locks him down here. It's going to be a good one. Can they actually finish it? Melon, one more hit from them. Gear will fall probably. He actually makes it out. Twist though on the back line. He's chasing FMM. Is so low. Can he get the kill? Twist, another heroic slam there. And they will get out 2 members of Bleed. And this is starting to look painful. Bleed deck, of course, he still has access to his immortality. But right now, the question is, do they want to defend against this Lord attempt? Because Bleed, they are taking the down.
Yep, and Evil's draft right here is a really kind of a smart thing to do, especially coming out from Powerful, right? Yes, Bleed has damage, so how do you counter high damage heroes? You go for tank ability. Take a look at on the side of Evil. Akai, Hilda, Lapu Lapu, and Carry with a very good sustain, and Valentina just to add on top of that.
Yup, it is going to be the Lord slain for the side of Evo, and you can see the pressure mounting on Bleed. We are reaching the late game goal status already. Both teams hitting close to that 48k goal. That's where most of the team members will be able to have full slots of items here, as Powerful going to set himself up to get this. Oh, Coconut! Will he survive this deck? Unfortunately, will not get the kill done. He does not want to overcommit. They cannot afford to lose anything.
Exactly, JPL caught no man's land though. Oh, goes over the wall with the conceal as well.
Yep, he uses the juke Kundo here, and he manages to get out of a sticky situation so far. And oh, another juke here, JPL playing around. But that's good. He wastes some time for the side of Evo in an attempt to slow down the push temperature as well.
Good amount of pressure coming out from JPL. It's a good distraction, if you will. A very good cross-mat play, and that grants Bleed to position themselves in a way where they're nice and comfortable and tucked in. But take a look at the wave management. All 3 waves are going to be crashing in right now with the Lord charging up into the tier 3 turret. They get the knockdown Twist coming in. Powerful standing into the front line. Lord marching in.
This is looking tough here. They have to get the kill. Deck comes in, sweeps in as well. Heavy spin committed. Powerful is extremely low though. Can they get the kill? Deck, he's going to chase in. Coconut is extremely low, but Deck will not be able to finish the job. No one dies on the side of Evil, and Bleed might chase, but that could be a huge mistake, because right now, you look at the formation that Bleed has, they are going to try and just defend the base. They cannot overcommit against Evil. While they did lose the Lord in the process, Evil, anytime, they can really just turn the fight and bring the base of Bleed down to ashes.
Exactly. Down into the ashes. JPL takes a little bit of damage right now, but Bleed, they are so hungry for map control. The moment Evil just faltered just a little bit, Bleed takes over the whole map. Look at how they move on the minimap. The moment Evil gets low, they back out, and Bleed, they're chasing them down. Deck and FMM on the 2 highest damage dealt right there. 60k along with 58,000. And Melon and Sayla very on par, but Melon 10,000 more than Sayla.
Sayla might get caught, gonna be using the wings by wings to get out of the situation, but Evo, they smell blood. The setup is
the pincer.
Well. Yep, and there is 3 flickers on the side of Evo. If they get this right, they will get the kill, and they're gonna lock them down as well. Deck is gonna be using his immortality to use here as Melon gets a kill on JPL. The first setup gonna be done here.
Twist.
Oh my goodness, Twist! He's gonna get the setup for his team as well. Here, forced to back away as Deck comes in for a recovery attempt. But right now, Powerful gets his eyes on Sayla as well. No more damage for you. Carrot and Twist onto Gear as well. Can they get the drop down? But Gear actually turns it around, and it is going to be a killing spree for the side of the Panda, Mr. Akai here, as Gear is left all alone. Deck comes in to try and support here, but Gear is extremely low. Twist gets taken out, but Deck, he will not be able to help him as Powerful shuts Gear down as well. It's going to be just a jungler surviving this end of the skirt.
Wow, what a messy, pure bloodbath there. Evil, they managed to capitalize that. I mean, Bleed, they had a very amazing and great idea. They saw that the pincer was coming. They managed to clamp it down. Bleed had a good pincer. Evil was there and quick to react and managed to hunt down onto JPL as well as FMM on the wrong side of the map.
Yep, it wasn't a perfect setup from Evil so far. I mean, they had the access of but somehow
solo kill,
playing that super assassin role, gonna get the kill onto Melon as well, and that might change the whole team fight here for Evil.
Exactly, it might, the change coming out from Melon as well. You're gonna be missing out, and oh, we have the dragon.
Adding on, but the combo ends because JPL has been caught out by Powerful, but the Lord is so low, and Deck, he is going to try and secure something. JPL going to throw his life away for them, and Deck does secure the Lord. Bleed, they have to win this fight. Evo, this could be a big mistake as Powerful gets shut down. Legendary on this Deck, and with that, JPL with the Jikundo might get away, and Kara will be unable to finish the kill as Gear comes in from the backlines. It's a huge fight, but the is gonna be a tough situation because there is still some considerable damage being offered by the side of Evo.
Exactly, Powerful jumping in with that first kill, attempting to take away the Lord, but the rest of Evo, they were so squishy.
They try, but he's extremely low, but the more important part is the bottom T3 here. The Lord was destroyed for the T3. They might be a bit more patient, I presume. This is not the final fight for them to take.
Of course, and Bleed knows this very well. They are very, very impatient. Take a look at JPL, just moving his character, moving that Cho towards Coconut, threatening to just literally burst down and
twist! He jumps in but gets caught out here, but they do get the kill on JPL. Deck is super low. He does get the kill on Coconut, and that's a very important one. He will do a sacrificial move there right under the T2 turret on the top, but right now it's even Stevens in terms of the pressure. Evo will be able to sustain and survive for a couple more minutes, while on the side of Bleed, they will reset and get the pressure on the top P2 as well.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Here against Powerful, wet noodle fight here. Both of them are very, very at an equal stance right now, and Bleed finally able to take down the tier 2 top turret as well. So the turrets equal sequel right now, 7-7, but Bleed, they do have a nice commanding lead. Powerful not going to be activating the heavy spin.
Yep, FMM with control away as well as that long range. Gear gets the kill as well. Immortality activated. Sailor gonna help out his teammate Gear here. And this is very important. This is one thing that Bleed is doing correctly, and at least Gear is doing correctly. He's getting the attention of Powerful, and that's the most important segment of the fights, because if Powerful has to use that heavy spin prematurely, it's going to affect the way that Evo can fight. The setup is not perfect anymore.
Exactly, and it put Powerful in a position where he's like, do I use my heavy spin? Do I not? Do I use my heavy spin? Do I not? And it all boils down, right? And in the end, Powerful couldn't even activate that heavy spin because Gear comes in and secures it with his ultimate on that Martis.
There is going to be a big difference for the side of Evo here. Queen's wings being used by Twist, but they have caught out Carrot. Can they actually get it in? Fat ass are going to be committed as well. Coconut, he cannot die here. That's the end of his life, and that could be the end of Evo in game 1. They are feeling it themselves. Bleed on the march forward. They will get this TP as well. No, they will not. The defense is successful. They have learned their lesson from last week. Bleed going to be very, very patient because the Lord is coming out in the next 7 seconds. With Coconut down for the next 37 seconds, it might be the longest 35 seconds in Evo's life so far.
Exactly, it's going to be the longest 35 seconds they ever had. But take a look at JPL
on the back
constantly on the backlines, and Powerful here just trying to sneak in a steal, but there's no help, there's no support, there's no way he could even go near the Lord Pit, and there's no way that Evo has any map control. Take a look at Gear, take a look at JPL, and look at how Sela is being positioned right now.
Yep, I mean the whole point is really FMM's statement here, just go away, because there is no way, but they are around the corner. They're doing a Deck, they can actually steal the Lord. No, Deck got the Lord just before he died here, and Carrot is on the backline. At the same time, FMM, he's still strong, he's still full life here, and they will try and catch out Melon and Carrot. This is important. Gear will throw away his life, but he still has the immortality. They do get Carrot low, and they will get the kill. The first immortality.
Oh, Coconut!
But the turnaround, Coconut is here! The fight like wheels. Can they get off here as well? Yes, you got the Lord. Yes, you have gotten a couple of kills, but JPL, the last member surviving, his immortality is going to stop. Just delay the inevitable, as there are going to be 4 members on the side of Evo left. The base is barely open for the side of Bleed, and there are still 20 seconds before Deck gets spawned. But he cannot do this alone. It's a 1v4.
Yes, it is going to be a 1v4, and Evo, they are going to be rushing up onto the top lane with the Siege Minion as well. 10 seconds left on Deck, and take a look at how Evo wants to close this. They want to close this quick. Carrot sacrificing his life.
Oh, and that could be it, and he will be. Bleed once again punished for their impatience as Evo takes control of game 1 and puts themselves up to have a sizable lead so far.
Wow, the macro game, guys. Suki is shaking her head.
Yeah, it's difficult. Like, Caster's Curse? I don't think this is a Caster's Curse, right? This really is EVO playing at their peak right now. You can see the players, they're actively in their discussions. I think they were really concerned about the mid game because mid game is where it really just spiraled out of control.
Look, listen, no one, if you told me this morning that I'd be watching this kind of gameplay, I would have smacked you in the face. But anyway, let's just, think about what just happened here. I think you are right, Bleed has shown impatience. And in this scenario, look, they were bloodthirsty. They saw everybody go down. All of the immortalities were being popped non-stop, and then Coconut comes back from immortality, full HP.
Yeah, I mean, the burst, the amount of attack speed Coconut had was just on too much of a level, and that's why Carry gets banned, Carry gets first pick, Carry gets snatched away. This is why you don't let Carry get away.
I do think there was some micro misplays on the side of Bleed. I do think that they should have focused their CCs much more onto Coconut as opposed to Carrot, even though Hilda can be a threat and can have that regeneration. By that stage of the game, she wasn't that big of a threat. So when we hop into this...
No need for boots. Who needs boots?
Yeah.
It's so difficult to play because they have the Brute Force breastplate on Carrot as well. And the anti-Cuirass, 3 members with anti-Cuirass, there's so much tankability that it reduces the amount of damage you can deal to the members. And more importantly, it's on Coconut as well. Coconut has so much defensive measures. He has the Athena Shield, Wind of Nature as well. And in the meantime, he already has his offensive items in sec. It was his Scythe with the Golden Staff and Demon Hunter Sword. He can melt the tanks on the side of Bleed super easily.
It wasn't even like the melting that was terrifying. It was how quickly he went from 0 HP to full HP.
Yeah, that's the whole point. You have the Holy Trinity, right? You have the Golden Staff, you have the Corrosion Scythe, along with the Demon Hunter Sword, and double protection. You have Athena Shield, and you have the Anti-Cuirass, and a Wind of Nature to top it off.
Yep, so it's a super long fight for him. He can last extremely long.
Yeah, and as we look into deeper into the stats here, damage dealt by Bleed, like you can't say that Bleed didn't do damage, right? We saw multiple times Deck and Sayla, I believe, topping the damage charts. But it's just I think it's really a question of who are they targeting? Are they getting the right people? Are they getting the right targets? And definitely, I do have to say that Powerful played a very, very good Akai game here. He was always putting himself in the front line. He always knew how to get the right enemies. He never ever did the heavy spin just because it was an opportunity that he had. It was a very well thought out process. But yeah, as we look at this stats, what do you guys think, or who do you guys think is the MVP of this match?
I think it would be Carrot for me because the way that he kind of pressured Bleed allowed the formation of Bleed to be in the face of EVO. So the close range battle was open for them.
Where'd it go?
I think it's Twist.
Yep.
There we go.
It is going to be Twist, this Lapu Lapu. Now, I just want to highlight that the lifesteal on this Lapu Lapu is insane. He got that Festival of Blood along with the Bloodlust X. And midway, I think maybe just a little bit past the mid-game, he got the Queen's Wings as well. And that's really hard. His lifesteal is insane.
Yeah, it's like times 10. Right? You have the tankability coming out from the Dom Ice, you have the Hunter Strike and the Battle Axe for your damage and sustain, and the Oracle for additional healing on top of that Demon Wing as well. Queen Wing, sorry.
Yeah.
And honestly, the way he played, he was the playmaker of EVO, right? We saw in the early stages, EVO was dominating, and then Bleed started snowballing them, and that's where Twist's aggressiveness finally was fruitful. They came into play, they rushed into the back lines, get the stun down, get the damage, settled.
So even though not say we were wrong, we haven't finished the series yet, guys. There's still another.
It's just game 1.
It's just game 1. But I do think that the EVO that we see today has a much stronger game plan.
Yes.
And I think that they really doubled down. You know how we were talking about they like the early game. Them picking that Hilda was doubling down their game plan. We want to get this early game, and they did. And so when we jump into the highlights here, we're gonna see a lot of kills back and forth. This was a game where no one is really scared to take risks, and with all the fighters who like to fight, bloodthirsty
Pure
people.
bloodbath.
Yeah, like there was a lot of battles, a lot of back and forth. But what we see again and again is a lot of re-engaging. So we see, maybe Evil will start first and then Bleed will re-engage, and then there's a lot of this back and forth. So a lot of the team fights revolve around survivability. How long you can survive, how long you can continue dishing out the damage, right? Especially with Fanny, on that Fanny, he has to go back and return to the fight. And in the time he's come back, he's lost almost all his teammates.
Exactly. And during that whole team fight, right? What Bleed is used to be doing, right? What is Bleed used to? They are used to protecting the precedent.
Yeah, and they did that very, very well for the most part, but I do believe that Powerful just had a bit of a better initiation and engagement.
Look at Coconut. Look at Coconut.
This Coconut HP.
Oh, just comes back and melts every single member of Bleed. So how Bleed is used to be they are used to playing against team who protect the precedent so much, and we saw during the mid game how Evil totally just left Coconut out of the equation and just went elbows deep, punch Bleed right where it hurt.
And I did want to bring out that Bleed, to a degree, they were constantly thinking about the macro game.
Yes.
Because we always see Deck and we always see Gear going for the split push, but that kind of left the rest of them, like JPL, always had to be scouting in front.
Exactly.
And he was always sacrificing himself.
Yeah, but Bleed was doing a great job.
Yeah.
They were doing a great job, especially JPL. JPL was giving all that information towards the team, and Bleed, it was just a little bit, I wouldn't say it's a miscommunication, but it's just the rotation, right?
I think they also played against Deck's emblems itself. But before we go into that explanation about Deck, we're going to have our all-star event. This is Glorify Harmonia. It's available now already. So from the 31st of March all the way until 23rd of April, you can actually complete tasks to collect tech notes, right? And you can unlock free rewards. Like the special skin Rafaela. Rafaela is one of my favorite heroes as well.
It's good.
She is a very good sustain character. She can provide damage as well. But anyway, Seraphic Selfie, as well as the Avatar Border, Shine Atomic Pop. It will have a spawn effect as well. And this graffiti, Be the Superstar, 3 days only, right? This is now underway. So the All-Stars underway. This is with ITZY.
Yeah.
If you don't know who ITZY is, please go to YouTube, go and watch ITZY.
Educate yourself.
Yes, educate yourself, right? Now, you can also invite your friends and enjoy this generous event together, right? Of course, if you want to get more promos, maybe you want to tell Moonton, say, hey, can you give us more goodies? Why don't you go and comment down in our comment section?
Yeah.
Right? Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang and hashtag MLBB All-Star and hashtag Be the Superstar. I mean, we all want to be superstars, but you can do it in the presence of ITZY maybe.
Oh.
So I'm not saying anything. I'm just hint,
Well, if ITZY are gonna, if ITZY are gonna visit us, I'm gonna cry. I will cry. I'm very big fans of them ever since they were before they debuted. I've been following them for quite a while.
You've got the in on, you've got your finger on the heartbeat of all these,
and the moment they announced they were the ambassador, I'm like, it's not happening. This is not happening, and I just start shaking. I'm just like.
It's good that you're excited.
Yeah, I am very
full
excited.
Excitement, but of course we are also excited for Game 2 now. So let me explain about Deck's emblem pick, right? So
high and dry.
It's we know it's high and dry, but right now it's been updated to Master Assassin, right? So I mean, Master Assassin, the way it works is that if you have a singular target, you have increased damage as well. And the way that you were mentioning about it, they left Coconut alone during the team fights, which allowed Deck to really go for the chase. And that was a perfect plan because the way that the draft works for Evo is they want to have a full-on face fight, 5v5, or in this case 4v4, and they will always win that fight based on Evo's draft. So for them, it's sure, let me trade Coconut's life, which I personally am not a fan of, but it works, right? So let me trade Coconut. Coconut's going to die. And when Deck comes back to try and win the team fight, it's no longer a single target. Your emblem becomes useless. It becomes a 1v4.
Yeah, exactly. So that high and dry or Master Assassin it's kind of rendered useless right now. It's good for the early game, right? But Carrot, Carrot was there babysitting and at the same time giving information to Evo, trying to disturb that purple buff, trying to give a little, try to drag out more time for Deck on that Fanny as well. That high and dry wasn't fruitful at all.
Yeah, I do think the Hilda pick was something that, they planned it.
Yeah.
And that was definitely what caught Bleed off guard. And personally, it caught me off guard as well because, I mean, yeah, you can say that Hilda is a fantastic hero in the mid to late game, but you have to get that advantage moving forward. So using Carrot more like as a bait, like you said, or like sacrificing Coconut, it was fine.
Sacrificial
right?
lamb.
The sacrificial, you know.
I will choose my own
Not a lamb, a sacrificial coconut.
Yeah, or coconut, yeah. So that definitely works in their favor. So this is, I think, the evil that people expected to see, given that, you know, in the previous season, they came from
To me,
really low
fun is all that matters.
to become third in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Now Evil has started their, I guess, their campaign for a higher rank a little bit earlier, but now whether Bleed can respond well to this is what we have to see in this game.
Yeah, I mean, Bleed is a team that they can be down, but we never count them out, right? Because we know how Bleed players are like. Of course, they were under a different mantle last season, but the gameplay and game style is still the same. Right now, I mean, the players themselves, I think they are perfect in the way they're executing. It's just perhaps the stress of the moment is affecting the decision making so far. And I don't think we're going to see much changes in the bans so far because it is not about the drafting. I don't think the draft was an issue. I really think it was an execution error because
I didn't cure the
just
pain.
couldn't execute
banned.
how their lineup was supposed to play. Evil was too in their face, right?
Hand to hand. This is face-to-face combat.
Yeah, so right now, Bleed, I think the first thing they're going to identify is they're going to ban out the Arlok as well as that Valentina, which is a very important ban. Based on how Melon was playing just now, it's something that I would definitely reconsider as well. I do not want to face off against the Iron, given the massive and various utilities that Melon can offer as a Valentina.
I wonder whether Bleed are going to come up with, I guess, a different type of draft, right? Because, you know, we have talked about the junglers, the tanky junglers being more of a meta this season. And, you know, the Fanny pick, yes, it was exciting. We were excited
Need
to
some
see the
stitches?
Fanny,
I
but
can
it
help.
didn't contribute as much as a frontline jungler who could tank would have to
See value in me?
the first couple of turtles actually, because Fanny had to focus on the buff, the purple buff, and instead they are going to pick up the Fredrin.
Yep, so deck back on Fredrin again, win rate 37% and a 75%.
I am the power of light incarnate.
Payback. Your
I
team is
think
picking.
Martis would be the counter pick against Fredrin for that jungling speed as well.
Yeah, I mean, Martis would be a great counter pick, but they already have secured their Fredrin. I don't think they would pick up the Martis again. Knowing Yangin, I don't think he'll pick up the Martis yet again, but the Kaja and the Fasa for that counter pick, they want to isolate somebody using that Feather Airstrike. So imagine this, Divine Justice brings somebody into the hands of Evil, and Feather Airstrike will be there to zone anyone who comes near.
I think that's perfect though. They might want to catch out JPL, one of the important people.
I do wonder now for Bleed, right? Because Fasa has been such a powerful hero in the side of Sailor. Without
This land is our homeland, and it will soon be our burial ground.
Right? We know that he can, or they have played the Kadita, they have played the Kagura, and a Grok Lapu for the side of Bleed. So that, I believe that's going to be JPL on that Grok?
Yes, definitely JPL.
I've been waiting for too long.
The hyper-aggressiveness, good wave clearing for Sayla as well. Sayla will be so comfortable right now because of the Grok, and not only that, we have gear on that Lapu Lapu, so they will be able to out-sustain. And yet again, carry slips through the hands of the bans.
Yep, they
Magic is my life.
Team
is banning.
Melon setup because right now there are too many targets that Bleed needs to focus on. Yes, you have a Grok that can offer the Guardian's Berry into a wild charge, but if the position was how Evil was playing last game, it's really difficult to get a very standardized game.
Now Akai enters
right
the
now
scene.
Your team is banning.
Sustaining, and there's very good tank ability. They're going to be beefy boys on the side of Bleed, but they still need some damage to complete this sequence itself. Now the consideration is if they're going to go back onto that Melissa again. If this is going to be a range match itself, it will be difficult, but of course
Come on, Dexter.
So I'm not
It's
sure
our showtime.
what they have
Is
in store
banning.
for FMM. Who can actually stand up against this Coconut?
I mean, a Moskov? Maybe?
Yeah, a Moskov
Moskov
is great.
hasn't been banned yet, which is surprising to me because I feel like Moskov has been banned quite a lot lately. And it's interesting that they believe Valentina to be more of an issue than the carry. So even though, you know, they let
Your
the carry,
team is picking.
3,000 worlds.
I guess they
I'm not a
they are
single
more
worthy
concerned
foe.
about the versatility of Valentina gives, whereas Carrie kind of has to get that farm, get that damage up before she can be a threat, and they also need to protect her. So
your team
is Carrie. They're going to ban the board. Isla.
Very good
like
engager.
I mean, the point of this is all about the penalty zone, right? The penalty
Yes.
zone, if let's say they actually go with the Moskov pick, I think it would be very interesting. They have one step ahead. If they really do pick the Moskov, I think Evo are already one step ahead because this penalty zone is going to cause a lot of problems for a potential Moskov pick.
Exactly.
Not only does it lock down that Moskov, it allows Coconut to access every single member caught in that.
And the Terizla is a very nice choice when you already look at the side of Bleed and you see that their three main, or the three heroes that they picked so far are going to be frontline tanky. They're going to be one.
This is my tempo.
Oh, it's a Kagura.
The signature Kagura pick from
Allow
Sayla.
me to lead
Very
the
nice
charge.
pick. And
Another Hilda.
I think it's a Kaja. Yeah, it's a Kaja jungle.
Wow, Kaja
Okay,
jungle.
I mean, okay, he has tried it before.
Yes, he has tried
He
it
has
before.
tried it before, but
but
now they look like a completely different team.
Exactly.
So we have to give it to Powerful. This might be his secret, jungle pick that maybe it didn't work out in the earlier weeks. It's gonna work out today.
Yes, hopefully it might work out today, but that's the whole main purpose of this Kaja. Is there to catch out anybody who runs astray or basically isolate anybody who comes near you to be able to give you that space for you to use that retribution to your advantage as well. But we did mention this before, I did mention this before, that Kaja isn't anything without a gap closer, and that's going to be that penalty, so they have made up for it. But because I said he's using the retribution, there's no flicker to close the gap. That's why there's the penalty zone.
Exactly, a good lockdown. So we can see the synergy between the picks of the team so far. Right, but now the question is, who is going to take Game 2? They need to make this work. They need to make sure that they are higher up in the upper brackets. I mean, for them, it's already a comfortable situation, but it would never hurt to be in an even better position here.
Yes, of course. It would never hurt to be in a nicer, comfortable position. And right off the bat, Twist here going for the going for the proxy, going for that wave cut right there. And like we said, I think this is a mini Diablo.
Yep, I like this, and of course, with that being said, Carrot putting on pressure. Now, it might not seem like much, but this is a very important sequence for them because number one, you have to have your roamer help you with jungle. It does eat into the experience available for your jungle, so they will be a bit slower compared to the jungler on Evo as well.
Exactly, and the Lethal Wanderer going straight into the hands of Deck right off the bat, and Powerful already way faster than Deck, honestly I have to say, because Carrot is taking away that EXP as well, and that's the whole point of that Hilda. It's to steal away and try to slow down Deck's level 4.
Yep, and because Hilda is so tanky, it's very difficult to actually just squeeze Carrot out of the jungle
so hard
lane.
to squeeze him
So,
out.
And of course, with that being said, the setup, we already know both teams are very early game centric. And you can see Powerful already hitting that 4. He's ready for that Divine Judgment here. JP are going to lay down the Guardian's Barrier just as a deterrence here, but he is only level 3, no access to Wild Charge yet. And that might be a situation that they are not looking forward to if Evo decides to start a fight.
Exactly, and a big rotation from Evo already. Melon going into the top lane against Gear. Gear 1v2, still able to survive with 50% HP in his hands. And as we speak, the first turtle will be spawning out on the top side.
Yep, down here positioning is more important. Carrot's job is very simple. He just needs to make sure that they're occupied. So Deck has to be preoccupied. He will not be able to fight.
Oh, Carrot.
But he is close. Carrot is super low and looks like a nice
big reset.
Yep, by JPL, and that was very critical because right now Bleed will have access to compete for this turtle. And this is the first turtle of the game, and it's important because this will give them a sizable lead in terms of the action as well. Oh, Carrot. He has to be very careful. He is a bit low. Jumps in on Sayla, but Sayla at this point, with that better airstrike, and Powerful, he gets the steal, but is this going to be a bad fight for Evo because they're going in first blood on Sayla. Gear is falling low as well, but Twist is even lower, gets taunted. He is going to be taken down by Deck, and here we go, 3 kills for the price of a turtle. I mean, this is like a fair and carnival. 3 for nothing here.
Ouch, 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 coming out from Evo as well. But Bleed, what an amazing gameplay. Gear with the 3-man stun. Everyone was grouped together for Evo. They were literally like one frame each, right? They are just one frame away from each other. And that's where Sela comes in with the ultimate, with the Yin Yang overturn as well. FMM goes to town. And then JPL with an amazing stun and deck with the Appraiser's Rave to chunk everybody in one fell swoop.
Yep, and it all started with that Guardian's Barrier that reset the whole turtle itself. Now let's take a look at the emblem, similar to Game 1. You know, Evo playing with a very tanky lineup. They had the Festival of Blood on Sarissa, plus the Tenacity on this Hilda. And Electro Flash, similar to what Coconut had in Game 1.
Yes.
And you know, as the game progresses, it's going to be difficult, but JPL gets caught. Wild Charge committed, but for nothing here as he gets killed off. As Deck is all alone, he does use the Appraiser's Wrath, but he will be taken down in quick succession. A nice one for Evo as they respawn.
Oh! Torn apart memory catches are powerful. And powerful, we saw how he knocked his head back. He's like, man, you know, I could have dodged that. And Sela, get debuff. Carrot still jumping in. Look at the damage from Carrot.
Yep, he is so tanky, so he can offer so much damage as well. He is at level 5. And, you know, Carrot is doing what he needs to do right now. He needs to push off the members of Bleed. Similar to what they have in this draft for Bleed in Game 1, they have made some adjustments, but it's still a very range-dependent fight. And a nice taunt by
Melon.
Deck, and Melon is going to be taken down. JPL going to be credited with that kill, as well as Carrot unable to do anything. In the meantime, Coconut doing okay for himself, finally getting that corrosive scythe on his hands. 4 minutes and 45 seconds. A decent timing so far. Means he actually did well in the lane. But across the board, it looks like Bleed still has the overall.
Blue team has slain the turtle.
Amazing Guardian's Barrier there from JPL to deny Powerful from even attempting to take away the turtle.
Yeah, Feather Airstrike going to be dropped again, this time as a deterrence measure here. But Carrot gets caught out. He is a tanky and beefy boy, so he will be fine. But more importantly, they want to get the tower. Carrot and Coconut going to be pushed away, but here comes the... Oh! Sailor comes in! And they will get the tower as well. Sailor gets the kill on Melon. Carrot is extremely low. And, you know, here comes the catch by Powerful. But where's the support? Where's the backup? Carrot is too low. Penalty is only going to be dropped by on JPL, but he's going to just walk this away. There's nothing else that Evo can offer at this point. They have burned almost every single ultimate in their arsenal, and right now, Bleed, they sense that victory coming in. They have the lead. They will try to chunk down this mid lane T1 as well.
My Bleed here with a nice little 2,000, almost, yeah, there we go, 2,000 goal lead into their hands right now. And Bleed, they are so macro heavy right now. Evo, they're just lacking behind in something, and it's just that macro, in the micro. Because of that micro, which leads them to be losing in the macro.
Yep, and you can see the way they get playing, they're very ready for team fights all the way. JPL, that pick with the pull yourself together is very important because it allows that much faster cooldown reduction. And if we take a look at the items itself, how's the growth on the Brody? He looks pretty good so far.
Yeah, going with a BOD and probably going into Blade of Heptasy. Yeah, he's going for the Blade of Heptasy right now and might be going for a little bit of a magical defense because of how Melon is starting to hurt, because he knows the AoE of that Feather Airstrike might be coming into the hands right now, and it forces Evo to go into a Athena shield.
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
JPL gonna go for the wild charge, gets that stun off on Coconut, but there's no follow-up damage. Oh wait, here we go, Coconut, he's left for dead, and yes, they will commit the Feather Airstrike, but who cares about that now? Because Bleed, they have gotten the most important kill of the game. They got rid of Coconut. They're gonna slow him down, and in the meantime, as long as the Brody is alive, it means he's gonna outfarm his opponent.
Exactly, and in the laning phase, because a Brody is so much stronger than a carry, just because of the range.
Oh, he did try to catch them out here, but that nice flicker, not flicker, I might say, like he actually just knocked out there. And JPL, he's going to be helping to sustain against the damage on the side of Evo. In the meantime, they're going to secure the final and third turtle of the game, preparing for the team, but the wild charge comes in. JPL, beautiful setup here. A taunt followed by Deck. Wombo combo, but a 4-man penalty zone. Does that do anything for them? No, it doesn't. Deck gonna walk away with just a sliver of health. He is 1 HP, and Carrot can't do much but watch as his tower falls. You're gonna just provide some nuisance on the backlines because there's nothing else they can do so far.
What a big play. And if we manage to get a VAR on that penalty zone right there, JPL with an amazing Guardian's Barrier to deny 3 members of Evil from even going across the wall. JPL right now, I gotta say, JPL is a insane drop player.
Yep, the setup that they're doing on the side of Fleet is super impressive because with Slate, it's really difficult for Evil to control here. They will commit the Divine Judgment onto deck, but he gets a stun in and a taunt out. Where's the support? Oh, he survives and the wild card comes in by JPL. He is the savior of his jungler as Sayla's falling a bit low. Twist as well as Carrot. They're gonna try and get on FMM, but FMM is too strong for them. He will be making out of the fight safe. And right now, as it stands, Evil, they're just left with 2 members to defend against the onslaught of pressure from Bleed.
What a wild charge from JPL. It just catches everybody off guard.
I mean, he has been the core of the team for many years and many seasons already. And I mean, let's take a look at the damage that they have managed to get done on their opponents. FMN, as expectedly, top of the table.
Yeah,
followed by Twist.
Surprisingly, Twist. Yeah, I thought Twist would, at least be the highest tankier, the more tankier side right now. But he's so tanky to the point where he's dealing so much more damage and definitely higher than Deck as well. And Deck just falling right below Twist as well. But here and Sayla right there, and the rest of Evil are all the way on the bottom half of the damage dealt table, and JPL just, it's JPL. He's just there for using that wild charge to catch anybody off guard with the flicker and the wild charge as well. This is going to be detrimental. JPL with the initiator hero is good. JPL with an informational hero.
Blue team has slain the Lord.
Right now, the choice by Evil is to just ignore the Lord. I don't think they want to competitively give a kill. This moment is very tense for them. And here comes the conceal play. They will try to catch out. Who will they catch out though? They want to look for Coconut. There he is. JPL has his eyes set, but Powerful is the one that gets caught out. They will have this 3D on hand. FMM will be the one that gets credited with the kill. They are fine with that. As long as one of the tanks is down, Kaja will not be able to offer that Divine Judgment to secure a safe passage for his team to make it out of the team fights here. Lead, they will have access to a lot of pressure. They can set up the lanes to work for them perfectly at this point. The Lord will be marching down on the top lane.
Exactly, Lord marching down from the top lane right now, and
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Very good wave management right now, and look at the Guardian's Barrier. It's just spot on coming out from JPL and constantly using his body movements to scare off Evil. And look at it, jumping from here.
They're going to try and go for the setup. The fed ass are going to be laid down, but is that the actual fight? No, they don't want to take this deck. Actually gets a taunt in. Oh, here we come. Where's the Wombo combo? No ultimate offered so far. They are going to be patient. Very different behavior from this team Bleed in game 2.
I just had one of the biggest revelations right there.
They're together, the penalty zone lands on 2, but here comes the wild charge in return as well, but it's looking like a bad fight. JPL's the first one to fall on his team as well as FMM. The damage dealers are dead. Here is a chance for Evil to turn this around. Here, gonna try and slow down the team. Sayla left behind in lurch, but they will not be able to capitalize. Wait, Bleed? They might want to go in as well. The taunt comes in. Carrot is the first one on the line, but is that the real target they want? They do not want him. They want Coconut. And it looks like Evil, they know that something is amiss. Oh, the base though, it's a bit low, but not to worry because Evil, I think the base is still pretty much safe at this point. But it does provide Bleed with some breathing room.
Exactly, and I have to, I cannot do it. I have to emphasize on the little micro plays right there. Evil going in with amazing play, but JPL, that Grok using that Guardian's Barrier to deny that feathered airstrike. Crazy, but let's take a look at the items right here. Nothing out of ordinary, but take a look on this FMM. We're probably going to go into a Blade of Heresy, maybe Berserker's, not Berserker's Fury. Fury's Hammer right there. Going with the Fury's Hammer, BOD, along with the Tough Boots, Malefic Roar, and that Demon Hunter Sword. And honestly, take a look at deck going full on damage.
Yeah, but right now they are going to be looking at the base. They need to get this tower. They need to get that T3 on the board. So Bleed will have a bit of breathing room. Right now, the pressure is going to be turned turned back onto Evo. And now the Evolve Lord is spawned already. Deck has been building quite a lot of defensive items, and he just recently got the Athena shoe. So he is going to be sustaining quite a bit of damage against Melon's Feather Airstrike, and that's a good one. He needs to be in the front line to get his taunt off. He needs to get the Appraiser's Wrath on those targets that are low on health as well. The setup here is very clean. We are waiting for a powerful wild charge that comes in, and powerful. He is going to be dead. There is no more contest. A Red battle is going to be bad. But JPL, oh, Coconut is here again. Once again, the flying like this. He gets the kill. But Deck, he is so low. Immortality popped Coconut. He is going to be a savior for his team. They need to get him down now. And with that is going to be a free Lord for Team Evo if they can win this fight. Sailor jumps in. He will not catch anyone. There's a huge mistake. Sailor going to be punished. In the meantime, Gear is on the back lines, but he's all alone. Where is the rest of the team of Evo? If the backup comes, Gear is dead. Twist will be holding his own here against a 2v1, and looks like the reset will be placed in. Melon forced to use that Feather Airstrike as a defensive measure, as Gear, if you take a look at his lifesteal potential with that Festival of Blood, it's really insane. So right now, the question is, how is Bleed gonna fight against Evo in a full-on 5v5?
Wow, that was one of the wettest wet noodle fights. It's the biggest wet noodle fight ever between Gear and Twist. Both of them equally as strong, and Coconut, we saw how strong he was. And I have to say about the micro. That, you popping that Immortality and swapping out for Winter Trunkian, it just provides so much space for Bleed to even come back. But Evo, they were too strong. They know this Coconut just keeps on shredding non-stop, and not even needing the Inspire, Coconut is just going ape crazy.
Yep, and as well as that, Deck is actually swapped out for an Anti-Cuirass, and Wind of Nature now going to be picked up on FMM. Right now, we don't see the jungler for this side of Evo appearing anywhere near the objective. Powerful needs to be very careful. They reset the Lord. The question now is, what is the decision by Bleed? Because if you take a look at it, Bleed doesn't want to take this Lord right now. They are very lazy. They want to play the long game, because right now, the longer they take, the longer they get Evo members around, the waves will be crashing in, and that is a potential for that backdoor.
Yep, and they want Evo to be impatient. They want them to just snap at any given moment of time, but the Guardian Barrier comes down. Perfect timing for JPL, but they are going to be backing off right now with the Concealed Carrot right there. They were trying. That was a very good idea coming out from Evo as well. A very good pincer attack. They attempted to go for the pincer, but it all boils down to Powerful on that shot calling, and Bleed was quick to catch on.
So Wind of Nature on both of the marksmen.
Yes.
And we have a Winter Trunkian being chased by Melon as well. So this would be a very long fight. It's really a choice of options. Who is the first one to exhaust their options here? That's the most important.
Wow, good steal coming out from JPL as well, taking away the orange buff with the Guardian's Barrier. Guys, JPL, someone needs to put a hold on JPL right now.
Yeah, they need to nerf JPL at this point. But you can see the way that Bleed is organizing themselves. They have here on the back line.
JPL.
Oh, here we go. We're waiting for that Guardian's Barrier into a wild touch. Now, basically going to be falling. Oh, the Lord is here as well. This could be the end for Evo. If it's not looking good, they will not want to make a mistake. Everyone has all of their utilities up. All of them. Oh! A wild touch! And here we go. This could be the end. As the penalty zone on 3. That's going to be a good one for Evo, but they're falling so low. Powerful, the last one to fall before Carrot is caught in no man's land. And that will be it. They tie it up 1-1 as Lee come back smacking with vengeance.
My, someone needs to nerf JPL in real life. But Sailor with the big yin-yang overturn, as well as the Mighty Warrior coming out from Gear as well to catch 3 to 4 members of Evo in their own base, and Bleed right there just like, oh, it's just another day in the office.
Yeah. You know what? I find it quite hilarious because I think in this game, Carrot on Hilda actually did a much better job than the first game.
Unfortunate.
Because of the amount of harass he was providing onto Deck.
Yeah.
But you know that Bleed were not bothered, right?
Yeah.
Because I think that the slight change up, right? Having JPL on that Grok means that he has much more of a threat in the AoE sense, right? Because, you know, on the Cho is great. You can pick out that one hero. But on the Grok, he's like, hey, if you come anywhere near me, you're gone. You know?
Yeah, the wild charge is just going to burst you down. That Guardian Barrier was so good to the micro sense. It denied the Feather Airstrike. It took away the orange buff and denied any map control coming up from Evil.
It fixed the problem that they had in Game 1, which was they couldn't have that full-on 5-on-5 face-to-face fist fight, right? And that was changed entirely because of Grok. Now, that Guardian's Barrier offering into the Wild Charge, it was a beautiful setup. And the best thing is that's not the only setup they had. They had Beck who was ready to get the taunt in along with the Priestess Wrath. And you know, most of the fights, Sayla didn't use the Yin Yang overturn until the really last moment, but the last fight for the tower, for that final crystal, was the one that really changed the game. I just want to highlight FMM. The way that he offered his damage in team fights is really surreal because it looked really messy. If I'm looking for the fight from Evil's perspective, they couldn't identify FMM at all.
Right. The times that they did catch out FMM, there were a few times where I believe it was Coconut who got FMM. I think it was on the second Lord or one of those fights. And you know, the moment FMM went down, we saw that Bleed had to fall back. They didn't have the damage potential to keep up. But then that was when Gear stepped in. And so Gear, his itemization, his build is all about survivability, it's all about lifesteal, and that is what kept them going and stopped Evil from taking that Lord. Because even though they had won the fight technically, they didn't have the sustain to stand up against Lapu Lapu. And as you look into the stats here, I mean...
59,700. FMM getting double accolades right now. But looking at the damage out, like you said, Tsuki, that's a very, very big disparity, right? 184,000 comparing to 225,000. So there's almost 40,000 in difference.
Yep, and they were forcing fights all around the map. Bleed, while they were very fight heavy, you can take a look at the percentages of the fight. Evil even more so because they couldn't farm. They had to fight the entirety of Bleed the entire match. They couldn't get the lanes done at all. The damage to tower disparity is extremely far.
Yeah, it's too far, and that's where Bleed makes Evil play into the hands, right? Right into the hands. And let's take a look at the MVP right now. It is going to be JPL, of course.
No question, no
question.
Yep, I mean, the pull yourself together, like I said, mentioned earlier in the match, this cooldown reduction is super important. The threat of that Guardian's Barrier, I mean, sometimes he didn't even need the Guardian's Barrier, he just went on with the full Wild Charge itself. It changed a lot of the fights for Bleed.
I think it's quite funny how you're mentioning about the kill participation and how Evil had such a high kill participation together was actually because, as opposed to not being able to farm, they had to group up to survive.
Yes,
yep, exactly.
So when there were kills, it was because all four of them were together, but it was like maybe chasing just one person here, and still they struggled even against that. So as we jump into the highlights here, we're going to see this first fight. Just the wombo combo, the layering of spells on top of each other coming up from Bleed was just very, very intelligent here. And even, you know, Lapu Lapu going away, moving away from the fight, being able to sustain back in his lane. And once again, this was a JPL special, getting two in the corner, even with the Terisla not being able to get much there. And you know, this is just the story repeated over and over again. Bleed just took the advantages over, you know, on top of Evil just from JPL's great plays. Twist going into the backlines is the smart idea. He got Sayla a few times, he got the squishies a few times, but in the end his front line couldn't stand up to what Bleed was doing here. And this was the fight where with Coconut from the back, he got FMM, he got JPL. And then he's the threat. He was scary. He was terrifying. They managed to get deck as well. But Gear is the one that came back and they couldn't stand up against him in that fight.
Yep.
And then
this was the big one. Oh, the 3-man jump coming out from Gear. And then FMN coming in with a Torn Apart Memory as well, chunking everybody down. And a Praises Rave again coming out from deck just to secure out the game. And Bleed comfortably sitting right now on that 1-1.
I just want to highlight the usage of their skills is the one that I'm very impressed with. If you take a look at, you know, the moments just now, most of the time how they were playing, on the side of Bleed, they were actually saving their flickers for escapes.
Yes.
But on the flip side, for Evo, it was more of initiation. So, you know, they left the option open where we will try and set up the fight. If things go wrong, you know, Bleed can just get out. But on the other hand, Evo was like, I'm committing to this full 100%. And it's difficult if you are put in a losing situation to escape.
This is the concern I have with the Kaja jungle, right? Like, we saw that how many times he actually could catch out somebody, but it wasn't enough.
Yep, there was no follow-up damage. Coconut could not offer that much damage. But, of course, with that being said, we can offer you something else as well, and that's going to be a 5-minute break. Right now, we will have the players get ready for the final game of the series, and we will see you back in 5 minutes. And welcome back. This is going to be game point here for both teams. Bleed against Evo. Now, of course, our panel is split on this decision. We have our Evo fanboy here, and Suki and I, we are going with the Bleed hype train. And of course, based on what happened in game 1 and game 2, I think we're in for a very exciting match point here because it really could go either way.
Yeah, I find that the picks today, I think, are very different from what we expected. We have seen Coconut play on that Melissa a lot, and Powerful, I believe he hasn't gotten his hands on the Fredrin yet.
Yeah, power spike. This is it, man.
So maybe this game is going to be different because I believe they are going to get first pick.
Yeah, Evo gets first pick.
First pick this game.
Because
so
Evo was first pick in the first game, and then Bleed
and then
first
swaps
pick,
over
and then
and it
swaps
goes
over.
back. Yeah, so maybe they'll be able to secure that for him, but man, this is a real interesting battle because it's not really like either team is, playing terribly. No one is like taking this game and running with it, right? It's a lot of back and forth, and it's just small mistakes or small errors in positioning that we as the casters and the viewers we can see, right? But as a player, you don't know who's in that bush, right? We do.
Exactly.
Yeah, so it's a lot of who can get the right initiation, and if it is the right initiation, who can get the sustain.
Also, we have some hindsight bias, right? We get to see the replay, so we kind of say, oh, you know what, you should have done that. But of course, in the heat of the moment, it's a very different situation for the players itself. And I think Powerful has really evolved from last season itself.
Yes.
Powerful didn't exactly have a very stable performance throughout the regular season. But this season, I think Evo really have stepped up so far. And I'm really excited to see this last game because Powerful has been performing. It's just that the setup from JPL is just one step ahead. Literally one step ahead.
He's like Magnus Carlsen, right? The #1 chess player in the world.
Okay, yes,
he
yes.
has thought 10 steps ahead.
Right.
And same thing for Young In with the draft, which we are going to go into right now. 10 steps ahead. That's what they're thinking of right now, and banning away the Valentina. So honestly, right now, guys, what I feel Evo is lacking out is Melon, right? Melon is not showing up as much as he used to as compared to last season. Honestly, looking at my special little book here of drafts, the magical book that has got me, I managed to get 5 for 5 before on this book. So looking at this, right, Evo could possibly go for the Julian mid
power of light
or the Valentina
incarnate.
with, but it's banned out. So they could either go for the Julian mid or even something just straight in, elbows in, which is the Kadita.
I just want to highlight something. I was speaking to JPL just now, and I think that he pointed out that Evo has one of their potential weaknesses is actually their mid. They want to focus on Melon. If you don't give Melon a good game, Evo essentially is not
your fun is all that matters.
Literally and figuratively, right? So I think this formula has worked out for them because right now, Sailor's running rampant over Melon.
The Kagura was just making the plays over and over and over again.
I think that Bleed do really well with heroes that can do more than just one thing. Right, and what do I mean by that? Is they choose heroes that have multiple ways of entry, multiple ways to deal with enemies, and I think that is what they do best. So giving them the Grok, giving them the Lapu Lapu, I think are heroes that, or Kagura as well, are heroes that they do well with. Whereas Evo,
I will choose my own
I'm not gonna
path.
harp on it anymore after today or after the next 5 minutes, but the Kaja jungle just doesn't really work because you're fueling all this money, all these buffs into a Kaja that doesn't really need it, right? I think if they had more of a tanky jungler, it would be able to strengthen their front line. And once again, it was the front line versus front line, right? The first game we saw Evo take it out and be able to break down Bleed's defense, and Bleed did that to them in the second game. So now we have to see what is the response, right? Because if whichever team has the Fredrin
You are facing a question.
The jungle going first, that might be something that the other team has to think about.
So a very well balanced ban coming out from overall, coming out from Evo. You're banning away the EXP, the roam, potentially the jungle as well, and coming out from Bleed, banning away the Glue 1-1 and that Valentina. So it's just balanced overall. So Evo could possibly go for the Martyrs or even the Fredrin right now. It depends on what they want. And
Your team is
We'll
picking.
get this faster for Melon, and I think that's a good pick considering the fact that they have banned out this Valentina on their own from the side of Bleed. They could return the favor with an Eve as well, but of course bear in mind it's Sailor we're talking about. So Sailor still has options to open for that Kagura, which I'm not sure why they are being disrespectful on that. Like, if I were Evo, I would ban that Kagura straight out.
I do think that, you know, the Kaja ban is to allow Melon to have a bit more security on that Fasa. But you know what?
See value in
as
me?
A counter to Fasa
This land is our homeland,
didn't
and
really
it
work
will
out
soon be your
very well
burial
in game
ground.
one. So maybe they're trying to bait another Cho pick or a hero that can dive into the
Need
Fasa
some
ultimate to
stitches?
take
I
her
can
offline.
help.
And we finally do see Coconut back. I believe it is his signature hero, the Melissa. He
Yes,
has
it
played
is.
it the most.
That's right, and of course, you know, Lapu Lapu, this win rate has been increased already 67%.
Yeah.
And now these are the two most common picks so far in our league here, Fredrin as well as the Lapu Lapu. Like you mentioned before, they need to have someone on the side of Bleed that can have access towards Melon's Fasa, which in this case could be a Kufra, it could be a Grok, similar to what they've already showcased to us. Not sure
Your
whether
team
Cho would
is
be
picking.
the best choice.
Yeah.
Of course, powerful back on that Mardis. We have seen powerful in week 1 on that Mardis, one of the
Are you
fastest
my next
junglers
conquest?
in our league
And
so far.
instantly securing all three of your core heroes right now. And that EXP and Rome would definitely go fast.
The
And it
southern
does seem
seas
like
are my
JPL
domain.
does want to jump into the backline to stop that Feather Airstrike at all costs.
The Kadita Roma is a very good selection against the
Yeah,
Fasa.
very
but
good.
I also like how they're keeping their lineup open, right?
Yes.
Like you can take it mid. It
You
may,
can take it Rome.
Yeah, you can take it roam. So there is that sort of, I guess, a bit of a chess match since we were bringing up chess
Yes.
earlier. And on the side of Evil, you know, they did do that for the first two drafts. I think for this game, they're not taking any chances. They want to secure the best heroes for their players. It doesn't matter what the enemy team picks to a certain degree. Right, we are just going to focus on these three first, and then we will see and we'll try to resolve any problems in the second phase.
Yeah, very hard.
When the body
lockdowns coming out
suffers,
from Bleed as
your
well.
team
The
is
spirit
panicked.
to the back
blooms.
lines is going to be the Kadita, and then Gear on the Lapu Lapu, and then Fredrin there to soak and tank and taunt every single thing that's going to be thrown and Bleed right there. It's a very good balance for overall right now.
Yeah, it comes down to the breadth of the ocean for JPL. If they can actually set up the situation where, you know, JPL gets easy access
Come on,
to the breadth of
Dexter.
ocean,
Your
stop
team
them
is
with that
banning.
airstrike, it is going to be a very good situation for Bleed when they want to actually take fights. So the question here for Evo, I think, is when should Melon use this Feather Airstrike? It's important because if he uses it at the correct time, if they get JPL to burn out his Breath of the Ocean and perhaps keep FMM and deck occupied, it could be the perfect scenario to have the maximum output from that Feather Airstrike.
Exactly, and going for the bans right now, they're going to be banning away the Claude and that Benedetta, and Bleed on their last ban right now. They could ban away a Roam or even a EXP laner, but it does seem like two EXP laner has been banned out.
I find
Kindness
the Benedetta
is the
ban
surest
quite
path
interesting
to ruination.
because I feel like the Benedetta ban is an indication of what kind of gold lane they want
Magic
to pick.
is my
So,
life. Your
perhaps
team
it's
is picking.
Beatrix?
Ooh,
I
the Harif,
don't know.
Harif gold lane being banned out, Claude gold lane being banned out, and they are locking down onto FMM's hero right now.
They still haven't banned the Kagura though.
Time
I
and
think
tide
they
wait
believe
for
that
no
this is gonna
man.
be-
Your
yeah, it's a
team
Beatrix.
North
There we go.
I was told by a Benedetta main that
Uh-huh.
if you want to play Beatrix, you ban Benedetta.
Yes, of course.
So-
I mean, you get a backline rusher who is literally untouchable,
Right.
and if anything goes south, you can just get out of the dodge.
Yeah, and of course, with that being said, the ban by Evo, very, very useful. The Claude ban, I mean, Claude would have been the perfect pick for me from Bleed side because Claude offers you distraction. You can jump in, weave in and out of certain locations across the map, although it's a very short distance, but it does get the team of Evo to fixate on Claude, which
Right.
is a problem because that will open up the doors for JPL to just come in with Ocean Oddity or Breath of Ocean to get rid of whatever setup they want.
Lolita?
The only setup that they have.
Oh, wow.
Love it. Powerful in Carrot. Now, Bouncing Ball by Carrot, I like this. That could potentially stop the onslaught of pressure from Bleed. But at this point, I'm not sure whether this could be...
Okay, the bouncing ball can only counter the Beatrix dash.
Yes.
And no, nothing else. And Fredrin's dash. That's the only thing it
That's
can
more
counter.
than enough because Carrot's job here is really just to catch out FMM.
Yeah.
But do you reckon that it could have been a denial pick? Because it does
Yeah.
seem that they feel like JPL, or not JPL, so the Kadita is going to is
mid.
going into the mid.
Yeah, or
So-
even the roam.
Yeah, so but they wanted to remove the Kufra because we were just saying
It's
Kufra
time
is
to
good
go to the
against Mufasa.
RSG show.
Yeah.
Oh,
For some fun.
Lilia. So a lot of damage coming out from lead with that last pick.
Yep, so far, it's a 0% win rate for Lilia.
But
you know,
Sela's an amazing Lilia player as well.
Yep, he is one of the best mages in the league itself, so it will be interesting to kind of see. I mean, the formula for Sela is very simple on this Lilia. They just want to make sure they stand in the front, soak up as much damage as possible, get Evo to overcommit on their utilities and options. From there, they really get in the punch for Team Evo. For Team Evo, it's slightly different. Now they're going to change the circumstances of their win condition to be a different one. They want to offer you that front-facing fight. Sure, we can have a fist fight, but I'm going to play a bit more unfair. I'm going to have Melon on the backlines offering that feather airstrike as a support as well.
And they could even use that as a bait to bait in Bleed. So this Bleed up against Evo,
5
game number
seconds till
3,
the enemy
Red
reaches the
versus
battlefield.
Red. Who
Smash
shall
them.
triumph right here?
That's right, it is match point here, and this will
Welcome
kind of secure
to
the
Mobile
position in
Legends.
the table so far. Evo yet to
Oh
get
no.
themselves on the bottom as Melon is not looking too good. It's a horrible start for them. They could get the first blood.
Oh,
and
no.
Sailor is
First
the
blood.
one that gets it. And that's even more important because right now, if Lilia has the lead, you know, if you give Sailor a lead, he's going to take it and run away with it.
He's going to drive a car with it.
Exactly.
He's going to use a car and drive away as far as he can. He's going to run away. He's going to take... He's not even an MRT. It's a full-on
cross-country,
car.
really.
Yeah.
And with that, you can see JPL is already providing a lot of distraction. He will get caught out in a 3v1. That comes in. And more importantly, once again, they funnel the kill into Powerful. So Powerful having a sizable lead against his jungler counterpart, which is going to be Deck. Deck is level 2 as well, has hit level 3 just, but Powerful has the slight advantage. Another nice Tyrant's Rage here, allowing them to really push off Sailor for a bit, slowing down his farm, but more importantly, opening up that rotation.
Yup, and a very big lead comparing Melon to Sailor. A level 3, close to level 4 already, and Melon is just barely level 3.
Yup, that's right. And this EXP lead is going to be very important. Sailor once again gets caught out, but he's not level 4 yet. No access to Black Boots. He does have the lane advantage, but he's a bit low on health, so that forces him to go back to the base, which is great, because that wastes a bit of time.
And Twist right here suffering a lot. You know, suffering in lane as well as compared to Gear. Gear is winning the lane very, very well against this Terizla. I mean, it's a Lapu Lapu, right? He definitely wins in lane, but it all boils down to that penalty zone, and we're definitely going to need VAR for that. That penalty zone is going to be so crucial, especially with the flicker on Twist. We saw how he used the penalty zone with the flicker to catch out lead, but Evo just wasn't there to support.
Right now, the important person is to either get rid of Powerful or to get a kill on the bot lane. Here, a jump in, and that could just start a fight. Oh my god, a 3-man penalty zone, and that's it for them. They do get the kill and the kill as well, but at what cost? Evo, it looks so good for them at the start, as Powerful is falling low as well. Gear coming here to finish off the fight. He does get a double kill, but at the price of his own life. Right now, it's still even, but EXP definitely going to be in the lead of Bleed.
Exactly, and Gear right there. Let's take a look on the instant replay coming out. Thank you very much for that. And a good Tyrant's Rage. Big knock-up, but it goes to Gear. But a very, very good catch by Powerful as well. Take a look at Powerful. Dodging, constantly dodging. He still has his ultimate active and jumps right at the very last moment to catch out Sailor as well. So there's 3 members down to the side of Gear, to the side of Bleed as well. But the turtle being secured by Bleed.
And more importantly, it's Carrot as well as Twist. They both committed their flickers for that. So this is not a good time for Evo to take any fight at all, especially if it's a bad situation that they're caught in. There's no escape mechanism. So Bleed now has the option to really play super aggressive, which could provide them quite a lot of boost for their partner. Coconut already has his hands on this size very fast one. It's 2.5 minutes only.
Very, very quick, very, very swift indeed, but 40 seconds up and Bleed are already so eager to get onto that.
Yeah, but JPL catches out Carrot and another kill. This time they funnel that, more importantly, into FMM. And you can see, if you take a look at the emblems, slightly different. Sailor going to be caught out. They don't want us to talk about the emblems, but the Black Boot's going to be committed right now, but no other deaths will follow up at this point.
Exactly, and Sela going for that mystery shop onto the Lilia as well. But the magic worship for JPL, so they're gonna go for full damage Kadita here. So there's not much tankability apart from gear and deck. But it forces gear though. But
Better going to be landed on as it looks like Deck will be punished for this, but Powerful is so low. The kill goes to FMM though, that's the more important one. And with that, they are going to be forced to go back. But if they get caught out, it's very bad. Twist is super low. They're going to jump in as well. Carrot, they are actually safe and sound at this point. It's a good one, but they have forced all of the different members on Evo to really just rotate down into this bot lane. And they are still providing that aggression. Sayla falling a bit low though. Blackwood's going to be committed. Carrot goes in with the bouncing ball. But it's all a distraction because more importantly, they want to get this turtle on their side.
Yeah.
Powerful managed to step in, but it's a little too late for them. This rotation does not work out.
A little bit too late, and Powerful seems a little bit shaky right now. He needs to step up his game, but Bleed, they're looking so comfortable right now. JPL with a good aggressiveness, and it forces Gear to go into full tankiness on their Lapu Lapu, but without that, he still needs that sustainability. But coming out with coconut rough waves too, and a big catch coming out from FMM, granting them a very nice lead.
Yep, this is a very scarily fast build coming out from FMM. He should be quite far ahead. I think he is going for the BOD as the first item as well. And you know, you can see they are chunking down this bot one so much. And Carrot cannot sustain against the damage of FMM. Here comes the rotation in. They want to get this kill. If they get Carrot, balance should be more than enough for them to die here, as Carrot will be running out using the Tyrant Blade to escape. In the meantime, FMM gonna get the free turret. It's all distraction from the side of Bleed here.
Exactly, and they played the bigger macro game, and Evo losing out onto that turret, tier 1 turret, onto the bottom lane right now, as well as... Oh, just one lane, sorry. I misread the turtle sign, but it's okay to that. And Bleed 1.5 thousand in goal lead right now. So what do they need to do here? Can Evo need to win this game? And as we speak, FMM finally secured that beauty.
I mean, at this point, the speed of growth from Bleed is actually going to be even faster because now JPL has the lead in terms of damage across the board as a roamer, and he can set up pretty easily for his team. So it's going to be quite tough for Evo to take fights right now, considering the fact that they have a gold and PhD lead. It's not a lot, but it's something considerable that might change the course of the fight as well.
Exactly, and Evo, look at the way they're rotating. They're playing very on the passive side, and Bleed just gaining and gaining and gaining. But that's the point of a booster. You're supposed to open up the map. You're supposed to be playing a little more sneaky and making the plays. But JPL being caught up right now, able to get away, and still has the rough waves.
Yep, it's very difficult because right now, as Carrot on this Kufra, it's a double-edged sword, right?
Red team has slain the turtle.
But here we go to set up. It's not going to be a good fight for Evo if they take this, unless they can get the control down. Oh, that burst comes in. Gears on the back lines as well. Powerful is extremely low. Melon's going to be followed up. He's solo. Wings by Wings going to help protect him. In the meantime, Gear is caught on the back lines. A two-man penalty zone, but it amounts to nothing because Gear, FMM, and Deck are still alive. FMM full health. He's going to tank that Tyrant's Fury and Rage from Carrot, and he's going to get the kill as well. A triple kill for FMM and a free tower as a wipeout for Bleed here.
What a play from Bleed. Evo was just everywhere, and Bleed took control of that fight. Bleed was so good during the team fight. It was all well prepared. JPL, I have to give it to him. Coming in with the dash and that two-man active fight. That just changes the tide of the game.
Exactly, and while Twist of course has that Festival of Blood, when you are at the deficit here, it's going to be difficult because that lifesteal is not going to work that much for you. And to make matters worse, the Guardian's helmet going to be in the hands of Deck. If he wasn't tanky enough, this is what you call a real beefy boy here.
I mean, we've seen in the past MPL season... Oh! Okay, no problem to that. But we have seen 4 Guardian helmet before.
And Malefic Rob on the hands of FMM. I mean, like we said, this has been tough for Evo, but it's going to get even harder.
They do not have much tide-changing draft right here for Evo, apart from the penalty zone on this.
Yeah, they're gonna get the
Blue team turret has been destroyed.
Oh, Carrot, he is gonna be forced to move back. And as a tank, especially a Kufra, if he has to back away from fights, that's not the situation you want to see.
Yeah.
Right now, it's about a 3-level disparity between the two teams.
Is this their favorite bush or something? Like, Carrot likes to clear that bush and JPL is just sitting in that bush.
Yep, so I mean the situation is very clean for Bleed, right? It's a very straightforward formula for them. They just need to make sure that Evo does not have access to steal this Lord. And you can see the way that they're trying to do this is with the help of Gear. Gear's going to do the split push on the top lane, which would then force them to try to defend it if the wave gets controlled with the base.
Exactly, and Evo right now, they have a very nice little map control right now. But Bleed, take a look at the map.
Oh, Deck, he's just gonna say, okay, hi guys, I see you around here.
Yeah, and the Tensor might be coming in. Look at JPL from the back line though.
Gear jumps in, gets a fight started though. Melon has forced to run away in the meantime. They're falling so low, and Coconut actually gets taken down. We didn't see that. Coconut gets taken down, and it's a bad fight for Evo here. This is not looking good at all. Gear as well, Sailor, going to be front-facing on Powerful. He does use that Retribution, which means there's no more contest. Bleed will have access to this Lord, and it's starting to look like the end here. Evo, they are trying to hold their own, but here they come. Here gonna get his hands on Karen. Not gonna finish the job so far, but he forces the bouncing ball. That's the most important, and the flicker as well.
Alright, let's take a look at the items right now, and it does seem like a Burning Soul and Guardian Helmet along with the Dreadnought armor coming out from deck, and a very cheap, I would say a very cheap alternative source right there. Counter-Strike BOD along with that Malefic Roar for FMM, he's just gonna start shredding you down. Clockwork of Destiny along with the Genius Wand coming out from JPL. JPL's gonna hurt. That's why he took Coconut down. So it forces Coconut to go into a very passive position, and he has to build a Athena shield at all costs.
Yep, I mean, and this is without the Divine Glaive for the side of Sailor as well as JPL. This item is not in their hands yet.
Yeah.
The moment the Divine Glaives comes out, it's going to be extremely painful. Melon, oh my god! Gets chunked out by FMM here. And they're going to jump in, they're going to commit. But Deck, has he overstepped his welcome? He is going to be the first one on the side of Fleet to be taken down, as it looks like it's still 5 men strong on the side of Evo. Yes, they have damage offered by FMM, but looks like they have quite a lot of burst on Evo as well. The Lord is going to march down. They're going to jump in. JPL gets the setup, but oh, there's a lot of damage, but he does not make it out so far. They will jump in again. Gear layering on the stuns. Coconut, he has to survive. He's going to die as Gear gets a kill. Powerful, so low on health. They will be able to try and put a defense against this Lord, but can they defend against another push? Sailor baiting out all the skills here with the Black Boots. That's beautiful for them. Deck still has his Appraiser's Wrath ready to be used if necessary. On the other side, Evo has already burned through every single ultimate. They're only left with their utilities.
Exactly, and there's not much tide-changing fights here, and that Kadita will completely just flip Evo on their head and going into the ground. Okay, JPL
Vaping things out again. JPL gonna jump on the backline. Deck coming in. Can he get the taunt off? It's gonna be a 2-man taunt, but he's all over the snipe! And with that, it's not looking good at all for Evo. Carrot gets caught out, but on the backlines, FMM and JPL are extremely safe because they have to keep focusing on Gear. Gear is doing his job here, and it could be the setup. Can they get the kill? FMM ready and waiting on the backlines. Can they get the kill? They've already cleared up 2 of the T3s in the mid and the top. All they need is that final one on the bot lane.
Wow, FMM with the snipe yet again, putting Melon in a very promiscuous situation, and Melon right there just in the worst position ever to give FMM a nice clear shot. Take a look at JPL yet again, baiting around.
Oh, the base, a 2-man penalty zone, and that's a great start for the fight for Team Evo. Can they actually turn this around? They are down, but you cannot count them out, Evo. We know they are capable of that huge turnaround, similar to Game 1 itself.
Yeah, but JPL with the Ocean Oddity coming in with the rough wave, constantly putting that pressure onto Evo. That is what a Kadita does. Using that Ocean Oddity to rush right in, close that gap, and goes right in. Let's take a look at the damage dealt right here. JPL definitely in the top 4, along with Gear, FMM, and Sailor. So that's going to be your top 4 all the way. Bleed, red, red, and red.
Yeah, so far it is going to be Crimson all across the map here as the waters flow red.
But Evo, they're not out yet. Powerful catches a glimpse of this same formula as before. Bleed, they want to be patient. They will be very patient because they just have to take an extremely long and slow fight, and the base will go down nonetheless. Coconut, of course, has his hands finally on that golden staff. He is going to deal quite a decent chunk of damage if he gets the opportunity to. But the problem is they do have the option to dive in on the side of the and they offer quite a lot of damage. And that's FMM without any special abilities yet.
Exactly, and with Stella in the mix right now, they have to go into the Radiant armor for sure. And Bleed right now at sitting on a very nice 6,000 goalie, but it was at 7,000. Evo making a very, very good progress right now, but they're just trying to gain map control, chunk down onto Powerful, and Carrot just not opening up the map for Team Evo right now. They do not have that information, so Evo, they're going in blind. They want to take this combat hand to hand.
Yeah, Evo might be setting up for the all-in here. You take a look at the positioning they have. They want to make sure they can access this board. Powerful is meant to be their eyes and their ears at this point. Like I said, they're very patient. They do not want to overcommit at this point. They have been punished for their patience.
Yes, they have, and FMM finding a blank shot just to be sure, hopefully trying to catch out onto Melon right now. But Melon is in a very, very safe position, but JPL still scouting, still moving around, and the reset on the Lord is imminent.
Yeah, they are patient with the time. They are very happy to do this because it's an important wave management.
Oh, they have.
Yep, here we go, the Kadita, Mr. JPL toying with Twist, making sure it's a 4-on-4, and all he has to do is to make sure that the waves continue to crash in.
Red
Twist,
team turret has been destroyed!
Going to try and cut the wave in the mid lane, but Twist may be caught out. Here comes the jump, that's a call from Bleed. They will try and get the kill on Twist, and they actually get it. Penalty zone committed, but here he gets the kill. It's a monster kill for him, and Melon gets taken up by FMM. That is it. The whole entirety of Evo is falling apart. The cracks have shown. And Fleet, they are looking for more. Carrot on the backlines against here as Powerful. The jungler, no more retry battle available for you. But you know what's worse? No more game. This could be the decider. FMM. Oh! Coconut is so low. And JPL finishes the job. And with that, Fleet, they will get the game over. That's it.
Wow, what a big catch. What a big catch. The snipe from FMM. What did he eat this morning? I want to know, because we need a marksman like this in Singapore. We need Beatrix players like this in Singapore. We've seen how Enya play. We get to see him in the next game later from Team SMG as well. But I have to give props to FMM and JPL with the insane split push, wave management, catches. It just kept going on. And Deck was just fulfilling. Bleed made Evo bleed.
When we started the game, we did see Evo's game plan, right? That big blow up, the Kufra, the Thrizzler, everyone just jumping in, just just like uppercutting the entirety of Bleed. But Bleed's game plan was smarter, which is I'm gonna sit back, I'm gonna let my Beatrix snipe out your Fasa. You think she's safe? Do you see that shot at the end? Like, it was like full HP down to almost nothing. Just from one sniper shot from the Beatrix. And that was off the back of Bleed giving FMM such a good lead. I think FMM was untouched that game.
Yeah, untouched. Zero death.
Pretty much untouched, right?
Pretty
because
much untouched.
They really couldn't deal with the frontliners in the first place. But here's the thing. I think they've been listening to the casters when we casted the game, right? Patience is a virtue for the side of Team Bleed. They were very patient. They waited the game out and they were ready for that last portion. But I think the itemization is really what worked for FMM. He's so painful.
Yep, looking at it, it is going to be a full-on BOD, Malefic Roar. And the Hunter Strike and the Husk Claw definitely towards that submachine gun only. Swift Boots for the extra attack speed along with the steel leg leggings.
Steel leg plates. There's no leggings.
Plates.
It's steel leg plates.
Yes, there we go.
I actually really, really like how JPL played the Kadita. You think, okay, she's gonna go roam, right? Yeah, a Divine Glaive. Like, he was there just to blow up Coconut. And we did see off screen, got blown up a few times by this Kadita.
Exploded.
Who has just been everywhere. It feels like he's everywhere, anywhere, all at once, Like,
he's just an explosion.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just amazing to me that when you look at this lineup purely on paper, right, it looks like EVO have a much tankier lineup. They have much more survivability. They have Martis who can go through CCs and stuff like that. But Bleed, they didn't even require that, right? They just needed Gear to go in and harass the backline. And I think Gear has just been so good at zoning out the damage dealers of EVO that they couldn't find a way in. They couldn't get the kills in. But let's look at the damage down. Yep.
EVO, zero damage to turret, right? They didn't touch a single turret at all. Damage dealt, take a look at that, it's 2 times more, almost 2 times more, and damage taken, of course, EVO has to take more damage for sure. 18-9. The amount, and take a look at the team participation here, right? For EVO, 88% for Powerful and Melon. Yes, they were there at the fight. Coconut on the least because he has to stand at the back, or most of the time he spent was dead. Seeing the screen black from JPL, blowing you up with the Kadita.
Yep, and of course, with that being said, I mean, the MVP for me, I'm going to just state out my personal favorite. I think FMM did a really good job down here.
I mean, for me, it would be Sailor because of the pick, right? Because of the pick, it forces EVO to go into a Radiant Armor, as well as JPL on the Kadita forces you into the Athena Shield.
I was gonna go Gear. I think it's a 3-way.
Let's go.
It's gonna.
Oh! Okay, so it is Gear itself, and of course, no discount to the other players as well.
Yes,
Gear
of course.
played a perfect game here, 6-0 and 4 the itemization. I mean, it's the same one from when he played Lapu Lapu in Game 2. It's a Festival of Blood together with the super tanky items as well. Dom Eyes, the Bloodlust Axe, and the Oracle along with the Immortality. Just what slight change, right? The Immortality this time. And that allows him to be really tanky. But the fact of him being tanky is he also deals damage.
Oh yeah.
So the longer he stays alive, that's a lot of damage.
Like we saw so many times where Gear got into the backline and they were just stuck, right?
They were split apart.
Yeah, no, they couldn't do anything against this Lapu Lapu, and I mean it was terrifying watching them because he even jumped into the base damage just to get that last kill, I believe, and we're gonna catch it in the highlights here. Wow, this was the fight where you look at where Gear is going. He's pushing back the entirety of Melon, Carrot, Powerful, and Coconut. And then, you know, look, Twist, you can fight the rest of my teammates. It's fine. I'm just going to harass your backline. And then he gives the kills over to FMM. This was, I think, 6-0-0 already at 7 minutes, 8 minutes on that Beatrix. And that just snowballed Bleed into the victory here today. You get to see this fight as well.
Oh, the explosion, the rough waves. The rough wave was just too painful, and look at Gear jumping all the way in.
Jumping all the way for Coconut.
Yeah, and then take a look at this. Powerful trying to last right here. Look at Twist. Twist able to get right out, but it was very, very low. Gear pushing in. And FMM catching out Melon. Melon just off position every single time. And FMM being there to punish that misstep.
I don't think there's anywhere safe for Melon, given that...
We get to see the snipe.
Yeah, oh man, FMM, like he sniped out Melon every time he stood still, gets that kill, like gets that damage down on Coconut. Like you don't feel safe with this Beatrix, but at the same time, you know, we saw Twist go multiple times after him, right? Go after FMM, and you would think that he would get something done, but because of the way the team has been like splitting, you know, the entirety of EVO, definitely. This is down to, I think, teamwork. This is very much like, this is the Bleed we want to see, right? Because this is impressive.
Yep, exactly. I think, you know, with the passing weeks, Bleed have been shaky last week, but of course, I think it's really just down to the illness. Today, they're a newly reformed team, and it's back to basics again. JPL gets a setup as well. Gear just on the backlines creating destruction. And of course, we have FMM who, clearly, if you give him a chance, he's going to just kill everyone.
And he just shreds everybody down. But coming up on the screen right now is going to be the All-Star bonus event. All-Star Last Encore is available now, so select the limited skin you want and redeem it for free. Guys, it's free! Who don't like free things?
It's the only skins I get.
Yeah, free skins! Alright, so from the 31st all the way to the 30th next month, we have the all you have to do is just complete event tasks to collect Wish skin fragment, and then you redeem one of the skin below. So you have the Gato, Arhat King, Natalia, Deadly Mamba. I love that skin. Esmeralda, Poison, Vi, looking amazing with the green as well. Martis, Death Rock, Mr. Guitarist over there, my favorite emote of all time as well. Terisla, Hammer Giant. I love that skin. I got it for free last season as well. And not to forget Alpha, Crimson Warrior, looking like a little alien versus predator out of the movie kind of color scheme as well, and Harif, fashion expert. So that was during the 515 event 2 seasons ago as well. And not to forget, all-star events are coming in full swing. So log in your game and enjoy the exciting events with all your friends. Hashtag Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
That's right. And of course, with that, I think we should be ready for an interview with the players. But
with
before
us?
We,
oh.
before we
do you want to be interviewed?
I want to be interviewed too, you know. It's nice to be interviewed as well. But yeah, we're going to go into the interview real soon towards Cheryl right here. But I mean, this game was just intense, guys.
I think today is just going to be very, very exciting overall.
Yeah. So with that, you know, Cheryl is going to be in charge of getting the interview. So let's head over to Cheryl. Cheryl, it's your call.
Thank you so much, casters. Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, just match 2 once more. We have seen a best of 3. Crazy, crazy picks as well with a Kadita roam, as we have seen just earlier in Game 3 itself. And right here, I have FMM right beside me. Now, FMM, I do have a lot of questions for you. First up is just statistics alone. You are really high up on the boards itself. So firstly, to mention gold per minute, you're number 3. Right behind Enya as well as Oki, but you're number 3. And in terms of kills, right here, MPL SG Season 5, you are at number 1. Do you have anything to say about that?
Just doing my job as a goal laner, getting kills and farming or getting goal. So it's expected.
Just another day in the office. Yeah, so that's really cool. So, and another question which I believe took a lot of people online, no matter it's Facebook, YouTube, or even Twitch, off guard, is you are such a high-performing individual right here in MPL SG Season 5. And earlier in the game where we had deck as Fanny, your kill participation wasn't as high. So is that a reason for you to just let yourself be the target and let deck shine? What was the whole idea behind it? What happened?
I think partly the team we played quite bad, but because deck is on an assassin, so like our team has to play for both deck, and so like only one can shine on.
Right. So you're the sacrificial lamb, unfortunately, for that one. And it's really interesting because right now it's the whole fighter, tank, jungle meta. So the fact that, you know, Youngin actually picked a Fanny for a deck, you know, you guys have to readjust, right? What did you guys do to really readjust? Especially, you had to gut the buff. You guys had to give up all of the Lord, all of the Turtle. Like, so as an MM, what do you have to do to really readjust and recalibrate to that dynamic?
I have to position myself more safely, or more aggressively, because usually as a fighter, tank, jungle, there's 2 tanks in front of me, then I can play more aggressively. But with an assassin, I cannot anyhow poke the opponent, so I have to play safer. That's one of the big adjustments now.
Right. But it's really heartening to see you as a pro player, you know, that versatility, and you've shown anyway. So yes, that's very nice to know. So next up, what's gonna happen is you're gonna have 2 more games, and that's gonna be against Stellark, as well as, let's see, our defending champions of RSG Slate SG. So where's your head at right now? How are you feeling? You know, it's coming up, the final one, the biggest hurdle for you guys.
I think we're feeling okay. We'll see what happens next week. The bigger picture is still at playoffs, so we are not looking at the regular season matches too hardly.
So
because
not
the
just
big picture is playoffs.
Right, so not micro, but macro games. So I just want to check anything hiding under your sleeve. All right. So yes, you guys have a lot that we can anticipate And I believe a lot of our viewers out there are very, very excited for Bleed eSports. So once again, thank you so much, FMM, for this interview. Wonderful stuff. So ladies and gentlemen, versatility in terms of the heroes picked. We have seen Kadita ropes. It's just absolutely mind-blowing. So yes, that was match 2 that has just concluded with Bleed knocking out earlier with a 2-1 win. So ladies and gentlemen, what's coming up next, which will be happening at 4 p.m, would be the match between Team SMG as well as Stellar SG. Definitely a match that you don't want to miss as well, so stick around with us right here at MPL SG Season 5, and we'll see you at 4 p.m.
I am Optimus Prime. No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the land of dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 02-14.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
expose him.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to match 3 right here at MPL SG Season 5. Right here today, things are heating up right here at Week 3, Day 1. We have seen not just 1, but 2 best of 3 matches. So as you guys can see right now, teams are pulling out all of the stops to secure that very coveted upper bracket spots that they all yearn for to get that extra crucial life for the playoff seasons. So right now, we're going to anticipate the match 3 that's going to come up real soon, and that would be Stellark SG going head-to-head against Team SMG SG. Now, for all of our viewers right here today, we do see almost a full turnout right here today at our live venue. That is really awesome for you guys supporting your favorite teams. Now, any photos that you take here as a selfie with the hashtag of our pride, our passion to show support for our boys, and tag mpl.sg.official and show it to any of our amazing crew right here, you guys will be rewarded handsomely. Similarly, for those of you who are tuning in online, thank you so much for tuning in with us right here on this beautiful Saturday. Remember to call on your friends to join us on all of your favorite platforms, such as Facebook, YouTube, as well as Twitch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to meet the team? Without further ado, introducing our first team right here for match 3. Ladies and gentlemen, Stellark SG. What a wonderful sight to behold right here at the front row. We do have all of the fans right here from Stellark with their clappers and, of course, with their posters as well, showing support for their favorite players. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, here to contest Stellark SG, let's meet the team. Ladies and gentlemen, Team SMG SG. Right now, when it comes to the positioning over in the overall standing, things are pretty tight, especially in the middle section. So as we speak right now, Team SMG actually stands in 2nd position, whereas we also have Stellark SG currently in 5th. Will Stellark SG make it difficult for Team SMG to have that comfortable position over in the upper brackets? Now, we can only find out later in the land of dawn. So now, without further ado, we're gonna hand our time over to the amazing casters to take a look at this dynamic right here. Take it away, guys.
And thank you so much to our amazing host. Back to you again, Cheryl. My name is Vertigo, guys. Welcome to MPL Season 5. I'm joined today with Suki and Kin Dofu.
Yes, very full of vigor today.
I mean, the games today were awesome. We saw 3 games in the first series, 3 games in the second series. I don't want to jinx it. It might be a 3rd game as well, because honestly, Stellark up against SMG, both are equally on par in my opinion.
Yes, that's right. Suki, what do you think about these teams?
I mean, I think that SMG have really showcased, I think, growth and a lot of versatility, being able to adapt to what the enemy teams have always come up with. Whereas Stellark, I mean, me coming in as a new caster this season, to me, I see them as like the old standbys. They experienced players, they know how to play around it, but we're going to jump in and have a look at their lineup here.
Yep, Stellark is going to be represented by Smellycat, Chesty, Chu, Oh Dear, Bambi, and Forcer. Similar lineup to last season, with the only change with Chesty coming in as well. Now, they are a team and a force to be reckoned with. They were putting up very good performances across the seasons. And even for this season, I think they performed quite well. But there is still a lot of room for them to grow. I really like the potential. But as of now, it's still potential, not fulfilled yet.
Exactly, and Stellark are so strong, but up against them today will be SMG SG. So Anya, Miku Mikumi, Supergirl, Reminiscent, and Dairy. So Rum still on the bench, and Supergirl still proving his point to be the superior EXP laner.
I think it's just because they always prioritize him, and well, not always, sorry, I should take that back. They do prioritize him in the draft, and when they get him on heroes like the glue and, like one of the more, I guess, game-changing play-making heroes, Supergirl does perform. Right, and we were talking about Stellark. I think Stellark, they have, I wouldn't say an issue, but they have a habit. And that is all their games have very high kills, right?
Ooh.
They are very bloodthirsty. They're always going for the kills. They're always making sure that they are trying to get the enemy team down. But then the question is, can they close out the game after that? That's the worry that I have for them.
That's true. I think they could be more clinical in the ending phases of the game. Early games, I mean, the performance they put up against Alchemy was quite impressive as well. They really just put them in a chokehold.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, Stellark, it's purely micro. Their micro are on, if I were to put it on a scale of 1 to 10, it would be a 9.5 on their micro. But their macro, I would say, is about an 8 out of 10, right? It's just lacking a little bit behind. I'm not discounting them at any time or cost, but let's take a look on Stellark's SG keys to victory.
Well, we're going to start off with Smelly Cat, right? We all know Smelly Cat, one of the core members of Stellark. His goal lane is what comes out as a success story most of the time. So they need to make sure that Smelly Cat gets online very early, as much as possible. And of course, they need to assist Odiabambi in controlling the opponent's jungle. Now, Odiabambi, to me, is the ultimate thief. He loves to steal objectives, and he's like damn well good at it, right? He always steals the Lord, always steals the turtle, and this will be the perfect way for them to get it started. Of course, the last one, Forza, as we know, the rock of the team. As long as he gets to set up the team for the fights, it's going to be a tough one for SMG.
Yeah, for SMG, definitely Miku Mi has proven to be quite instrumental, especially on his Valentina plays that we've seen thus far. And Dairy as well on that Kaja. I think like the story for me, for SMG, is that all their players have such key heroes that they're really good at. Reminiscent, such a bully in the jungle a lot of the times. He tends to know exactly how far he can push it on whatever tanky jungler he chooses to be on. And so for SMG, I think it's a slightly, I wouldn't say it's an easier path to victory. I think for SMG, it's a clearer path, right?
Yeah.
They don't really need to change too much of their game plan. They just need to get the right heroes and make sure that they are always there for each other for SMG. So, I mean, Stellark versus SMG, this is going to be interesting.
Yep, I would find it could be a nail biter, right? Because the way that both teams play, I think they're very adaptable. Based on how they draft, you could see it's a very experimental draft by Stellark last week. Right? Of course, it didn't exactly work out, but they were playing against RSG. So they're willing to try against the big guns, and SMG is another big gun. I think they might be trying some things new today. As well, if you take a look at the signature hero, Smelly Cat this season playing on this Melissa. I mean, a mainstay hero, right, across the board. We have the Fredrin as well. Lapu. Most of these heroes that we see as their signature heroes, they are the typical picks in this current meta season.
Yeah, and there is a reason for that, right? These heroes in the current meta slightly easier to execute, slightly easier to get ahead with. But as we look at SMG's stats, I believe you're going to see very similar, very, very similar signature heroes. The Kaja, but I'm surprised actually that I believe it's going to be a Fredrin for Reminiscent. I think that's But yeah, so you're going to see very similar selections or very similar hero stats. But at the same time, what we can really take away from this, I think, is when it comes to the late game, when it comes to Enya versus Smelly Cat, right? That's going to be a tough battle because I think both Enya and Smelly Cat understand what they need to do for the late game, right? And they need to just survive and not say turtle, they need to work with their teams. And I think that Enya has always just been slightly faster in the rotations from what I've noticed.
I mean, I could agree with you that Enya has very good rotation, but in terms of aggressiveness, I think Smelly Cat just takes over on that point. Smelly Cat's aggressiveness is on another level. And let's take a look at our predictions today. It will be Stellark across, and Suki will be taking over the role of me.
Of you, yeah, for today, for now.
Okay, please explain why SMG.
I think for me, as somebody who is coming in, I understand the history, right? I know that Stellark, they have very experienced players. They have that old standbys. They are the people that they can fight through adversity because they know how to do so. But for me, SMG has just done such a good job throughout this entire season thus far. Like, you know, it's week 3.
Yeah.
So it's already halfway through the season, right? And they've done so well, even under adversity, even under pressure. They have found like small wins and win conditions which you wouldn't expect them to find.
Exactly. And speaking about finding, we found the signature player right here for Team SMG. It's going to be Enya on his signature pick carry. And take a look at the average goal per minute. It's pretty high up there, right? We usually see around the 600 range. But Enya with the 802.9 range, average kill around 3.7, average damage 2.3 thousand. So that's 2.3 thousand is pretty high for a marksman as well.
It's not the highest, but the thing about Enya is that his ability to position himself in team fights is what wins the fights for SMG. So this is very important to note. So later on in the match itself, we have to keep our eyes peeled for Enya. His positioning has been phenomenal, and it's one of the pinnacle points which SMG likes to pivot on.
Yes, I mean, it's all about positioning, but enough of positioning. Right now, we're going to be going straight into the draft of game number 1 for Stilak up against SMG.
I just want to highlight that this is also a battle of minds between Aeon and Tenshin,
yes,
right?
So the coaches. So it's a coaches battle right now. We're taking away the Kaja as well. They know how good the Dairy is on this Kaja.
And not a single worthy foe.
Along with the Mates.
Time to drop the
and on the other side,
beautiful
for SMG, they're going to be taking away the Arlet, 1-1, and Joy.
I do think that these 3 bans already from Stelak already show what their concern is, right? And I think for SMG, they have done very well on these heroes, on the Kaja, on the Glue, and on the Martyrs. So taking that away already puts them in a so-called uncomfortable position. But that is with the assumption that, you know, SMG doesn't have a backup plan, right? I'm sure they do. It's just that how are they going to fight up against Stelak, who, I mean, like you said, it's
see value in me? Command confirm.
And
Rhino
securing the Fredrin and the Grok. I like this from SMG.
Time and
I really
tide
like
wait
this
for
Grok
no
pick,
man.
and it really
nor
plays
girl.
well into the strengths of SMG. But another thing is they deny this Grok away from Forza. Forza is a very well-known roam over the past few seasons as well. He has been the rock, essentially, for Stelak.
The Grok.
Yeah, but right now, Supergirl gonna get his hands on it. Whether he keeps it is a question,
This
or whether
land
he'll
is
pass
our
it on to
homeland,
Dairy.
and
But
it
it
will soon
offers
be
a
a
lot of
burial
options
ground.
because it does lock. It could lock up the lineup for Stelak, or it could separate them during the team fights. With a decent Guardian's Bearer, it could set aside and split Stelak apart, which would be beneficial in the team fights, which will allow Enya, sorry, it's not going to be Enya, but Remand here, going to be able to get in the damage as well.
I am very interested about this Beatrix pick. I wonder whether it is a bait for SMG to perhaps choose the Benedetta.
Among
right?
the planes
We were
exists
talking
the
about how
equilibrium,
Beatrix and Benedetta
which
are
I was made
say
for.
good rivals, but no, they're gonna secure Eve for Mikumi, and that's great. Like, you are securing your core lineup, right? You know that Mikumi is such a good playmaker for your team, so you prioritize his hero, and it's building up to be a pretty decent team fighting lineup.
Where is
from
my
SMG,
target? Your team
whereas
is
Stella,
banning.
with the Lapu, more survivability, maybe more interested in the re-engages.
Yep, the real question here is who is going to be the pick for Enya. Are they
Pain
going to allow
is the proof that I'm still
they're gonna
alive.
block off the Brody away from Enya? So with that being said, I mean, Smelly Cat, they have already shown up their first card, right? Which is the Beatrix. And in order to deal with this Beatrix, they have gotten this range battle.
Yep, and speaking of range, they're going to be, Stella definitely going to be locking down onto Enya's carry for sure. But maybe Stellak has an answer to these carries. Someone to rush the backline, someone to give nice big AoEs, and that's the answer right there. You have Chesty on the far side and Chu on the Lapu Lapu as well. And this is what I want to point out, right? SMG, they are going to be last picking, so Stellak might not know what they're up to. So SMG might be picking up a Atlas because of that Eve.
Yeah, I also want to highlight the ban on Natana is really smart,
This
because that will
ninja
kind of
has
mess up
arrived.
the entire synergy for SMG. It also keeps them guessing and second guessing themselves if they want to start a fight, because if Natana doesn't show, that means the silence can come true.
Yeah, and the Hanzo ban as well. I think they want to make sure that if Stellak are going to come at them, that it's at a risk, right? Because Hanzo can stay very safe. He's going to be able to basically cross half the map without really risking himself. So SMG looking for that team fight, that sort of grouping up together, and
The
also
ocean is not just our
your
home.
team is the biggest issue for them, and
It
the
is
Atlas
who
band coming out
we
here.
are.
Wow. I saw it coming. I was like, oh, Atlas last pick would be great. Because the Diggy isn't banned, right?
Yep, it could be that as well. But the issue here is that I think the way that SMG are playing, I feel that the current draft for SMG works a bit better against the lineup for Stellar. Right now, they still, of course, this is not the full lineup yet. They're still lacking a bit of the final picks, right? But if you just take a look at the real world manipulation paired up with that Guardian's Barrier together with the Wild Card, it's a very different game to play into. And of course, with that, Reminiscent going to secure the carry for his marksman here, and yeah.
Yeah, and the carry is just slips right through, and I think Stellar has an answer for this carry, for sure. They wouldn't let that carry just slip out just like that.
I do think that given the lineup of the Eve, Rock, and Fredrin, you kind of want Stellar to jump on your Eve, actually. Right? Then you let Reminiscent, you let Edgar on the come in and do that. And it's going to be a Barats and a Franco on the side of Stellar. That's a very tanky lineup from the side of Stellar. But at the same time, they have carry on SMG.
Yeah, it's just a pure paper shredder right there. They can shred you to pieces within a few seconds, and 100% win rate for Franco and 100% win rate for Barats. Wow.
That's right. It's going to be a tough one though, because the setup, you can see how both teams want to set it up, right? Forcer, I think it's a low risk, high reward play, right? If Forcer gets the hook, they potentially get a kill. If he misses, it's okay. Reset, we wait between 5 to 8 seconds, or late game is probably 4 seconds already, and then we can try again. On the other side, it's much more taxing to really have a proper setup, right? You might want to burn the real world manipulation if you do get a catch.
Let them
but
come.
the question here is,
they will
where
only
is the
make
catch?
my blade
How
sharper.
do you get Stellar members to overcommit?
Oh yeah, you do make a good point, and picking up that Benedetta as well. So the only catch they have is that wild charge coming out from Derry, Supergirl rushing to the backline, and all these very little CC heroes shows that SMG, they really want to move under that gunfire and fight straight on.
Yep, they are going to be focused on the objectives on the side of SMG, so that will be one of the probable ways that they're going to pull Stellar in to fight them, right? If I can win that base race with you, and I get more towers, you will be forced to react, and you will come to us instead of us trying to catch you out.
Exactly, and let's go right into game number 1. Stellar SG up against SMG SG. Ladies and gentlemen, which team are you voting for? Please let us know in the comments below in whatever platform you're watching through, and give a shout out to your team, give your support to the team, and show them all the love and support from you guys.
Yeah, support
Welcome
support
to
us,
Mobile Legends.
and this is going to be an interesting game of supports, because like we were saying, with that Franco, he's gonna have that long range pull that I don't think will allow the team of SMG to really feel safe, right? Like whatever Enya is, wherever Mikumi is, they are going to have that Forza Franco just constantly on them, waiting to put them in. But from the beginning, you know, Barats is... I quite like Barats actually as a hero. Don't really get to see much of him in competitive play, so it's very exciting.
I mean, back 2 to 3 seasons ago, Barats was everything. They were first picking Barats non-stop, and he has the highest pick rate and ban rate at the same time. But SMG SG, let's see what they can do with this lineup, and Stellar as well. I really like the lineup with the inclusion of that Barats.
Yeah, and they're just sort of posturing now in the middle lane here. I do find it interesting that with the Grok on Derry, he can't really be as aggressive as a Kadra, and his job really is to survive a lot longer than he needs to. And Barats also, with that Daytona's welcome is going to be an issue, because this Franco is going to hook somebody in, the Barats is going to take the guy away, and then they can suppress him with the Franco ultimate after that as well. So it's going to be a very, I guess, one down assassination sort of technique from Stellar.
It's a very good isolation, like you said, Suki. You can literally isolate somebody, but take a look at Reminiscent. Oh, barely misses that AoE. And here comes Bambi, putting a little bit of aggression, trying to take away that gold crab for himself. But to no avail. So right now, they are both at a very good standstill. That's the point. This is what I like about Stellar SG and SMG SG. Both of them, they are very cautious. They play around the objective by Bambi. Oh, look at the knockout, the wild charge just going in, taking down Bambi and just denying that retribution battle.
Red team
and
has slain the turtle.
Retribution battle is on point as well as Reminiscence. So they want to eliminate that out of the equation totally.
So Supergirl, Reminiscent, and Dairy just chose a different bush each to jump onto Odia Bambi there, and it's one of those things where I think SMG, they are much more clinical in this aspect. They know which positions they want to come from and how they want to attack, and both teams so far have actually been quite, I wouldn't say cautious of each other, but they're being careful. They don't really want to give the enemy team a head start, and I think that was just an unfortunate catch there from Bambi because he did have support just behind him, so he probably thought that he had more time to get away, but it's still early game, so he's not that tanky yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're very wary of each other. They are looking for catches. They are looking for catches right here again, and the wall charge comes in. Here comes with a better airstrike. The Daytona welcome from Bambi, able to eat up Reminiscent right now, but Chessie taking a lot of damage from Supergirl. Supergirl able to get right out, and able to take down onto Bambi, and that's going to be 3 members on the side of Stella going down, and with the real world manipulation, even taking down Smelly Cat as well. 1 for the life of 4. What a deal.
The positioning from Dairy there and the patience to wait for basically until the entirety of Stellar was on top of him before going on to that Franco was just perfection, and we're gonna have a look at it here. You know, Franco tries to get a hook on him, but Dairy able to catch him off guard, and look at this wall, just stopping Chesty's escape, allowing Supergirl to get away, even blocking Smelly Cat. And even though Smelly Cat does manage to take down the tank and Reminiscent there, unfortunately, he just gets caught out by Eve.
Yep, and just to mention on that Eve as well. Whoa, look at that catch. 2 members on the side down, but Electro Final Blast from Supergirl. Supergirl runs low, but is he going to be able to get away? Oh, so low right there, but is Supergirl able to get right out, and Stellark right now, a little bit on the back foot right now. 4 minutes in, and it's going to be 3,000 in goal lead. And just like that, the second turtle is going to go into SMG's hands.
I feel like SMG here, they are definitely getting this momentum behind them. They are getting bloodthirsty, they are getting aggressive. You know, Stellark is, you know, they tried to take the fight, they made a few minor errors, or perhaps protect the bush close to them, and unfortunately got caught out here. Dairy just so brave on that Grok, just you know, I'm just gonna have fun in your jungle, and he's not too worried at all that the enemy team or Stellark is gonna be able to catch him.
Exactly, and what do you know what Grok stands for? Great Rock.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's why they call it Grok, because he's a great...
He's a great rock.
Yeah, he's a great rock. He's just there giving information to the side of SMG as well, and look, they're being benefited so much right here. 7-1, and they're having a nice little 4.3k goal lead.
Yeah, it is.
The flicker. The wild charge comes in, but take a look at Enya shredding away on Odia Bambi as well. The hook comes in, but it goes a little bit wide. Davey takes a little bit of too much damage. The knockout comes in too, rushing in with the Mightiest Warrior, able to get 2 down right now, but the knockup, Reminiscent able to get him down though. Supergirl able to get away, but no, the praises rave from Reminiscent, able to take him down. Forcer runs low, force the flicker, but look at the backline. Supergirl able to catch out onto Smelly Cat. The hook comes in, and down he goes. What a trade, Supergirl for Chu. EXP for EXP.
Yeah, and Chu there, he jumped into the fight after they had technically already lost part of the fight, right?
Yeah.
And he was going after Enya. We already saw the power of the Lapu Lapu. Being able to get Enya low, he was 1v3ing SMG, right? But it still wasn't enough because the support from Stella was just not there for him. And so unfortunately, that fight, I would say SMG kind of edges it out, maybe a little bit more gold going to Stella, but look, it's already a 4k gold lead here.
Yep, Retribution down onto the purple buff, being taken away by Reminiscent, and the turtle's coming up in about 10-second real moment relation coming up from Megumi, but Chesty able to use that. Purify goes right out. Chu try to slow them down right now, but Reminiscent, the stick of it overextends by too much, and take a look at Chu. Chu's taking a little bit too much damage. Feather airstrike comes down, Onion gets away right out of that AoE.
So here is the thing that's happening again and again for SMG, is that they are actually winning the fights, and then Stellark is stealing kills away using... oh no, and he's going to just run straight into the Franco as Supergirl gets caught out. So the Franco as well as the Barats being able to isolate one person and punish SMG for their aggression.
And very, very smart move coming out from Stellark as well. I have to give it to them because they know they would, SMG, although they want to fight, they would want to prioritize onto that turtle. So they know Supergirl is going to be split pushing. So by shutting that down, they rotated into the bot lane, knowing Supergirl is there, and a very, very good lead coming out.
Yep. At the same time, though, SMG are taking more towers right now in the early game. And even though Reminiscent was down, Stellark chose not to go for the turtle, instead prioritizing that kill onto Supergirl. So whether or not this is a game plan that will lead Stellark to victory, I think is a very long-term plan. It's going to be a while more before Stellark really can compete against SMG face-to-face without relying on that combination of the Franco Barats to get any kills.
Oh, here comes the consume play coming up by Forza, and Smelly Cat is there as well. Dairy charging up. Forza still not doing anything about it, but the conceal is being wasted right now, but slow comes in. Dairy able to get their wild charge. Real world manipulation goes down as well. Forza runs low, the taunt comes in as well for the airstrike along with it. Down goes Forza. Supergirl. Oh, wrong positioning right there, but a big catch from Chu. Able to catch 3 members of SMG SG right now. Chu runs low, able to get right out, but Enya is just shredding him and shredding and shredding, and there's going to be 2 members down on the side of Stellark SG.
That was beautiful positioning from Enya. Enya came from the top, and they didn't really know where Enya was coming from, and Enya was untouched that entire fight, able to lay down the damage. Yes, Supergirl went down, but at the same time, he's not playing the Benedetta of I'm just going to split push, I'm just going to cut waves, I'm just going to, you know, make sure that there's pressure on the other side of the map. He's actually partaking in these team fights, which is, I think, better for SMG.
Exactly, and SMG benefiting from all this team fight because Supergirl is there to join the team fight and able to add some value to that, towards the team fight and towards SMG as well. And speaking of value right now, SMG SG, they are ahead by 4.6 thousand gold.
You know, Stellark, their idea is that they want to catch out one person so that the next team fight they're going to have 4 versus 5. But at the same time, SMG, they're going to be just pushing down the mid lane while half of the team is trying to catch out Supergirl. Supergirl knows this, so he's hiding out. He's actually harassing the 3 who chased after him just to make sure that his team gets the frontline damage. But unfortunately, Supergirl does get locked up, I believe, once again by that Franco.
Exactly, with a bloody hunt along with the bombardments of the grenade launcher from Smelly Cat. It's just a insane cheese thread. I would call it a cheese thread, right? With the bloody hunt and the bombardments of the bomb. It's just too much to handle, and there's no way you can get out of there unless you're purified though. But here comes the real world manipulation. It's going to be a 3-man count coming up. Davey with the spin 2 trying to get the Mightiest Warrior down, but it's not going to be enough. Smelly Cat from where smashing down onto Mikumi. It's going to be enough though, but look at Reminiscent all the way to the single Appraiser Ray come down, but it's not going to land. It's not going to connect, and it's going to be bad value coming out from SMG SG.
Yeah, and this fight is still going because the Lord is still alive. They are going to try and push forward here, unable really to get much damage, and Mikumi has to go back. They have to compete this Lord early, and yeah, they have to compete. Unfortunately, Stellark just had the better positioning there, but at the same time, they did use all of their ultimates just to catch on to Reminiscent, right? So as we have a look at the items here, from the side of Stellark, already the dominance ice on the Franco, so he's already limiting what the Fredrin can regenerate. The Purify on both mages, on the side of Stellark as well as SMG, they don't want to get caught out. This is very dangerous territory. Your mage, your mid laner is going to be your playmaker, your long range damage. Both sides choosing the sort of artillery bombardment style of mage.
Exactly, and they're just going on and on and on. I mean, last time when Eve first came out, I was like, yeah, that's a cracked up Fasa, right? A Fasa is a cracked up Eve, Eve is a cracked up Fasa. They're both just so strong as a hero on their own, and their kit is just pain on pain on pain. They will rain down pain like nobody's business.
I think unfortunately for Mikumi, he has to be a bit more careful to where he places his real-world manipulation, because, you know, Faza is going to have a bit easier time because it's such a huge AoE around her. So the team fights, in a way, are not necessarily reliant on these mages, but they are going to be the ones that start the ball rolling for each team.
Exactly, and right now the lead has been reduced, and SMG SG are shaking a little bit. They're looking a little more shaky And the Stellark, they're slowly clawing their way back. And take a look on the minimap, ladies and gentlemen, how Stellark are positioned. And SMG, they do not have a clue. Here comes the conceal play coming in. But, a reverse conceal play. Forza able to catch down onto Mido. But look at Enya shredding away at Forza. Down he goes. Forza goes down. Monster kill coming out from Enya. Look at how Enya is shredding down onto Shu. But down goes Chesty as well. It's going to be a 3 members down all the way in. But look at Stella. How are they going to win this? Only a Bam is going to be in a 1v4. Is it going to be enough? No, it's going to be a team wipe coming out for SMG SG. And a big wipe out. 30 seconds. Forza first to come out in about 5 seconds left on the clock. And can SMG clear this? They look very low. SMG, they look determined. They look all the way in. And they're going to go for the end because of that one fight. 12 minutes in. And the first game gets taken away by SMG.
My goodness. I was going to say, actually, SMG have ended most of their games within 15 minutes.
Yeah.
And this was the moment they saw victory was possible, they went all in. They just, pulled the trigger and fired their SMG into the enemy base.
Yep, this was an exciting one. And SMG SG walks away with Game 1 as the victor. And of course, I have to really focus on a couple of things. The first actually iteration of the battles, right?
Yeah.
The full focus on Supergirl was actually on Smelly Cat.
Yeah.
And that was the team's identification. Let's get rid of Smelly Cat first and we can win the fight. But later on, you actually see a shift in momentum and shift of focus. They actually catch out Forza instead, which is not typically the guy that you want to go for, right? That being the tanker and the roamer and stuff like that. But because Forza is unable to give that bloody hunt to lock down one particular member, it kind of changed the way that they had to fight. So with one less tank, they couldn't withstand the damage. And Reminiscent, you can see, was a bit more aggressive with his movement to the back. And later on, you can see that the Daytona was actually used on Reminiscent as well as the Grok. So Dewi was actually cooped up. And that was actually the start of a good fight for the side of Stellark, but they just couldn't sustain because Enya, if you take a look at him, he's already close to fully stacked the Demon Hunter Sword along with that Golden Staff, added on with the Corrosive Scythe and Wind of Nature. So much sustainability for him.
I think the lineup from Stellark, the idea is fantastic, right? The combination of the Franco and Barats to be able to isolate one person and take them out is great, but SMG they faltered a little bit when that combination started coming online. And then once it came online, SMG discovered the way to defeat it, which is to get rid of one of them.
Yep, exactly. And the thing is, for Stellark's lineup, they had to burn a lot of ultimates and skills to get rid of one particular person. Reminiscent with this Fedrin is a real threat because he is so tanky, the Grok as well. So they had two people to deal with on the front lines. And then Enya as well as Supergirl will be coming in at the back. And add on Mi with that, you can see the damage taken by Chu, 100,000.
Wow, 12 minutes and 100,000. Honestly, 100,000 in 12 minutes is pretty hard to achieve, but Chu made it possible with the amount of hits he has been taking. But SMG SG right now with 160,000 damage dealt. So that's 30,000 more as compared to Stella.
To give credit to Chu and how come he had to take so much damage was that he was targeting the right heroes, right? He was constantly going after the squishy backline, going after Enya, going after Miku, and we saw Supergirl actually have to sacrifice his life to make sure that his carry and his mid laner was safe. So Chu was doing a good job, and therefore that's why he gets the accolade of being the sandbag.
Exactly, but Supergirl did an excellent job. And although I do like Stellark's lineup, but let's take a look at the MVP right now. Coming up on the screen is going to be Enya, of course. 7-0-2 with the 56% kill participation, along with that Electro Flash and the Flicker.
Yep, I mean, he offered so much damage for the team simply because Stellark could not handle the frontliners of SMG SG. So credit to Reminiscent as well as David, who provided this opportunity for him to really perform and shine. So Enya, while he is the MVP of the team, this really was a very big team effort from SMG SG. They just seem more coordinated and they're more clinical in their finishing. It's very difficult for Stellark, right? But let's take a look at the highlights. We'll be able to see more on how the fights actually panned out. Because the way that Stellark was fighting was really difficult for them to execute what would be a perfect formula for that. So if you take a look, Odia Bambi actually uses the Daytona. They want to get rid of Reminiscent because without the tank, it's easier for them to fight. And Supergirl was always on the back line. He was either chasing Smelly Cat or he was chasing Chesty. And you can see here, it turned out really badly for Stella because they couldn't protect Chesty, and Smelly Cat was super low as well. Down here, this Festival of Blood really worked wonders for Chu. He got the lifesteal in, but it was still a bad fight because they actually got the kill on Forcer as well. So no more tanks for them. And that's where Smelly Cat really felt the brunt of damage. But here we go, that's the formula for Stellar, right? You can see later on in the games, they will keep trying to hook members of the SMG SG lineup into the towers itself. That was their win condition. They want to fight under the towers. But you can see the way that SMG SG is playing, they dominate the map. So that option available for Stellar was not as apparent anymore. They had to fight much more backwards into their lineup, and that really allowed SMG SG to find the correct position and perfect positions to take the fight as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, looking at the team fights right now, Stella, I think how much Stella could actually improve on is the way they move around the map, right? I think they should bait the SMG into their own territory and fight on their own terms.
I think the problem for their I guess game plan was that it required 4 of them to sort of like stick together in a bush. So we saw them do that quite often. And then when team fights came, it required SMG to make a mistake and overextend. So the problem is that the initiation, I think, coming up from Stellar, their game plan is solid, but that also relies on how your enemy plays, right? Whereas SMG, their lineup, their idea is they're going to play their own game, and that is how they're going to win it.
And speaking of win, guess what else you can win, ladies and gentlemen, if you do and sign up for the Frank by OCBC. You know, they're having a new season of MLBB card design as well for the Frank debit card. And for the first time ever, it will feature heroes with skin like Fanny, Gusion and Leslie, along with Cho, Esmeralda and Florine. We've never had a Florine card before, and not to mention the middle card right here. Is it this one? There's a white one which looks amazingly clean. Alright, so all you have to do to sign up for the Frank X MLBB debit card is to head down to go.ocbc.com/MPLSG from all the way till 7 May. So you got 2 months to do that. If you don't, I will hunt you down.
Oh boy.
So on top of that, you know, if you join Frank by OCBC's Coin Quest and you spend with your card to earn coins, you can redeem prizes at the OCBC Wisma at Atria or any Frank store. I mean, there's one in Next. There's one at Next or Hougang.
At Vivo as well.
At Vivo as well, yeah, that's right. So get 1 coin for every $10 spent. So if you spend $100, you get 10 coins, and you could possibly walk away with grand prizes like the new one, not old one, not old model. It's a new one. It's gonna be the Samsung Galaxy S23 256GB, and not to forget the very nice chair that we are sitting on, and the players as well, the OSIM U-Throne gaming chair. Not to forget, if this is the season for traveling as well, so you can win yourself some Scoot vouchers as well. So get a bit discount on your tickets, go wherever you want, and not to forget as well, you have the various random MLBB in-game items like Lightborn and Saber skins.
Yeah, I like cards.
Yeah, it's
and I
free.
like cards with money.
Yes, so this
credit
one
cards are
not only
good.
can hold money, it can win you something that is worth money as well.
Yeah, so yeah, head on down to your nearest Frank by OCBC and have a look at their wonderful designs.
Yep, that's true value for you. And of course, now both teams going to be looking for extra value in game 2. SMG SG, of course, they're looking to close out the game. If they can, they will be the first 2-0 team for the series today that we have seen. But more importantly, they also get to sit on top of the table for a short period of time.
Yeah, I mean, they are very close to be moving around. They're very close to moving around right there.
I will choose my own path.
Team is banning.
And honestly, I have to say, Coach Tenchi on the side of Stellar SG, the coach for Stellar,
You are facing a crossfire.
right? He's doing a really, really good job. But it's just a little bit of micro execution and the rotations coming out.
To me,
from Stellar
your
SG.
team Fun is all that matters.
I do think that the combination works very well. And we saw how effective it can be. But once a team like SMG, you know, I was just talking about their adaptability, their versatility. Once they knew how Stellar was playing, they could change their own game plan. And I think drafting a more open lineup that allows you to execute multiple win conditions or multiple conditions where you can get to a win for the game will actually be perhaps better, I think, for Stellar here.
Yeah, they need to actually have better traits in terms of the draft, right?
I
right
am the
now,
power of light incarnate.
SMG had the better viability for their draft because it offered them not only just tankability, it offered them additional damage simply because they out-tank the lineup of Stellar, right? Stellar, they had a very one-dimensional win condition, which was just CC. But unfortunately, that CC was all focused onto one particular member on the side of SMG, and it wasn't the carry, which in this case proved to be the downfall on the side of Stellar.
Come on, Dexter.
At the same
It's
time,
our
they're
showtime.
locking up a lot of the marksmen available on the side of SMG. So they do not want to deal with a 1-1 as well as a Cloud. So mobility is definitely one of the things they do not want to deal with. They want to offer a straight up honest face-to-face
Time to
fight,
drop
right? No
the beat up
playing around the
line.
bush,
Is
no
ticking.
jumping around. And of course, in response, Stella going to ban out the Kaja, Joy as well as Glue. Three of the most defying heroes. I feel they are very, very messy to play against. So I think it's good that they do not want to allow this across the lineup for the first pick.
It does feel like Stellar, when they saw that they were playing up against SMG,
See
they're just
value
like,
in
I
me?
don't want to play
Your
against
team
those
is
two,
You
and I don't want to
should.
play against Darius Kaja. I don't care about anything else. These two people, no, do not give them their comfort picks here. And they are going to pick up the Fredrin for Reminiscent once again. So, I mean, Reminiscent, I think, was the issue for their sort of, CC, let's just take away someone from the team fight immediately scenario. So, because they had to take him out, because Reminiscent was such a menace on that Fredrin, just walking up to Stellar and saying, hey, have me, leave my carry alone, and then it turned out well for SMG because Enya's positioning.
Time and tide wait for no
This
man.
land is our
Your
homeland,
team
and it will
is
soon be our
going to
burial
be
ground.
a Lapu Lapu for the side of Stellar here.
Yep, they still want to go with the tanky lineup, chew with that Lapu Lapu, is for good reason, right? I mean, added on with the Festival of Blood and of course the build-up with the Bloodlust Axe itself, he offers a lot of sustain. So like we said, Lapu Lapu as a
Command
character and a hero,
confirmed.
Among
as
the
long as
planes
you
exists
know
the
how to
equilibrium,
sustain, you can
which
offer a lot
I
of
was
damage
made
as well.
for.
And it looks like SMG SG, they are perfectly comfortable with going back into the exact same lineup that they had before. So Reminiscent going to go back onto that Fredrin, and of course Grok gonna be back in the hands of
I didn't
Kumi
cure
as
the
well.
pain.
Kumi,
I
nonetheless,
hunt.
gonna
Your
be
team is
having that
banning.
E for the real world manipulation.
This has to be a trap by Stellar, right? Like, okay, the Valentina is different. That's fair. So you're gonna have
Pain
a
is
E
the
versus
proof
an E
that I'm
team,
still alive.
for this fight instead of having an E versus a Fasa in a way. So I mean, I don't know what Stellar's final game plan is going to be, but I do suspect that Tenchi has an idea on how he can perhaps trap SMG, right? I really don't think it's going to be another Franco Barat's pickup. So what is it that they're going to do here? And I think if you look in the player camps, you can see SMG, once they saw the Beatrix and Lapu Lapu being locked in, it was the same sort of like confusion and like, okay, so are they really going to try what
Your
they did
team
now?
is
The
banned.
strongest
A
ninja
Valentina
has
is very
arrived.
different from Mufasa.
I think the way Stellar feels this is that it's an execution error as well. Now, the one thing they have to deal with and make sure they have a solution for is the energy eruption by Reminiscent on this Fredrin, right? That taunt is extremely painful in terms of what it does to the lineup of Stellar, right? It stops them from attacking, and in the meantime, they are sitting ducks against the lineup of Miku Miku Mi and Enya back on the...
I would rather
So they will
betray
continue
the
to
world
ban out.
than
They
let the
do not want
world
Yuzong
betray
as well
me.
as this Brody back. And I think, yes, the Yuzong offers a lot of crowd control, especially with the Black Dragon form. And not only that, Yuzong offers a lot of damage as well at the same time. So if they do have the Yuzong especially with a Festival of Blood, it is going to be a nightmare to deal with. So right now, Odia, Bambi and Forza, I believe they should be looking at someone else. But the problem is, what kind of CC can they offer? Because right now, based on what happened in Game 1, they did have CC offered in the previous game, but they were forced to focus on just the two main members Reminiscent as well.
And I think the problem
Your team
with
is
that
banned.
Barat's
3,000
Franco's
worlds.
idea was that it
And
is
not a
focusing on
single
one, right?
worthy
You're just talking about
foe.
Fredrin and his ability to taunt. It's an AoE. It's going to get more than just one. So if you're talking about two tanky heroes versus to other tanky heroes, the Fredrin is going to come up on top because he can affect more people, whereas, they
Your
have
team is
Point out all the injustice in the world.
A Cho on the side of Stella.
Cho offers a very good sign of mobility, right? The Jikundo is going to be very useful in terms of displacing people as well as dragging people out of position because they want to chase you during that sequence of Jikundo. And of course, the setup for the Way of the Dragon is going to be vital and important. Probably looking at, right off the bat, most straightforward, I want to use the Way of the Dragon on this Miku Yi, right? That would be the sequence. But I believe this Forcer, Cho, is going to be used as protection for Smelly Cat or Chesty instead. Chesty now offers a lot of options for Stella because not only does the IMU offer the real world manipulation,
I've been waiting for too long.
The wild charge as well. So
let them come.
They
will only make my blade sharper.
Stella. But now SMG going back to probably it is the exact same draft, a Carry and Benedetta. Now the question is, can Forcer protect Smelly Cat and Chesty at the same time?
I think if we think back to the previous game, I am not very confident that the addition of a Cho instead of the Franco would have made much of a difference in the previous game. So I'm not saying that I don't believe in Cho. I think Cho is a good hero to be able to close the gap, to be able to get to Miku Mi when he has that real world manipulation down. But like you said, he's gonna have to use that to save the rest of his teammates. And a Cho is much less tanky than a Baraz or a Franco. So it's really, oh my goodness, okay. A Hellcut on the side of Stella.
Yeah, this is the first time we will see a Hellcut being picked in this season itself. And I like the fact that they picked Hellcut. It is a change, and like we said, Stella is also a team that is very adaptable, right? So I like the way that they have changed this draft itself. Now the only question is, I feel now the Stella is not exactly very tanky. And it looks like from the way that this works, Stella has to go in on the aggressive. They have to set up the initiations as well.
I do find it scary to think of how Stella can get into the game because it is going to be an execution issue, right? They don't want to frontline against the big tanky heroes that SMG has. So the onus is on them to perform and to catch out the members of Team SMG SG.
That's right, and game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go into Stella
5
SG
seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
SMG right now. So with that Hellcut, it's just gonna totally change the game. And a lot of you may scratch your head like, why Hellcut? He's so squishy, he's so he's so tiny, he's a little cockroach, he's being annoying a cockroach. But just to let you guys know, take a look at the draft overall. You have Forcer, Chesty, Smelly Cat, and Chu. Along with that Hellcut, it's gonna be a full-on mobility hero. Their movement speed, the way they can close the gaps, it just goes right in, they can just go right into your face without you even knowing. They want to take this fight one-on-one. So that's what Stella is aiming for. Tenshi on the draft. Honestly, I have to give it to him. It's a pretty interesting draft, but can they pull it off? And looking at this, I'm not sure which way it could go. It could go either way.
I do think that the Hellcut pick is very, very interesting and quite exciting to a degree because Hellcut is that silence, right? So he's going to be able to stop any team fight that SMG wants to go in. So he's there as a disruptor, and it's going to be a very effective disruptor, especially since all of their heroes require skills to do this. Even carry on the damage, he has to dash to be able to get the damage done, to get those light wheels out. So it's going to be, I think, quite scary actually for the side of SMG. This Eve and this carry are going to be, I would say, I don't want to say cockroach food, but maybe cockroach bait is a better thing to call it.
Cockroach eat ants, no? Do we count that?
No, I don't think so. But anyway, that bait is going to be shown out here. There's already 3 in the mid lane. They're trying to get in on Dairy. The damage!
Oh, damage coming up from Bambi and goes slightly a little bit askew there with the first skill and just going a little bit off. And that gives Stella the space that they need. Right now, the pincer attack is going to be coming in. The Stallions comes out, but Bambi runs low. The knockdown comes in as well. But no, it's not going to be enough. And now, there we go. First blood going to Bambi.
And that is the power of a Fredrin, people. Like, we saw this, I guess you could say, assassination squad from Stella. They're trying to pick up people, but Miku has slain oh my goodness. Almost taking out Chesty and Chu by his lonesome. The damage from that Eve is ridiculous right now.
Yep, I mean, that's the Eve. The whole power of the Eve is so strong right now. And it does seem like Reminiscence is there to take away that orange buff.
The aggression from Reminiscent, recognizing that Odia Bambi on that Hellcat unable to stand up against him, gets the orange buff from Hellcat, and that's really bad start. Reminiscent.
Knock up and a Praise's Rave coming down as well, but Supergirl chasing him down, and Chu is still able to get away there with the Mightiest Warrior. And right in time, but here comes the Way of the Dragon coming in as well. But the wall charge from Dairy, but there's not going to be enough follow-up. Mikumi is rendered useless right here, but a very good wall charge to save Dairy, to save Mikumi.
That was actually a very good disengage from Dairy, recognizing that the entirety of Stella was actually ready to jump onto that Eve there. And so saving him and pulling back is, you know, that's what they needed to do. And as we look at the emblems, I do want to say that Benedetta with the Festival of Blood to me is quite interesting. It kind of shows that he wants to be in the team fights more. He's not going for an assassination sort of build. He wants to be there with his team. Well, on the other side, Chesty going for the mystery shop. So he wants to get his Valentina on time to get that power spike faster than the side of Team SMG.
Yeah, and both marksmen going onto the Electro Flash and giving them the speed that they need and the movement. And they're just trying to close the gap, as you can see from Stellak as well. 4 flickers and 1 retribution. All they want to do is just close the gap, and there we go, Wild Charge being taken away, and Stellak, they are ready for a fight. They are ready to pounce, but is SMG gonna bait them in? Look at the Forza right here, missing up onto the Jeet Kune Do, but gets away right on time.
Oh, Mikumi is flirting with death there. Chesty was ready to go at any time.
But he has no information. That's the whole point. Stellak are so mobile. They're gaining so much map control. They have no idea where Stellak are.
Reminiscent though is going to be starting up this turtle. Mikumi almost gets caught out here, but Chu is going to come in, going to take them out here. The Wild Charge stops a few of them, but it's not going to be enough. They're going to get some kills here on the side of SMG, and now Reminiscent chasing down Chu out of the jungle, but Mellycat, but going to get down there, not going to be able to secure the kill, but they trade 2 for 1.
I have to give it to them. That's a very good Wild Charge by Chesty, but an even better Petrify coming out from Supergirl. The biggest catch ever that I've seen. A 3-man Petrify coming out from Supergirl, and the amount of damage that's been laid on especially. And there we go, Tail 1 bottom turret along with the turtle is going to go down.
Yeah, so that fight is, man, SMG and Stellak here are really fighting to the nail. I wouldn't even say that that was a very clean fight from SMG. I think Stellak have the tools to respond to what SMG is doing. It's just by measures of, you know, like centimeters, right? It's just tiny mistakes of positioning. And Reminiscent here aggressively going once again for the orange buff. They even take it, but they're going to take him here.
One is Warrior right here, and Bambi able to use that ultimate Forza, running a little bit low, but the Jeet Kune Do and the dash able to get him right out of that.
The response from SMG to whatever aggression Stellak is doing is just, it's really fast rotation.
Yep, and just as we speak, the Corrosion Scythe, along with the Golden Staff being secured onto Enya right now, they are prioritizing the damage and the attack speed coming out.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
And the second turret going down, and SMG has 2 turrets into their pockets right now, and Stellak are looking a little bit shaky with the 4.5 deficit.
If you look where Mikumi is, he's trying to bait Stellak to come onto him, but the whole of SMG is standing behind him, ready to pounce at a moment's notice. Supergirl gonna, wow, 1v1, takes out Odia Bambi. The entirety of Stellak is going to be fighting at the bottom, while SMG just clear out Chu in the bottom lane, and the top lane, and Supergirl is still alive.
Yep, and Supergirl is just looking for the execution right here. He's gonna get executed, not giving any sort of resources over to Stellak. And what a play from Supergirl, denying everything coming out from them, but Forza with a big knockout here. But all the bombardments coming, but it's just going to go a little bit wide. And Forza with a good 3-man knockout, Way of the Dragon as well to isolate him. But good luck to that. Very good SMG plays right now, and the third turtle coming up onto the map right now, and a 5.5 thousand goal lead to SMG. Stellak, they're falling behind, they're lagging behind, and it looks like a very snowbally type of draft right here, but they're not putting it to maximum use.
SMG are just rotating a little bit better. They are cleaner in the execution. And if Stellark, you think, if they had gotten to the bottom lane just a little bit sooner, there was a chance they could have gotten a super goal and would not have lost Odia Bambi there. Whereas Chu, you know, I mean, he wasn't really going to escape from that. There's just too much tankiness, and they did commit the wild charge, I believe, to get
Red
through as
team
well.
turret
So,
has been
you know,
destroyed.
it's going to be very difficult here for SMG. Reminiscent just, wow, so bravely walking up. He's level 11.
Exactly, level 11 compared to Chesty less level 8. That's a full-on 3-level deficit right there.
Wow, Reminiscent, this is his jungle now. He's just gonna face tank Chu, just gonna go straight in. Chesty is hitting from the side, he doesn't care because Reminiscent right now is a giant Frederick.
Yep, he is a thick boy right now. Reminiscence is tanky as heck, and down goes the tier 1 mid turret as well. Tier 2 under SMG's eyes right now, and with a 7.3k goal lead, Sniper charges up right now.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
Coming in, but is it gonna be enough? No, it is not, and Forza runs low yet again. This is how far Stellark are behind because Forza is suffering so much. They do not have any sort of resources coming in and forcing Stellark to go into a very passive mode. And let's take a look at the player go right now. Enya, Reminiscent, Supergirl, Smelly Cat on the top 4 yet again, and barely right above them is going to be Smelly Cat, and there we go, the wall charge comes in, Forza runs a bit low, the Electro Phantom Blast coming in, but is it going to be enough though? The Dash comes in, but oh, look at that, all the way to the front line, Chu able to catch down 3 men, but where's the rest of Stellark? They're on the other side of the map, it's not going to be enough, the wall charge comes back in again, but all the turn, very good catch down onto Mikumi. Is it going to be enough though? But they're going to be able to trade off 1-for-1 right now.
Mikumi was standing a little bit too aggressively, trying to stop the entirety of Stellark from going in. But at the same time, you kind of feel like, you know, this is them pushing down the tier 3 turrets at 9 minutes. I think that, you know, him going down, the respawn timer is going to be so short, it doesn't really matter. But Stellark here, they want to contest this Lord. They want to find a way to turn this around, but this Forza on this Cho needs to catch the right person out and needs to separate them from the rest of SMG before the fight breaks out.
Exactly, and there we go, way of the Dragon and the Jikundo all the way down onto Dairy Door, but here comes the wild charge. Is it going to be enough? It's going to be a 2-man stun, and they're going to be baiting them all the way in. The real one manipulation by Mikumi, able to take down onto Chesty as well, but oh, they're forced to go back. Choose goes down as well, and that's going to be a 2-for-0. SMG reigns triumph yet again in the second game. 8,000 goal lead. Wow.
Forza on this Cho has been very unfortunate in that he's unable to get into a good position to be able to get a
oh
down.
No, the Petrify, the dash, Odia Bambi forcing the first kid to get away, and he gets executed yet again. There was no map control at all coming out from Stellark, right? Because Forza cannot come out. Forza is being forced to, you know, stay in the base and play passive right there to guard his teammates, of the rest of Stellark. In fact, Chesty able to take away that wild charge as well, but how are they going to be fighting up against the base push?
Supergirl is just coming in on the backline, getting all of the kills, and being able to separate the team so well on this Benedetta. I feel like at this point, is the glue worse or is the Benedetta worse? I don't know. Both feel pretty bad. It's just Supergirl doing Supergirl things, and there's going to be maybe a fight breaking out here. They're all pushing down.
Red team base turret has been destroyed.
The Lord there. The Lord's still relatively healthy right now, and Dairy comes in with a wild charge, able to get him out, bro. But no, Bambi gets melted down by Enya instantaneously and just gets demolished and wiped out, eradicated from the Land of Dawn. But take a look at this, way of the Dragon able to get down onto Mikumi, but he got the wild charge, able to isolate the rest of them, but Chesty's gonna go down. Bambi is still down as well. Supergirl rushing right in, Liber's Passion, able to use my Smelly Cat all the way, trying to zone them out and clear out the minions, but SMG, they're not going to be able to push. It's going to be a 4v3 right now. Odia Bambi coming out in about right now. There we go. Bambi is going to be out, but what value is he going to add over to SMG or Stellark? In fact, it's going to be 11.8 thousand goal lead in favor of SMG. Wow, that's a big lead.
And SMG are not actually relinquishing this pressure. They're still in the jungle. They're still looking around for more kills here. Supergirl, you know, dueling up with Forza, but the entirety of Stellark is going to be coming out here. And Forza on that show. Yeah, no, he's going to go down, surely.
Yep. Forza, the big one comes in. The Mightiest Warrior from Drew comes down, but it's just going to go a little bit wide. And Forza is just going to sacrifice his life for the rest of his team, giving them enough space to push out the wave. But take a look on the minimap, guys. All 3 waves should be crashing in, and Stella, they are as bald as a bald man right now. No turret in sight, except for the crystal. They will flicker in when the wild charge comes in as well. But look at this, Bambi with ultimate trying to go right in, but Reminiscent able to soak them out right there. And Foresight is still down. Here comes the bombardment. Oh, look at that, all the way to the backline. Supergirl able to catch everybody out, but down go Chesty and Chu, and so does the crystal. And just like that, SMG able to take down 2-0 against Stella.
Wow, SMG here playing a very, very, very good game. It was very smart engages and a lot of smart choices, I think, from the side of SMG. The rotations were so clean, the fights were very clinical, except for a few that got like a bit out of hand. But, you know, SMG is just doing great.
Yep, I mean, this was go big or go home for the side of Stellac, and unfortunately they are sent home. Not literally, of course, but you know, SMG, they really just played that draft to perfection. You know, you saw in game 1, you thought that, yeah, maybe there's a chance that Stellac can come back. And game 2, they just took the same draft and smacked them all over again.
Yeah.
And it was a really tough one to watch because the way that Stellac has drafted, along with the emblems that they picked, it was very heavy on itemization. What they needed, right, was that actually for the side of Stellac or for Smelly Cat, he actually took Weapons Master. So Weapons Master gives you an extra 15%.
No, he took Electro Flash.
No, he took Weapons Master.
Really?
So he took Weapons Master. He needs items to get that 15% buff, right, on the damage as well. But it didn't really work out for him. And you can see the disparity in terms of the gold. It was an 11.8k gold lead, right, from the side of SMG. So with that being said, you know, they had a lot of problems to deal with. They couldn't, once again, they couldn't deal with Dairy, they couldn't deal with Reminiscent. They offered Chesty in the form of the IMU to steal that wild charge away. But the whole lineup of SMG, they also had their tankability. And here we have Enya, who just disregarded going on to full defensive measures. He took the Wind of Nature as that primary damage evasion source, and he just went ham with the damage.
I mean, you don't need the full damage loadout if your enemies are not very, very tanky. And I think that was the biggest issue for Stellac, was that, you know, choosing these heroes, choosing the Hellcat, choosing the Cho. Yes, you know, on paper, we can understand how it works out, and it can be a very scary lineup. But when it comes to a 5v5 fight, we saw how fast that Hellcat just disappeared off the face of the map.
And taking a look at the stats right now, it's pretty much a landslide, guys. Damage to turret. Stella not touching a single turret at all, but take a look at the damage dealt. 157,000 comparing to 113,000. Wow.
Yep, I think, well, at least, you know, in terms of like MVP for this game, I have to give it to Supergirl, man, because he was causing a lot of confusion on the back, and it was just disastrous for them because he also played very well with the iframes for an eye for an eye, and that was super irritating to deal with. Like on the back lines, you know, when he fed that death to the turret instead of giving the gold over to the Stella.
That was
a sick play.
I mean, that was what Forza did in the playoffs last season as well.
Yep, exactly. So really just returning the favor. Like, hey, you know, I actually got wind of news that Dairy was sick yesterday, and I think he passed on this illness to the rest of the team because this whole team is sick today. I mean, this is insane. That's not the play of a sick person or sick team.
It's a full-on sick place.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll see who the MVP is for this game.
Supergirl. It's definitely Supergirl, guys.
It's Enya once again. And of course, with that being said, like, he has the trifecta, right? The Corrosive Scythe with the Golden Staff along with the Demon Hunter. And add that on with the Wind of Nature. There was literally nobody on the side of Stella who could really touch him. They offered Bambi, but that race advantage only works if you are able to tank up the damage, because when you get hit with a control skill, race advantage actually gives a silence towards the person that gave you that CC. But he couldn't survive against it, and Enya, he just totally negates that because he has no CC against Odia Bambi at all. He just goes in and wrecks him.
Yeah, I find that the way that we saw Hellcat being played, you know, he was jumping in onto 3 or 4 enemies, hoping to get that AoE silence onto them, but unfortunately, they were ready for him. They were always ready for that Hellcat. And I think that's SMG, was that even though there's a lot of things happening, there's a big fight happening, there's, you know, kills that you can chase after, they had the bigger picture in mind. Right? So even if they lost that, Supergirl was always going to come back from the backline, take somebody out. You know, something was going to go in favor of SMG no matter what happened.
they were just always in control. So if you take a look at the highlights, the early game actually looked pretty good, right? But that Petrify, my goodness, super goal, that multi-man Petrify really caught Stellar off guard, and that really changed the whole name of the game for Stellar itself, because they were still holding, you know, their own against this aggressive SMG SG lineup. And we know that SMG SG is a very aggressive team right off the bat as well. They were faltering a bit with the late game in the previous games across the season so far for the past weeks. But today they really showed up and showed a different, more dominant side. They survived so many of these fights, and you can take a look at the setup, right? Every single time they were forcing setup number 1 to group up, and they had to move away, which allowed Mikumi the safety net of not being threatened by any other skills.
Yeah, and I have to give it over to Anya as well, just shredding everybody to pieces. And not to mention also, have to give it to Reminiscence as well. We don't see it much, but that tiny little micro, that taunt was all it takes to deny the Nibiru's passion, the way of the dragon, and Odia Bambi from jumping in as well. That taunt just gave so much value to the side of SMG SG, and that's how they did it. They pushed it to their maximum value and got their best ROI, return on investment.
I do think that SMG right now as a team, all of them look scary, right? You can't say that there's one player that is like ultimately stand out. As a team, they have grown and they have improved so much that even when they're not on their signature heroes, you can ban the glue, you can ban the Kaja, doesn't matter.
I have a Benedetta.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And the Benedetta proved so much, right? He was going into the back lines, flanking, and like what Kin say, just causing confusion. And right now on the table, we are full of confusion, but who else better to clarify that confusion but Cheryl? So Cheryl, take it away.
Thank you so much, casters. Now, this is an individual that I've been looking so much forward to actually meeting, because he has been an integral player right here for Team SMG. And this is Mikumi, guys.
Hello.
Yeah, so it's really amazing because you are a familiar face right here at MPL SG season, MPL SG in general, and you have taken a break only during in MPL SG Season 4 only, and we have seen you 1, 2, 3, and 5. How does it feel to be back again?
Honestly, it feels great because I really miss the competitive scene, and it brings me a lot of joy to play on the highest level.
Right, that's absolutely amazing. And we have really seen you shine, especially right here with this brand new team right here, Team SMG. So how are you feeling when it comes to the whole team synergy?
Honestly, at first we didn't feel very confident, but after seeing the first 2 weeks, I can for sure say probably we will give RSG like a very good hard fight, because my goal is to get the first seed.
So a little bit of context. So Mikumi, just enlighten the audiences here. You used to be from RSG Slate.
Yes.
Right. And with that, you are going to face RSG tomorrow.
Yes.
So how are you feeling? Where's your headspace? Is this going to be a vendetta match against your old team members?
I feel very excited. Because I want to prove to them, I think I'm a better mage than Roy.
Oh, some tea right there. Absolutely love it. So another thing is the fact that you have been in RSG SG. Do you feel like you know the secret sauce as to how to go around clinching and taking matches from them? Because they're sitting really comfortably right there untouched. So do you think you know what it takes to take them down?
I think, honestly, RSG always play the same way. Maybe because I usually see them lose the first turtle, a bit shaky, but they, get back their momentum, everything. So maybe my goal is to kill Roy for the first turtle, then
Also, settle your own vendetta first and then just play comfortably after that. Alright, so another question for you would be, yes, you know a little bit more about RSG in general because you've been there, but with the new additions such as Oki as well as Lucian QT who have been making waves right here in MPL SG Season 5, what's the whole headspace going in?
From what I've seen, they're pretty good. And I can't be too scared of that. It'll be like a one-sided game like that. So I will just treat them as normal, probably SG standard because they come in, maybe show a bit.
Right. So another thing is, I'm here watching the matches. So what I've seen is the team dynamic right here at SMG is really heartwarming. Like, I think at one point, you were a little bit off position right there in the mid lane, and then you were feeling a little bit dejected, and then someone was just like, oh, it's okay. So how do you feel, playing as a player with, such supportive teammates?
It feels very, very good because they reassure me that, oh, don't worry, you're doing good. It makes my mind more calm.
So Derry can be the nice guy, not just shouting, but also picking you up during matches as well, and seeing you, Derry coming in and saving you in awkward situations as well. So that's really lovely. So final question for you: is this anticipated to see Team SMG sitting quite comfortably right now even more so after this match at the second place?
Yes, definitely.
So moving forward for the RSG Slate, how are the team going to prepare yourselves for possibly the highest peak right here during the playoff season?
Honestly, just destroy the mid lane.
So are we able to anticipate more small little tricks up your sleeves right here? Or you guys are already whatever you have tried and tested right here for the regular season, you are just going to rinse and repeat, or you have more stuff, more stuff that we can see?
I have a few tricks on my sleeve. Maybe my hidden pocket pick to bring out against RSG.
Ooh, so that we can only stick around and find out. So thank you so much for the insightful sharing, Mikumi. Thank you. So yes, we have gotten a little bit of an insight as to what to anticipate tomorrow as well. And this is going to be something that you don't want to miss, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to see RSG Slate SG clash with Team SMG SG. As of right now, these are number 1 and number 2 in the overall standings. So not just today, tomorrow's going to be absolutely sick as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have just concluded match 3 and match 4 is going to come up in just a few minutes time. So that's going to be happening at 7 p.m. and we're going to be anticipating RSG Slate SG going head to head against Team Flash. So stick around and join us, and we'll see you then at 7 p.m.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlott is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlott becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlott can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. for his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
expose him.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlott is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlott becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlott can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlott, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlott, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, We'll be seeing you in the land of dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
lose him.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlott is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlott becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlott can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlott, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlott, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlott is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlott becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlott can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlott, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 02-14.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlott is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlott becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlott can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlott, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
I'm stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee.
OSIM.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the